welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! And that is that! What an insane moment!
Welcome in, Brawl Stars fans. We are back for another rendition of the East Asia Monthly Finals. Today, I am Kenny, joined with me, Reddy and Trav, in what might be the youngest BSC Eurocaster lineup ever. Reddy, good to be with you for another month of East Asia. How are we feeling about today's competition?
Feeling absolutely spectacular. Always a pleasure to be part of the youngest lineup thus far, right? Never know how it's going to turn out in the future, but just as mysterious as how the caster lineup is going to look in the future is the output of today's competition. I think that there are going to be a lot of twists and turns, a lot of cliffhangers as well, and I'm here for it. I'm super excited.
I am too. It's going to be a good day of competition. We're joined with Trav this month. First time doing East Asia this month, big man. How are we feeling about it?
Well, I'll say I've been away for a while. Been a while since I've casted the East Asia region, but that just wanted to make me come back so much more. I'm ready for some great plays, amazing games, and some incredibly bad pronunciations from me.
Well, that's all right. We'll certainly get through it and to quickly go over a brief overview of what the format's going to be like for today. It's going to be our power match format per usual, just like your Power League games at home. And of course, we have that top 8 single elimination bracket. Those people made it through the 15-0 challenge and then across the many teams to get out of either the upper or the lower bracket. That's how we get to our top 8. And of course, surrounded off, we've got our best of 3 quarterfinals and our best of 5 semifinals and finals. Now, Reddy, in terms of matchups today, what are you most looking forward to? Are there any quarterfinals matchups that stand out?
Absolutely. I mean, Zeta Division 0 and Zeta Division 1 competing in the second and third quarterfinals are absolutely going to be matches that you'll want to keep your eye on, as these teams are finally not facing each other in the quarterfinals, and we'll actually get to see them advance a little bit further into the bracket, or at least they will have the chance to. They'll have to make it through their respective opponents first. Also, in our first quarterfinal, we get a little bit of a taste of Rising Sun Esports as well. They made a run for the second place spot in East Asia a couple months ago, and they didn't make it to the monthly finals last month. So we'll see if they got what it takes with the new format with 3 bans per team. We'll see if they are able to adapt and once more advance on to the later stages of the bracket.
Well, it sounds like we've got a lot of good stuff ahead of us. Don't let us be the only ones that have fun today, though. Be sure to tune in at event.brawlstars.com to cast your predictions and try and unlock the exclusive Thorn pin. If you're newer as well, maybe a little later on to the party, that's totally fine. You can earn the previous month's rewards too. Event.brawlstars.com. And speaking of predictions, Trav, I know it's your first one of East Asia you mentioned, but what are you thinking here today in terms of quarterfinals predictions?
Well, I mean, looks like me and you've gone for something a little pretty similar. Ready, set, you know, just has to be different, doesn't it? Always has to be different. We've gone for the pretty safe picks, I'd say, both me and you. Whereas Reddy maybe rooting for the underdog in Oracle in that last game. I think 3R, who have renamed from Winter, are just such a strong team. They've showed their capabilities throughout the past couple of months. But I think Rising Sun, Zeta Division 0, and Zeta One are all safe bets for you at home if you want to copy what we're doing.
I'm with it. I'm feeling pretty good that you've got the same answers as me, Trav. And of course, we're all thinking pretty similarly. But one thing that can't go unmentioned, something that we have to talk about, MSI is coming up soon. For this region in particular, Zeta Division 1 has already locked up that spot because of their 2 great performances the past couple months. However, Reddy, are there any teams that are maybe in the hunt here that could take a stab at making a little bit of a catch-up? Remember, World Finals is certainly in the mix too. Every single point counts.
Yeah, look, I got a lot of faith in Zeta Division 0, just as I do in Rising Sun Esports as well. Zeta Division 0, I think, has been kind of held back by the fact that they have faced versus Zeta Division 1 in the quarterfinals in the past few monthly finals. They have qualified every single time, though. In fact, they have also kept Rising Sun Esports from advancing onto the monthly finals in the last month. So I think that these two teams are very real competitors for the top few spots in qualifying for the World Finals. We'll just have to see what they have in store for us down the line.
And I can't wait to find out exactly what that is. And another thing too that's a little different this month, we got to experience it for the first time last weekend. It's the 3-ban rule. Each individual player now has the opportunity to take a ban. According to Frank, not the brawler, but the game lead, 76% of all brawlers showed up last week. Trav, how are you feeling about this new format change, and what implications do you think it has for the rest of the month and this region in particular?
Yeah, I will say when they announced it, I was a little bit skeptical at first, but it's really grown on me over the past week. SESA and LATAM, both amazing performances from those, and just a really different brawler ban near enough in every single game. Very map dependent, opponent dependent, and banning those 6 brawlers kind of just diversifies the meta so much, because you're going to be moving those 6 and you're going to be moving straight over to the next 6 strongest, which means we see a lot of different brawlers, which is always good for the competitive integrity.
Agreed. I love seeing a good mix of everything. But for now, Trav, we will say a little goodbye and we'll catch up with you in a little bit. Reddy and I have got this one. We'll be taking on Rising Sun Esports versus Sang. Reddy, this is a matchup that you mentioned earlier that you were pretty excited for. What about this Rising Sun Esports rosters got you all jazzed up for our first quarterfinal?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen great performance from these guys in the past, not only last year, but in the past few months. I'm talking specifically about Wahochi and Ryohi. Been looking at these guys really closely on some of their signature brawlers. Very good in close range on tanks as well. Of course, they got Aaron joining them as well, a great addition to the roster this year, and I think they have great stuff in store for us, especially in the months going forward, but we're still gonna have to see how they adapt to the change in format with 3 bans being available per team.
Yeah, and they had a close in defeating Zeta Division 1 in the first monthly finals. Definitely a lot of potential there. And we've got our second roster here too. Sang, though, no appearance in April. They lost 2-0 to Winter, now known as 3R Gaming, in the first month, though. A lot of potential here. We've got DJ Goon, aka Ross and Nana. Definitely some good stuff here. I think this has potential to be a pretty competitive one, Reddy.
Yeah, I certainly do think it could be. I mean, they made it to the first monthly final this year, and we'll get to see them in kind of a new light and kind of a new format as well, and we get to see these guys as well on the cams, of course. Always a nice sight as well, and we'll get to see what these guys have in store for us versus Rising Sun Esports. It is going to be quite a tough challenge to take down these pretty talented players and a pretty solid roster within this region, but of course, we'll let the battle speak for itself. We'll be getting started with the first map pretty soon.
Yeah, and that'll be Bell's Rock in just a moment. And yeah, it's tough, right? Both these teams got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, didn't make it last month, finally returned for their vengeance run. I mean, Rising Sun did pretty close to Zeta Division 1 in our first month. It was a reverse sweep after all that led Zeta Division 1 to their first monthly final. I definitely think we've seen some good stuff from both sides. A lot of potential, but like you mentioned too, a big factor here is this new change. We've got 3 bans per team. It is a little bit of a fresh start. Still got to adapt to that, and I think if anything, it might make drafts even more important than ever, Reddy.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a huge believer in the whole idea of like, oh, they won the game in the draft, but I think it is entirely possible to win the game in the draft because I think that you're able to make such powerful brawlers available to yourself and also ban out some of the brawlers that your enemy team is actually good at, take them out of their comfort zone. And I think also at this level of play, the microscopic advantages that you get from it playing one brawler versus another can seriously accumulate over time, especially over the draft as well. So, and I think also in different regions, we've seen certain teams gain a whole lot of an advantage from drafting very specifically and drafting very methodically as well, especially in EU. Some particular teams, I think Craze Clan in particular, was credited with winning the game in the draft numerous times and catapulting themselves into the spotlight in the competitive scene. So I'm curious to see how East Asia will make use of the 3-ban rule in order to gain an advantage for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think the draft is such a pivotal stage. And you know, speaking of brawlers a little bit too, we did get some recent changes into the game. We got to see a glimpse of it last week, but even since then, we've had some micro changes as well into brawlers like Surge and Squeak, who dominated the ban and play leaderboards. How are you feeling about them? Do you have any predictions of kind of where they'll be today? Do you think they still show up a decent amount?
I think so too. At least where they show up is probably going to primarily be in the list of brawlers that are banned, rather than the brawlers that are actually drafted per team. Because I think these brawlers are still super strong. I mean, Squeak just has a slightly shorter duration on that sticky residue, and just look at that prediction. A lot of people gunning for Rising Sun here, and honestly, I can't blame any of y'all predicting that Rising Sun is going to win. Look, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and there are points on the line for people to get those new pins and those in-game rewards, but also Rising Sun Esports is certainly the safer bet here. We haven't seen a whole lot from Sang in the past. Rising Sun Esports, mind you, didn't make it to the monthly finals last month, so we'll see if they are coming back with the same fury as they had in the first few months. We have the bans out as well. No Surge ban, Kenny, but we do get to see the Squeak ban, so none of that action here. I do think that Surge might actually struggle on this map as well. You don't really have that teleport like you used to, which used to be a great counter for throwers, and we will see actually some appropriate reactions to some sharpshooters from the side of Sang. Colonel Ruffs with those sandbags is going to be able to lock some things down. We also see the Wahochi going for the bow here, which I find particularly interesting as well.
Yeah, and you gave me a good chuckle just based on your facial reaction, talking about how you think Squeak's still going to be the same, and I do too. I think Squeak's still right up there with some of the best brawlers. And in practice too, this is a little interesting, but Rising Sun actually scrimmed this map a decent bit. I got to catch some of their practices against some of the Zeta Zero guys, and I've even seen them use double thrower. Grom's shown up here a decent bit, and for whatever reason, this region does enjoy using the bow on this map. It's somebody who recently got a little bit of a buff. I can see the appeal a little bit. I don't know if it's my go-to, but I'm definitely willing to let that all play out. Hot start here for Sang, though. 2 brawlers down, only Aaron left standing, and DJ Goon running the Piper will have an opportunity here if they want to break open some walls and take advantage of that super. Aaron gonna fall there in a nice, swift round for Sang.
Yeah, definitely a quick one for Sang. Rising Sun Esports having a nice time as well. A bit of a hiccup there, but we'll get back to the games shortly. It happens sometimes. Let's see how the players adapt after the changes, whatever changes they might have tried to incorporate into their strategies after that last game. It's quite interesting, knockout, but also the draft mode where you do have the same brawlers that you're playing over the course of the set, as well as the same brawlers that you're playing over the course of a single game of knockout. We'll see Ikaros on the left side, taking down Wahochi as well. Definitely a kill over there. On the right side, Aaron might meet a similar fate. There's the hedge to block him off, and Ikaros is all powered up as well. Basically no opportunity for Rising Sun Esports to make it out of this one without a 2-0 headed against them. It's going to be Sang taking game number 1.
And very convincingly, I might add. I really felt like they were just simply playing better. I would love to see some adjustments here coming in from Rising Sun Esports. I think some good things that the side of Sang did. They tried to lane up a Piper against a Bell, which both are sharpshooters, but I will say Piper does have that faster reload speed, extra damage from a distance, and I think can actually do quite well into both Bow and into Bell. I think that's one that will provide them a little bit of an advantage, and having Colonel Ruffs go into Bow I think is particularly wise as well. You can use those sandbags to block, where somebody like Bell, they might bounce off a little bit, and of course the throwers in the middle going to be laning against each other. I think that is ideal. I will say Grom isn't necessarily my go-to here. I don't know how you particularly feel about him, but I will say for this map in particular and some of the knockout and bounty maps, I think when Tick's off the board and you really want to throw her, it might really be the next best thing. I can kind of see the appeal, but you know, how do you kind of feel about that, Reddy?
Yeah, look, I totally agree with you here. I think next best thing is absolutely the name of the game here. The other thing, though, is that Grom is actually quite good, and I've seen a lot of good plays from him. Lots of clips, lots of scrims and competitive play as well. Mostly with that super, and we will see Ryohi actually put him to work as well. Now it's up to DJ Goon to lock down the left side. 1-2 shots from Ryohi and Wahochi is going to be enough to lock him down on the left side. Nana actually going to make a real good effort at making that final stand, but still this one's going to be going to Rising Sun Esports, at least this round. And here is the power-up as well, going to Ikaros. And Sang now how to defend things on the right side. I think Nana has 1 or 2 sandbags left. He's going to have to play his hand carefully. Another thing is that Ikaros is going to have to be quite careful versus Ryohi, as he does have that Grom super in his back pocket, and that super, the damage from it, can be absolutely devastating, and it can be particularly tricky to dodge as well.
For sure, and I definitely think that's one of the appeals here. Nice shot coming in the dash away as well with the Piper jump, and Ryohei with less walls to work with. Aaron holding down the line on the right-hand side. Now Nana pressing forward. 2 tags coming into the damage gear coming out, and the nice connection there from Sprout. 2 weak brawlers and another connection there. Sang going to be taking this round. Now it's 1-1.
All right, this could be Sang taking the entire set, or it could be Rising Sun Esports keeping themselves in the running. We will see a big super by Ryohei, tons of damage, good pinch on the right side, down goes DJ Goon, and all that is left is a checkmark spray on the ground from Ikeros, and that is going to be the game going to Rising Sun Esports. It's shocking how quickly the game can turn around once a single good Grom super hits the field. And look, Kenny, similar to you, I had my doubts, but even if he is the next best thing, he sure does his job darn well.
Yeah, and I mean, they put that super to work. I definitely think that was a huge factor for them winning it. I think having it and just holding it at any time really gains you a little positioning there too, similar to how maybe a Gene super would function, right? The other team is on alert. Nice takedown onto Nana though, and now the advantage for Rising Sun. DJ Goon gonna be taking some heat here too, and now once again Sprout getting comfy in this back right-hand corner, just waiting for the opponents to approach him. Couple Grom shots to get the job done, and all of a sudden Rising Sun Esports 1 round away from taking our first map.
Okay, Ikeros got to play this one carefully. Once more, Ryohei has that super that he can put to work to deal a whole lot of damage. Last time it ended up being the game decider, in fact, as he got so much value off of that super. Aaron, also on the left side, can certainly afford to play carefully. He needs to stay at range versus Nana. Also watch out for any opportunities that Nana may go for to ricochet some of those projectiles to get a little bit more range. Pretty much a standstill as we speak, though. Wahochi will actually get a decent amount of damage onto DJ Goon, though. If DJ Goon continues to play carefully, though, he will be able to get a homemade recipe off on Wahochi. It is going to happen. Now Ryohei's locked in to this fenced-in area. Ikeros going to dodge out a lot of the damage, and here is another hedge down to block Ryohei into that particular area of the map. This is not looking amazing for Ryohei. We will see a hedge once again. Not going to lock Ryohei in there, but it is certainly going to keep him out from mid. And Aaron's going to meet a similar fate. That is going to be Sang taking this round, and it is a bit of a set point here, if you will.
Yeah, a double-sided one. Either can take it here. What a turnaround for Rising Sun, but Sang answering once again, very even back and forth. And even though I feel like for the most part, you know, we've switched sides a little bit here and there, but the matchup's been similar. Finally, we get the bell onto the sandbags, though, which I think is ideal for the side of Rising Sun Esports to try and get those little bounce shots off him. Window those down a little bit, but the Sprout walls have just been so nice already. I'm sure as a Sprout fan, you definitely appreciate that action. And Grom, once again, to be forced back. Got to be careful here. He's going to be pinned in this little section here. Going to be going out, brought down to 975 health. Bo going to take his time on the bottom right. DJ Goon popping the gadget, too. A little bit of a risky one. Going to be a tough connection. Not going to hit there. For now, just another back and forth as both these teams are trying to find some pivotal eliminations.
All right, DJ Goon on the right side is going to have to face versus both Ryohei and Aaron. Ryohei has the super now. Missed super for Wahochi. If he's pretty careful on the left side, he can bait this gadget out of Nana. Significant damage dealt by Ryohei. Need to see the dodges, though. Lots of damage dealt by Ikeros. It's up to DJ Goon to take down the entire enemy team. He might be able to do it. No, he doesn't do it. The Poppin sent him up in the air, but he still took the damage from the poison. And that is going to be the game. And thus, the set headed over to the side of Rising Sun. A very close call. But in the end, Rising Sun is able to take it. And that is a huge factor because Rising Sun, I mean, with such a history, with such a track record, this could have been the closest that Sang would become to taking them down, to defeating them. And now we're going to head into some dry season to see if Rising Sun can finish the job here, or whether Sang is going to take them all the way to safe zone to give them a little bit more action.
I wouldn't put it past Sang to take it to a set 3. I mean, that was about as close as you can get, about 800 HP away. I mean, what a crazy set. What started out as Sang just dominating early on, and then we get to game number 2. Rising Sun can turn things around a little bit. They start to get things going their way, and we see Sprout up here taking his little spot in the top right, respecting the opponents a little bit. And then again, game 3. Really similar matchups throughout the whole thing, doing a good job, but Rising Sun are the narrow victors in that one. Look at the screen here. We've got our kills and damage, and I'm noticing Ryohi and Aaron with 5 apiece. Really good work from them, but of course DJ Goon and IKA Ross gonna be very similar. I mean, it was literally the difference of 1 kill between both these teams.
Yeah, it's just so remarkable. I mean, this was a very close set, and honestly, I mean, if I'm speaking very honestly here, it doesn't give me a whole lot of faith for Rising Sun, because we saw them do really well in previous months, and then come last month they were not able to qualify. This month now they're having a bit of a rough time versus Sang. If anything, though, it does give me a lot of faith in Sang in a similar vein of thought, because I'm pretty confident in my belief that Rising Sun Esports is a fantastic roster. So seeing Sang perform as well as they did, I think says a whole lot about their skill. We're going on to dry season, and we'll be getting 3 bans from each team. We'll see how they put those to work. We will see the double Eve ban, actually, and the Squeak ban, and the double Gene ban as well. This is probably a first. 2 brawlers banned by both teams, but of course, we are just introducing this rule in the BSC, so maybe one day we'll get to see 3 brawlers, 3 of the exact same brawlers banned by each team. For now, though, we'll get Sang to lead off with that Bell pick, and it's up to Rising Sun to respond with a couple of picks in a row.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, this is a rarity considering how far we've made it. Last week, according to our good friend Ark, only about a couple maps really got 4 bans or less, which is kind of crazy to think about. A lot of them really were 5 to 6. So seeing both teams wanting Gene and Eve out of the way makes a lot of sense to me. Squeak off the board too makes sense for the side of Rising Sun Esports. To me, since Sang didn't ban that's probably the brawler that they wanted. I mean, they would probably have just taken it off the board if it was something they were scared Rising Sun would get. A lot of the time, it makes sense for the first pick team to not ban the best brawler in their eyes. And for them, it looks like Bell was going to be that best opportunity. I definitely think there's a lot of different directions they can go. One thing to point out, no throwers were banned, which is a little bit unusual for a map like Dry Season. That means ticks available, and this region does love their Sprout. Are there any brawlers that you're kind of looking towards here?
I mean, I'm certainly thinking about Colonel Ruffs, especially to break open some of those key walls. Another brawler that I'm thinking about in particular, which is quite interesting to bring it up this early on in the draft, is Mortis. I think that if we see some brawlers that are vulnerable to long-range attacks, I think, or rather close-range attacks, I think Piper is absolutely one of those, then Mortis could be a solid counter pick. Rising Sun Esports with pick number 6 will be thinking about that one. They are going to be picking up Byron here and Colonel Ruffs as well. They'll be able to buff someone up a lot. We'll see if Sang responds accordingly. They'll be going for the Sprout. If they go someone quite... Okay, look, this is the perfect use case for Mortis. This is absolutely primed for Mortis. Please, Rising Sun, do us all a favor and show us how it's done. But of course, they can go, yes, I did it. I say I, but also Rising Sun Esports, we had their cooperation in this pick as well. I'm very pleased, honestly. As you would say, Kenny, Christmas came early.
That's right. Thank you for asking them to do that. We appreciate them delivering on your question. But in all seriousness too, I'm with you. Mortis is a great pick here going into a Bell, a Sprout, and a Piper. I'm a little shocked that Sang would draft a combination like this knowing that Rising Sun has the final pick. I think Mortis is a great choice. Colonel Ruffs is somebody who I have stocked very highly right now. He wasn't one of the brawlers that got a nerf in this most recent patch. I think he was already a very strong brawler, certainly a very safe option. And Byron, of course, a staple of this region. They really love using him. I'm a huge fan of the Rising Sun Esports comp. It's not to say that the same brawlers are bad. Bell, Piper, great sharpshooters here, but I do feel like they obviously have some weaknesses, and Mortis can really shine here, to say the least.
Ryohi is going to have to play quite carefully. Big thing for Rising Sun Esports is that they did formerly had the star advantage. Now it is going to be held by Ikaros, that coveted blue star that they worked not super hard to get right off the bat. They just had to have Ryohi run in and get it. But here's the deal. Rising Sun Esports, they won't be able to play a whole lot of defense, especially with Mortis on their side. They're going to have to go full aggro for as long as they can. Ryohi is going to avoid a lot of damage here, getting a bunch of healing from Aaron as well. We will see actually Aaron blocked off from healing Ryohi, but it hardly even matters as Rising Sun Esports is able to steal back this lead in form of 2 stars plus that coveted blue star. We'll also see not really any wall break, but definitely a supply drop going to be going to Aaron. A little bit more healing, a little bit more damage. We'll see if that finds its way on Ryohi. In fact, it will. And Sang is all the way backed up versus their spawn point. Ryohi also going to chain some bats together. DJ really doesn't want to use his super, and Ryohi is going to be coming in to get a team wipe. And Rising Sun Esports lead very confidently. And look, did I say it or did I say it? Is it a prime opportunity for Mortis or not? With 20 seconds left, though, Sang could absolutely bring this back if they are able to get some key kills here, i.e. Wahochi is absolutely the brawler to kill right now. 10 seconds left until this game is over.
And with 5 to go, it's going to be a close call here. Dishing out the super from Mortis, 12-9. They got to stay up, 15-9 final score. Rising Sun Esports going to be taking the first one. And I love the way that Mortis played there. It was a great blend of passive aggressiveness. They have the Byron too, which I'll point out, you know, Mortis isn't necessarily the tankiest brawler, but as an aggro, as somebody who's getting up close and personal to the enemy, it is really nice to have those heals. I think the dodging ability there was insane. There were certainly times where the roster of Sang really looked like they were going to get him down, but I think the combination of Aaron and Ryohi played that super well. Very impressive Mortis overall, and obviously, like you mentioned before, when analyzing the draft a little bit, they've got a great opportunity to really shred through some of these squishier brawlers, some lower HP ones on the side of Sang.
Yeah, you really just don't want to pick a thrower besides like Tick if you're going earlier in the draft and your enemy has the opportunity for a counter pick like Mortis. And I think Rising Sun Esports, they set their comp up to be something pretty not necessarily generic, but definitely generally applicable. And it set the stage for Ryohi to be able to play this brawler, which is completely shutting down Sang. And this is why you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket. Sang, they went for the complete long-range control comp, and they didn't really have anything for that close-range defense. And I think that is a bit of a mistake in the draft. And in a way, Rising Sun Esports did win most of this game in the draft. That's not to say it's impossible for Sang to bring it back, though. In fact, it is entirely possible. They're only trailing by 3 stars here. DJ Goon is going to take a whole lot of damage from Wahochi, and Sang only has 40 seconds left in order to grab this lead back. Here's a big issue for Sang, is that they don't have a lot of good ability to check for some of these brawlers in those bushes. They don't have a whole lot of survivability if Rising Sun Esports opts to back all the way up, and they don't have the escape capability from Ryohi as he chains that super together. In 20 seconds remain for Sang to make a Hail Mary play. Otherwise, they are knocked out of the quarterfinals.
15 seconds to go here. Wide open opportunity for our sharpshooters. Ryohi with the dash forward, but the stun kicking him back just for now. 26 HP. Can they land a connection? They do. It's 5-4, though. They need one more takedown. 4 seconds to go, and Rising Sun backing up into the bottom left-hand corner. Mortis for good measure with a takedown. 7-4 overall, and Rising Sun Esports will be returning to our semifinals.
All right, and that's where we like to see them as well. Rising Sun advancing up the ranks once again, and also advancing up the ranks in terms of points as well. We saw them on the regional points leaderboard, looking like one of the teams that are primed and ready to advance up and get a good run at that World Finals spot. At least the second one. I think Zeta Division 1 is still looking very dominant for the moment. Sang, unfortunately, are not going to be advancing any further, though. They will get to come back in the following months after that MSI to grab a whole lot more points than they would have been able to now. And we'll get some replays as well to see what exactly Rising Sun Esports did right in this matchup and what Sang could have improved on. And I think, really, I'm just going to end up repeating myself. Rising Sun Esports, they set themselves up with a generally good and safe comp, and Sang kind of they have overcommitted a little bit. They went for the full long-range control comp, and in my opinion, that is what led them to be dominated by Mortis here. Ryohi did a phenomenal job of putting this brawler to work.
100%. I think it's a good thing to mention too, right? They had a great draft, and I like how you mentioned they set themselves up for success. You still got to execute too. They didn't get blindly aggressive with the Mortis. They didn't just start sprinting in. And all grand scheme of things, 7-3, 58% of team damage. They relied on their Mortis to be their aggressor. Byron playing the team heals more than anything. And Gruff's just a great defensive brawler, especially with the sandbags and things like that. So overall, very impressive. I love the way they played that. We'll be seeing them as our first candidate for the semifinals.
Yeah, love to see these guys head on later in the bracket. Aaron, Ryoki, and Wahochi, DJ Goon, Nana, and Ikeros. Looks like y'all chose Aaron to be the MVP. And honestly, I mean, look, the stats don't really do a whole lot for him, but I think we saw a solid performance from him in the last set especially.
Yeah, and if you want to cast your votes for MVP as well, event.brawlstars.com. If you want to play in all the fun, cast your MVP votes, answer some fun questions too, and get to know the show a little bit better. We love having a nice interactive community going around. But in just a moment, we're going to be hopping into Zeta Division 0 and Juggler. Personally, I'm pretty excited about this already. I mean, the world's been kind of waiting to see if Zeta 0 can match up against all that potential.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I think we expected to see a whole lot from these guys, but the thing is that their opponent was Zeta Division 1, and they took a lot of good players and kind of split them into two separate teams, and I think really the star for me of Zeta Division 1 is Zeta Tampo, and for Zeta Division 0, it's all like the OG members of Zeta Division that made it work last year before Zeta Tampo was added to the roster. And I think even in the previous months, right, I took kind of the unpopular opinion side that Zeta Division 0 would take the win over Zeta Division 1. That ended up not happening either time they went head-to-head. But it's Tensai, Achapi, and Kuru, and we've seen solid stuff from these guys in the past. Tensai and Achapi especially working together as a dynamic duo. Kuru also being acquired from another roster this year. I think that once more, this is a very solid roster, and they will be able to take down Juggler. Of course, Juggler, got to put some faith in some of the new guys gracing the scene as well. They know a whole lot more about Zeta Division 0 than Zeta Division 0 know about them.
And on the cam too, we can see a Choppy here. Great player overall. And again, I'm with you. This is a huge month for me for Zeta Division 0. This is the first time they've had the opportunity, I guess, to not play Zeta Division 1 in the first round. I think they have a lot of potential. They have an opportunity to reach the grand finals and potentially play their counterpart of Zeta Division 1. I think they're one of the favorites to start the season for a lot of people. But Juggler does have a little experience on them too. For a couple of them, it's the second time ever competing in monthly finals. On this roster, we've got Kumashi, Riku Orusu, and Runa. But overall, they'd had some played for TKG last year and in August monthly finals. Little bit of experience, but I will say Zeta Division 0 overall has played the most BSC and the most, I guess, acclamations, I would say.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that they're pretty well attuned to the scene, and we've seen lots of evidence of that as well. Here we see Kamachi on the screen as well. Get familiar with these players as well, because I think that we can see things from these guys in the coming months. It's their first time making it to the BSC, but they have absolutely earned their way here, and I'm excited to see what they have for us going forward. That is going to be our two teams facing versus each other in the upcoming matchup. And look, our own predictions aside, I want to see my predictions get kind of turned on their head a little bit. I want to see Juggler really give these guys a tough time, because I want to see what Zeta Division 0 is really made of. In the past, we've seen Zeta Division 1 give them a rough time, and now I want to see Zeta Division 0 versus a different opponent, right? But also see them dig in their heels and take a victory.
Well, it looks like a lot of the world is riding with Zeta Division 0, just like us, 85% to 15. I think Double Swoosh is going to be a great test of that ready. At least in East Asia in particular, I've actually seen them experiment with a lot of different things. I got the opportunity to watch some scrims from these guys, and I saw some Piper wall break as a mid, Byron with some area control. They love their Sandy and Ems, and they love showing off how cracked they are in Stu. It's a region that is really well known for their Stu gameplay. We see the bands rolling into, we get Gene, Ems, and Max. So it seems like Zeta Division 0 had a very specific strategy they wanted out of the mix. On the other side, we get Crow, Squeak, and Eve. What do we think about this first pick of Pam?
Yeah, I think Pam is kind of an interesting one because typically you would not pick this brawler first. Reason being that her turret does leave her a little bit vulnerable to some counter picks, for instance, like Jessie or something. And I don't think Jessie would be my absolute go-to brawler here, but it's certainly a counter. The other thing is that generally, I think players recognize Byron as the better brawler when it comes to healing and being a mid brawler as well. But Zeta Division Zero got to put some faith in these guys that they know what they're doing. And here's the Piper pick as well. And we've seen how this operates in the past as well. We got to see a little bit of this action actually in LATAM South, where Piper is a brawler that we have not really seen much of any of in Double Swoosh pretty much ever. Right? At least not in a winning scenario. But here's a catch. If you were able to break open some of those walls, if you're able to get that first Piper super, then the entire map just becomes your oyster. You own the entire map as Piper, and leave it to Kuro to show us how it's done. Here's the Piper counter. The Sprout coming out to throw up some walls as well and keep Juggler safe from Piper. I don't think Sprout is necessarily the go-to pick on Double Swoosh, probably not one of the go-to picks overall either, but certainly a good way to counter things out. That's the thing, is you can't just play the map, you got to play the map versus your enemy as well.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft to me. I'm with you. Sprout isn't necessarily a go-to on this map. I don't remember the last time I've really seen a thrower be in play here outside of when Grom was super meta, but it seems to me that Zeta Zero clearly had a strategy in mind based on their bans. You know, Jean out of the picture, Eve out of the picture. It does pave the way a little bit for Piper. Sprout gonna have to take their time a little bit, though. This is very curious to me. They're gonna take advantage of this right-hand side wall rather than the mid. Byron gonna be taking that down, but I do like the potential that Zeta Zero comp has. Amber has the long distance, can burn up the bushes. Pam, being a healthy brawler with the turret, can apply a lot of pressure. And of course, if they break open the map, Piper's just gonna get better and better. Nice takedowns here early. A couple brawlers falling. Kuru gonna go down here, but Zeta Zero has complete control of the mid. Amber Zuper going out too. And they have multiple opportunity here, not just to take down walls, but also the grassy area too. There's gonna be no sneak attacks coming in here soon from Juggler.
It's quite interesting. Choppy has locked down a large area of this bush. He is going to actually ignite it now, getting some damage off on Runa in the process. Kamachi will be able to make it out of here with one gem, or at least he will be picking up the gem. Kuru is going to try and take him down. Here comes Tensai with a pop-in, though, to break open the wall, and he is going to be leaving exactly one wall for himself. Definitely a good call. You can tell that Zeta Division Zero has practiced this strategy over and over and over again, and Juggler was not really sure what to make of it because the Sprout, unfortunately, they're not able to get onto Tensai consistently. In fact, he's forced to face up versus Kuru, which is not the ideal matchup. Runa is going to try and take on Tensai at long range, but it's just not going to happen with a homemade recipe coming in as well. Chappie also keeping Kamachi at bay on the left side. And this is a decisively in favor of Zeta Division Zero game here. I mean, the Piper gameplay, I think, was definitely an important component, but I think in the early game, we can hand it off to Kuru on the Amber, locking down a lot of the enemy's bushes as well. And as well as, Kuru on the Pam, but also a Choppy on the Amber on the left side. We'll see Tensai actually try and take up residence on the left side as well, going for that first super for the initial wall break to start working it from there.
And a little bit of a change here for Juggler too. They're actually going to play Sandy in the mid, and I don't particularly mind this. They're not really going to be able to keep at range with somebody like Piper, but Byron does a great job down those long distance lane. It's a strategy a lot of teams has used. Early on, they do lodge themselves with a few gyms here, but again, Zeta Division Zero, even though they haven't claimed all the gyms, they do have the positioning. Tensai with a nice dash away just in time there. Nice little hop skip away, and Piper now has 5 gyms. A wall coming in from the Sprout on this right-hand side. Kuru, though, just fine, has a lot of HP to work with, and Sprout, not the fastest reload speed. It's going to be tough to take down a Pam on their own. Tensai breaking up even more of these walls to a Choppy holding down the left-hand side, and things looking good once again for Zeta Division Zero.
Okay, Kuru keeping things locked down on the right side. There's a scrap sector as well. Kamachi's going to have to go over to the left side. Runa also trying to keep these guys healed up, but it's just not going to be enough. The damage from Zeta Division Zero is super oppressive, and Juggler continue to try and push in to gain any kind of ground because they have to, not because they're in a winning position. as we stand. They're actually going to allow Pam to sit behind them as Kamachi tries to weave his way into the enemy side, but he's just lacking the range to get it done. And I think that, for the time being, is seriously crippling Juggler. We'll see Tensai with a jump up into the air to end things off, and that is going to be this set for Zeta Division 0 as well. Very well played by these guys as well. They show us how it's done, and I think honestly, as far as the draft, they got exactly the brawlers that they wanted. Amber, they played it really well. Pam as well on the right side, and Piper. I think really though the main things is that these three brawlers were probably not going to be banned out, and they did so well with them. And this kind of introduces maybe a new theory of mine, but also a new sort of strategy that you can try out in your games. If you're able to find a trio of kind of off-meta brawlers that work really well together in a particular map, then you can count on them not being drafted by the enemy team and get to play that comp whenever you want. I think it's quite fascinating, and I wonder if we'll get to see a little bit more of that from Zeta 0.
I think that's a great point. It really did feel like they had something in mind. Like I mentioned before too, it's something in practice that I'd seen before. We saw it last weekend as well, and it definitely can work, but by no means is Piper, you know, some super strong top 5 meta brawler. I mean, in the right player's hands, obviously sharpshooters can do some work, but it seemed like they had something in mind. They had bans that were very targeted. They got rid of the max strategy. They got rid of Jean, who's a great brawler, into Piper. I think overall it's something that they did really well, and I think they won it in the draft, but also, I mean, they showed up to play. It didn't feel like they were challenged too much by Juggler so far, but I will say, wasn't a huge fan of the Juggler draft either. I think Byron, great standalone brawler, you know, can do a great job with his utility kit between healing, doing damage, but I will say when you're pairing it with something like a Sandy and a Sprout, I mean, just overall didn't feel like a super well-meshed comp. No particular synergies that did well for me. I do like Sandy. It's a brawler this region's really comfortable with. Byron, another one too, but I think Sprout, on most situations, is a great counter into Piper, but there's already not a lot of walls to work with there. Sprout, a squishy brawler. Sneak plays aren't really his thing. I just think overall, not the best from Juggler, but they will have an opportunity, of course, to turn around here on Ring of Fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also one of the things that we can observe is from Juggler, you know, we had a lot of good pieces, but we didn't make a good puzzle, is a way that I like to put it, because we picked a lot of good brawlers. There was clear thought put into it, some clear deep thought as well. As far as which brawlers are going to counter which other brawlers, and also anticipating some future picks. But here's the deal, Zeta Division 0, they went for picks that I don't think most teams would, and they absolutely ran with it. And Juggler also, I think, were caught quite off guard by this and did struggle to find their footing and find appropriate responses. But yes, we are heading on to Ring of Fire, and some of these brawlers we can see once again. I think Juggler will be all the wiser to get rid of some of those long-range brawlers. They will be getting rid of Pam, which proved to be very troublesome for them in the last game. We'll also see Zeta Division 0 go for the Sprout ban, which I think is quite interesting. It is going to open up the possibilities of sharpshooters for them, so that's definitely a good thought. We're going to see Meg actually as a first pick, and this is one of the only maps, probably the only map, where I actually do side with the Meg first pick. I think she's pretty much a must-have brawler on this map.
And we've seen Zeta Division put this to work too. One thing I want to point out too, though, Squeak is available. Could be a good map for him. I'm a big fan of it, especially on a single hot zone map. That gadget still has a lot of values. 10 seconds for each gadget now instead of 20, but that's still 30 seconds a game. You have a lot of control. Curious to see if players will try and take advantage of this. And it is a brawler I'm a fan of too, Ready. I think Meg, this is really one of the only times I can see her being a first pick on a particular map. There's definitely some good options to deal with Meg. In the past, it's been somebody like Spike, but Spike has received a little bit of a nerf recently. They're actually going to choose Gale and Bell to try and deal with this. I think Bell's a pretty normal brawler here, and I do like my boy Gale, but how do you feel about Gale on this map in particular? I don't think this is something I've really seen.
Yeah, I don't really know about it either. I mean, if you're able to get him in the right position, if you're able to get him like up on the left lane inside of those bushes, then yeah, he can be particularly strong. I think though, after the recent nerf where he gets a little bit less duration on that stun and takes a few more snowballs to charge up his super as well, that is going to be quite a struggle. And we will actually see the Spike pick from Zeta Division 0. And that life plant is going to be good for blocking some of those single target projectiles, especially Gale here. Another thing is we'll see Tensai pick up the Amber, and that's going to be absolutely vital for breaking open the bushes. And I think that this is a very solid pick. In fact, it was kind of in the back of my head for Zeta Division 0 to pick up here. Juggler are going to be going with the Fang to end things off. In this one, I understand the pick, but I don't agree with it, because in my personal experience, Fang is so much weaker than he used to be. However, what I will say is that Zeta Division 0 is going to be quite vulnerable to this brawler, unless of course a Choppy is in his mech, or Kuru does have a whole lot of attacks loaded up and ready to counter Kamachi.
Yeah, again, this is just a really interesting choice from Juggler here, a little off-brand in terms of the brawlers we typically see here. One thing I want to mention too, I do like how Zeta Division 0 did pick up the Spike, already a pretty solid brawler on this map, but in general, a great counter to go against somebody like Meg, and I think taking that off the board, already being a solid brawler, they didn't even give Juggler the opportunity to have a hard counter into Meg, which I think is awesome for them. Tensai now going to be in the mech form. We've got Rodeo Meg charging down the middle here. And this is something that you mentioned too. I think Fang could really struggle here. Somebody like Amber, Spike, Meg, they're all going to outrange him. He's going to have to be really careful about how he goes about this and play a really passive game early on, which could provide some nice opportunities for Zeta Division 0 to take a commanding lead like they have right now.
Oh man, and Tensai is able to pretty much shut things down. Does take a whole lot of damage along the way. He does have the shield to work with as well. And that's really the reality of things, is what matchup are you going to go for as Fang? You can go for a Choppy, and that's about all you can get here. As a final pick for the counter pick, I don't really agree with it. Kamachi can definitely get some value off of it if he is able to get that super targeted onto a Choppy though, or Tensai out of the mech. Thing is, it's a little bit too late for that. There's a super in, but as he is mid-dash, we see the countdown to tick down 100% for Zeta Division 0, and they are well on their way to getting a complete 2-0 sweep across both sets. Juggler, they gotta interrupt it now, and they have to vastly change up this strategy. We'll see Kamachi actually still taking up residence on the lane versus a Choppy. And if Juggler is also careful, they can prevent Tensai from getting that super as early as he did in the last game. It took about 20 seconds for Tensai to get that mech up, which is never a good situation if you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, I mean, Tensai in a mech form is just a terrifying thing in my eyes. A Choppy with a nice little cutting of the grass there, lawnmowering that, taking care of business there. It's going to give them an opportunity to have a little more visibility. And again, I just feel like this Fang pick is going to be struggling into somebody like Amber. So much range to work with. They have to close that gap, but it's very tough when you have a Meg in a giant monster truck, a Spike with some range, and an Amber who has plenty of range to work with. Again, a commanding lead here for Zeta Division 0. It's almost 50%. No takedowns yet for the side of Juggler yet, but they do get a nice Gale super. There's a takedown to Kuru. A little bit of action coming in here. Tensai trying to hold down the fort, though. And Bell just continuing the shots. A dash in from Fang, and it's actually going to be a trade. That's a big one there. That should have been one I feel like Juggler could have taken advantage of, but again, Tensai is just hanging out in the middle area.
Okay, and he has that shield up, but he might not be alive much longer. 382 health, and Kamachi is looking for this positioning, but it looks like Zeta Division 0 is getting past that area of no return, and there it is, 100% to 0. They only got more and more dominant as time progressed, and a Choppy, stone-faced as ever. This is just another game along the path to the grand finals where they probably plan to face their, by now, bitter rivals, despite competing under the same org, Zeta Division 1 on the lower side of the bracket. Zeta Division 0 really did steal the show. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a whole lot of what Juggler was made of, as Zeta Division 0 kind of stole the entire show.
Yeah, and I mean, Zeta Division 0 certainly living up to the hype we had for them at pre-season. This is the first time they haven't played at Zeta Division 1. They've taken it into some very close ones against their rivals as well, but this time they speedrun this entire match. I mean, from top to bottom, they gave up maybe a few percentage points, which is something crazy to think about. And their first set, too, was a pretty quick one as well. I mean, I think Zeta Division 0 is really trying to show what they got. Again, this is a great opportunity for them throughout the entire set. They were just dominating. Again, I think their drafts were better. I think they had, obviously, the mechanical skills to back that up. And now we're going to take a look at some stats here, too. And we see a little even distribution here. Everybody from Zeta Division 0 putting in a good amount of work of damage. And at the end of the day, Tensai was just kind of able to chill out. Again, not super challenged yet. I want to see them get pushed around a little bit, though. I am excited and looking forward to some of the opponents we'll see them play against later down the line.
Yeah, and I mean, I think from the side of Zeta Division 0, we can break it down just a little bit more. I think Tensai, and it looks like he is going to be our MVP as well. Tensai is just completely untouchable when it comes to mid. As far as kills, yeah, that's not really important because his job is to be the glue that holds everyone together. And we saw when it came down to getting an elimination, maybe Fang is dashing in on him. He's able to get a bulk of the damage, and then we'll see Kuru drop in for that last bit of damage to finish things off as well. Tensai, he's just untouchable at mid, and I know Kuru is the one who used to be on a team called Slimy, but Tensai, I think, is the slimiest member of this entire roster. Dude is untouchable, and I think really the only team that can bring the heat, or maybe a couple teams, it's either Rising Sun or it's got to be Zeta Division 1. Those are two potential matchups for Zeta Division 0 that I am really crossing my fingers for it.
Well, we'll just have to see in a little bit if Zeta Division 0 can speed run another one. We've got two great quarterfinals to look forward to. We're going to take a super short break. Be sure to stay with us. It's going to be a good one for the rest of the day.
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get Arms of Steel and Fist of Fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with El Fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo! It's showtime.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be continuing our East Asia action. We've got Trav back in the mix, too. And already off to a hot start here today, Trav. Some great matches. We even saw what might be a world record speed run here for a first round from Zeta Division 0. Any takeaways from the first couple matches here?
I mean, I think all you can really say is just complete domination from both teams there, actually, who did win, but especially in that second game, the hot zone. 2% they managed to get their opponents in 2 games. 2% across 2 games is just absolutely ridiculous. And as Ready-Set was saying, Tensai is just on fire today.
Yeah, and in case you all are just joining us too, a little refresh of our bracket. Rising Sun Esports and Zeta Division 0 winning 2-0 apiece. Now we've got Zeta Division 1 going against Blood Diamond, and 3R Gaming, formerly known as Winter, playing against Oracle. We are now going to get to watch the Kings of the region taking on Blood Diamond, who I think is somebody that a lot of teams had a pretty high expectation for. Pretty good changes here, but a tough draw for the side of Blood Diamond. What are you thinking here for this quarterfinal, Trav?
Well, I think it's pretty clear who the favorite is in Zeta Division 1, but Blood Diamond, I think they're a team who have been playing very, very well, had a few tough months in terms of placements, but they're a very good team, and I believe they did throw a little roster change in there during this month as well, so it might, you know, throw a bit of a spanner in the mix, but I do think Zeta are probably the ones who are going to come out on top.
I'm with you. I think they're definitely favorites, but if you agree with us, if you disagree with us, be sure to watch on event.brawlstars.com. Have some fun with us, make some predictions as well, and try and earn that exclusive Thorn pin. Again, if you missed past month 2, no problem. You can still make predictions and earn those past rewards. It's going to be a good one, but I'm with you. Zeta Division 1, a clear favorite. MSI contenders right now, but you know, a little bit of changes here and there. We've got Kenji, Shatampo, and Moyogoku, just some elite people playing the game, some of the best mechanically skilled players. I have high expectations for them as well. However, I do think the side of Blood Diamond has a lot of potential, right? A lot to prove. Another team with pretty high expectations for the year, as the org name does carry a little weight as well. They did have back-to-back monthly losses here against We Need Sponsors, and you know, this time they are tasked with a much tougher opponent. If you had to put, you know, maybe a percentage chance on it, is it a coin toss? Is it 60-40? You know, what are you feeling here, Trav? What are the odds you think Zeta Division 1's taking this one?
I say I'm looking about 75-25, I think. I think that's probably around about the percentage that I'd give it. I think, you know, if Blood Diamond gets some drafts right and get the bans targeted towards a few players, specifically Zeta Tampo here, it's just been absolutely walking over competition in this region. So they need to get some specific bans going down, some great drafts, and then they might stand a chance. And even with some good drafts, it's going to be a different game anyway.
Yeah, Chitampa being one of the most accredited players in this game. You can even see the ESL Mobile Trophy on the right there. Another great moment for them as well. On the other side, we've got Dempsey, Ryoyu, and Mamshi, somebody you all should be familiar with for sure. Might be the spark they need to get the job done here and be the first ones to take down that Zeta Division 1. But I'm kind of with you, right? I do think the odds should be in Zeta Division 1's favor. You know, they've been tested a couple times for sure. They've had some reverse sweeps in their back heels, but I definitely think overall this just seems to be the top team in the region right now, and I think they have a really great chance, in personal opinion, to take home an MSI Cup too. I think they're somebody that was obviously great last year. They've got some really accredited players, obviously some of the best in the world, and we'll get to see exactly what they can do on map number 1 at home. 84% to 16%, so we're pretty close on the money trap. 75-25 and that aren't too far off. We're gonna get Super Beach 2. Trav, what do you think about this map? Are there any strategies that kind of stick out in your mind, especially with the recent balance changes in brawlers?
I mean, there's always going to be a few, extremely strong brawlers, but usually the most of the time they're going to be banned out of the way. You know, I'm probably expecting Surge, Squeak, Eve, those kind of brawlers to be banned out of the way. We are going to see Byron, Squeak, and Sandy on one side, and Barley, Ems, and Sprout on the other. So another 6-ban game coming through here, and Blood Diamond clearly not a fan of throwers here as they're getting out of the way 2 brawlers which you wouldn't usually see banned.
I think that's very true. Sprout's somebody I definitely, as a thrower, wouldn't expect to see here. The one brawler I would see coming maybe as a late pick is somebody like Barley, who I think can do really well on this map given the right matchups. However, because of these bans, it does lead to them getting Eve, which is somebody we've actually still continued to see banned a decent bit. I like this as a solid mid pick here. I think Eve is certainly still a very strong brawler, somebody who I think is still in that top 5 contention kind of area. How do you feel about Eve right now, especially after the nerf? Do you think it's still somebody that's viable, or is it somebody you're straying away from more often now?
I do think it's still a solid brawler. We've seen it banned still quite a lot of the time as well, so it's a brawler that is extremely capable in the majority of maps and very, very versatile as well. It's just an all-round really solid brawler. It's got kit that works near enough everywhere. They're going to pair it with the Spike, which I do like, who also did get nerfed as well, so clearly stuck in maybe a little bit of a previous meta here, but I do think it'll still be extremely good. That life plant really not having anywhere near as much HP as it did previously, but extremely good brawler. I'm liking the Max and Gale a little bit more. Last brawler on Blood Diamond side is going to be a Tara, and we know how much I love Tara.
That's right. I'm kind of with you too. Spike was somebody I mentioned last weekend that I had my eye on. That life plant nerf was a pretty hefty one, you know? A lot of the value that Spike got was because of how much HP it had, and maybe they really wanted this brawler or somebody like Eve, Spike kinds of combinations because of the throwers we picked. But one we don't see too often, we're gonna get to see Nita here, which a long time ago in a very distant Brawl Stars universe, Nita was picked here a decent amount. It was a great lane in the past, but it isn't somebody we've definitely seen recently. What do you think the logic here is for somebody like Nita to show up?
I mean, I think it's got to be that piercing damage, right? With the life plant coming down, you got support from beyond from Tara, and also the pets from Eve. You've got to have piercing damage to be able to control near enough any of this map, and probably going to see it coming through here. It's going to be difficult to pop gadgets when against this Nita, and there's the pierce damage instantly dominating Dempsey as well, taken down with a pinch from Kenji. The ball going to be passed forward, and Meshi forced to jump back as well. Ryu going to have to be playing back lines also, but Zeta did fall low, and it's going to be reset from square one again for them.
Yeah, but a really hard start for Moyogoku, really showing off the Nita skills there. Great pinching ability along with Kenji. Ryoyu gonna take on this left-hand lane now, gonna kick out the ball a little bit and get more of a midfield matchup. Speed coming in for Kenji, life plant going down instantly again. That nerf was a big one, not a lot to go around for the Cactus. Kenji ball in hand as well. Dempsey taking some peek shots here and there, and now they're going to place Moyogoku onto this situation. I do agree with you. I think the Nita one is a favorable one with that pierce damage. Additionally, having an extra bear can certainly do well into somebody like Eve, who does have a decent chunk of damage, of course, but the reload speed is slow. And not, I guess, a single shot brawler, but in a sense, really, they can only focus on one thing at a time, right? And I think Nita is something in mind here that Zeta Division 1 could certainly put to work, and I think they've done a great job of so far.
Definitely so. He does need to try and work for his bear. It's going to be extremely influential when he gets it, but getting it is the difficult part. It is outranged just by Tara, I believe, and ball control is in the hands of BD as well. So they do need to be a little bit careful here. ZETA over the left-hand side, going to be stunning up and taking down the spike. Now he does start to make his move, but Tara picks up his super instantly as soon as he starts to aggress. Now Nita did manage to get it, and Dempsey got a few shots back, trying to cycle that super as well as he can, but without the takedown, it's going to be difficult to take control of this map now, especially with the bear being placed.
That bear's certainly going to give Eve some trouble. Shitampo with a nice stun there to a jump in from Mameshee, but the Gale Nado going down. A kick in too, doesn't even need to pass it to the teammate. Just going to slide that ball right on through. 30 seconds to go, and now Blood Diamond need a quick response.
Yeah, Zeta looked a bit confused as to which lanes they were going to go there, but the max speed assisted them in getting to where they need to be. 20 seconds on the clock, though, so still not a lot of time for Blood Diamond to make their move, and Moyogoku should just try and peek onto this wall here. He does get caught on it, which is great for him. Gale super available in 10 seconds on the clock. It's looking increasingly difficult for them to win by the second, and that is looking like it's going to be it for this first game. Zeta Division do clean it up and manage to take it in quite a close game, actually. A bit of a stalemate in mid for the majority of it.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, but I will say I do like the well-rounded comp out of Zeta Division 1. They've got the Gale, who can be the greatest goalie in the game. You saw it there too. The Twister can provide a lot of value. The stun as well. Even though it did get a nerf recently, it's only 1.25 seconds now. Still something that's very valuable in Super Beach and Brawl Ball in general. Certainly a mode that Gale can shine in. And honestly, Moyogoku, I think, did a pretty solid job. Like you mentioned, it is really tough to charge up that Nita Bear sometimes. Already, though, some great offense coming through here. Taking some shots, and for now, Zeta Division 1 gonna have to retreat for a moment. Past to Mameshee. Dempsey already up more towards the side of Zeta Division 1. Shitampo gonna be forced to play a little bit of defense here after an early takedown for the side of Blood Diamond. Now a little mid-control, trying to establish themselves for both sides as Ryo is gonna push forward here. Kenji in the middle, and they're gonna try and find a pivotal takedown. Nice phase shift there too, and now basically a reset as Zeta Division 1 is being pushed back.
Zeta in a tough spot here now. Dempsey still going to be trying to work for that super. I don't believe he's got anywhere near it just as of yet. With a few more shots, he might be able to get in range of it, though. Shitampo over this left-hand side, trying to stay alive, but this pinch is deadly. And now his team does finally come and support him. Might be taken down with a curveball, but does manage to avoid it. No pinch on Dempsey as of yet, and Kenji having to retreat once again. His pets from Ameshi just keeping them at bay for so long. And a dominant left-hand side as well from Ryo over here onto Zeta. Just can't really aggress up the map, and that's making it difficult for the rest of his team to do so as well, because this Tara is not making any moves whatsoever, staying firmly in this behind this wall, should I say.
And Ryu with a clean takedown there. Nicely done. And I think this Spike matchup is actually going really well for them. Gale, a very solid brawler overall, right? But Spike does have some great damage. Curveball can be troublesome sometimes. I think overall they are giving Shitampo a little bit of trouble here. And overall, very impressed with Blood Diamond so far. I think they've definitely given the Kings of the region, at least so far this year, a run for their money. It is Zeta Division 1-0 in the standings, though. Still 0-0 overall, and now Kenji with the ball in hands, going to kick over to the left-hand side, give Shitampo a little bit of speed here. A stun coming in as well. Mameshee going to fall. Shitampo with a wide-open opportunity, and that's a goal. Nicely executed there. 30 seconds to go. Blood Diamond are going to have to respond.
I think you've kind of got to question the lane swap that they did there. After such a successful spike lane the entire game, they chose to swap it, and then it completely falls apart. Stun coming in from Shitampo here over the right-hand side, but a breakaway could be happening for Dempsey now. One shot left on Zeta, and he just might be able to peek this through with the shot. He does manage to get the shot, but it's not far enough in the corner, and Moyogoku can pick it up and guarantee this first set for Zeta.
Whew, it was a little bit of a sweat, though, towards the end. I didn't know if that was going in. A little bit more towards the center, but certainly a great opportunity for Blood Diamond. They really showed their stuff there. I think overall, a very solid first set for them. I definitely think the draft from Zeta Division 1 was a good one, too, and they did even give somebody like Shitampo a little bit of trouble in his lane. So overall, still impressive. I definitely think this is going a lot closer than I initially thought it was. Pretty impressed overall from both teams, of course. Zeta Division 1 at the end of the day, getting it done as they take it 2-0, but gotta give credit to Blood Diamond. They definitely made it a competitive one there.
Definitely so. I mean, it's tough to put up this much of a fight against such a successful team like Zeta, but they're managing to do it so far. A little bit of a difficult pick against that Nita. It's really difficult to actually make anything happen on any of those lanes, so they dealt with it as well as they could. But as I said during the game, I think that lane switch that they did do was a bit disappointing on their part. They were controlling that left-hand lane so well and chose to move the spike over to the right. It doesn't make much sense to me. And also that little bit of a blunder on the last shot there, further in the corner, and a shot through might have been able to get the goal sorted. But there you go. That shows how strong ZETA Tampo is. 6-3 with 41% of the team damage on a Gale is quite the achievement.
Yeah, and I mean, at times, Spike was really, you know, owning that lane from here and there. But, I mean, if you're doing 41% of your team damage and that's the most you're struggling, I think that just goes to show how strong of a player Tampo really is. I mean, if 41% and 121 DPS is quote-unquote struggling, I think it just reflects the strength of this team. And now an opportunity here as we approach parallel plays. I definitely expect some interesting choices here. This is one of the unique maps. We've got 2 hot zones in the mix. Again, we haven't seen much of somebody like Squeak, who I still expected to be pretty prominent here. How do you think about Squeak and Surge? You know, I asked Reddy about this earlier, but obviously they got a little bit of a nerf this week from a change from the balance changes before. Do you think they're still prevalent? Do you expect them to show up here a decent amount today? And if so, is this one of the maps that you could see either of them appearing?
I think possibly Squeak could be played on parallel plays. I do think that Surge got hit a little bit harder with that nerf to the new gadget that was introduced, only leveling up 1 more. As you know, with the boost of 2, he could instantly be put at some really solid speed and very, very good range with the level 3 that Surge does provide. But Squeak, I do think he's still viable. I don't think he was hit too hard. I mean, the gadget is going to be good for a few of these choke points here, and even 10 seconds can make the biggest of differences being slowed down.
For sure. I mean, if you really think about Squeak's gadget, had a whole minute of time you could really isolate where opponents go. Now cut down to 30 seconds. That's a pretty hefty chunk overall. Does look like they're still going to be banning the Squeak, though. We see Eve and Leon on addition to the side of Blood Diamond, and we see the Max and the Barley on the left to start things off. Kenji drafting the Byron. I like Byron overall in this map. Of course, a very safe pick overall. Somebody that this team really loves using. I think can be utilized with a lot of different brawler combinations. Say they want to go super tanky and get somebody like Pam in the mix, who I'm a big fan of on this map. They could pair it with somebody like Colonel Ruffs. A lot of just different options here. I think a strong start here. In return, they are going to draft a Stu, which is another brawler that this region really likes. A lot of mechanically skilled players here, and it's definitely one I don't blame them for taking off the board, because if it was in Zeta Division 1's hands, it could provide a lethal opportunity for Zeta Division 1 to keep capitalizing on their lead.
Yeah, I will say that the missing ban is Sprout that you can't see over this left-hand side from Zeta Division, so don't be expecting any of that through this drafting process. I do like the Stu and the Byron so far. Byron's a very versatile pick, and it's a great first pick as well, because you've got defensive measures against near enough any brawler that you can be opposed with. Stu and Bell on the other side of things. Can pick up the Bell, not one of the most common picks, I wouldn't say, on this map, but it is, you know, an extremely viable one nonetheless. The range it does provide, and also if they do choose to take a Ruffs, they're going to have to take that weaker gadget with raining down the meteors instead of actually going to be using the sandbags, because of how well it just bounces off that, and they're covering for the Stu as well, because into a Stu, a Ruffs would be an incredible pick, and now it does cut down its viability a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting choice from them too. Bell, not the most common, but definitely a very safe overall brawler. I feel like doesn't necessarily the best in any category, but really good in a lot, really diverse kit between the gadget, the damage amplifier, so much to work with. And Lola, one that I don't see here on this map in particular all the time, but somebody that's really been shining in the meta lately, especially on hot zone maps. This is more recent for me to see her on something like parallel plays where there's 2 zones, but definitely on Dueling Beetles, seen her a decent chunk, and on Ring of Fire as well. This is somebody that EMEA, of course, has used a decent bit. Really where this started to pick up on was kind of Heist in the early days, and I think rounding it out with the Colonel Ruffs. I'm a big fan so far of what Zeta Division 1 has done. I think they've got some great opportunity for some aggression with Lola, high DPS, but also some safe picks like Colonel Ruffs to hold down the fort on their left-hand side.
I do love that, though. I like the Amber into the Ruffs.
I do too.
Extremely good. You've got now the Bell, which is going to bounce off the sandbags if they do choose to take that. It's going to bounce off Lola's ego. And also, you're going to have the piercing damage through the ego and the sandbags from Dempsey as well now. So it cut down a lot of their routes that they'd be able to win this game with. I feel like they're going to be heavily relying on Kenji's ability to heal up his teammates, and also do some really good damage at range. And the splash is going to be massively influential in this game as well, because they're going to have a very difficult time with a few of these matchups.
For sure, it is a little curious to me that they do draft Lola and Colonel Ruffs into somebody like Bell. I think Amber was a great opportunity there. If Kenji does run the sandbags, I mean, at this point, you may even consider just going for the rocket rain, just because Stu, you're going to get a lot of value out of it. In the past, it's been a great way to kind of address that. somebody who doesn't have a very quick reload speed, more of those single shot kind of calibers, can only focus one brawler at a time. I think it'll be really interesting to see what they end up doing here as Moyogoku really establishing himself. Ryu going down as well. Kenji going to be getting powered up, or at least close to it. Mamshi, though, handling the situation pretty well. Sandbags going down. Going to protect Kenji for now. Mamshi doing his best, but Chitampo here to help out as well, and they just keep cycling these takedowns. Zeta Division 1 with a hot start, despite it looking like they are down. They have established a lot in that top right zone.
Wall breaks start to rain down as well from the roofs. Going to be breaking up the left-hand side as well. Surprising not to go on the offensive side of things and try break the walls on their zone to try and excel at the range advantage they do have over a few of these brawlers. Ego going to be thrown forward. Going to throw down the gadget as well to ensure that it doesn't go down just yet, and it's going to assist in taking the speed zone out as well. Splash comes down and it is massive from Moyogoku, taking out both of these opposing players on the zone. Takes the Bell Mine at a very good time as well, allowing him to heal up and not be slowed when he does have to re-engage the opponents.
And again, even though they are down by, you know, a few percentage points, now they're finally starting to touch down on their left-hand side. That's the easier zone typically to hold since it's their home base. Amber now trying to play some defense on the Moyogoku. A nice super connecting there too. Dempsey and Kenji tag teaming that one. Bell left all alone. Nice damage amplifier connection. Now it gives the opportunity for Moyogoku to sprint forward, and they have established even more of a lead as they are over 50% of the way done with this top right-hand side.
Amber Oil's going to miss, and Moyogoku still remains alive. Does get taken down now, though, but Kenji's going to take his place on the zone and near enough guarantee this entire top zone. But Meshi seems a little bit defeated in this middle of the map here, as only the defensive zone remains for Zeta Division 1. And winning this game will take them to match point. It's inevitable at this point. And no offensive zone secured by Blood Diamond. Complete domination from Zeta Division. And what else can we expect from them, really?
I mean, they are the reigning champions of this region for a reason. And even despite some of these, you know, not the best matchups, you know, I think the side of Blood Diamond actually did a pretty good job at drafting. I really liked what they had, gave themselves some favorable matchups, but the draft isn't everything, right? You still have to execute. Looks like they're going to be changing up things a little bit here. Stu on this left-hand side, just pressing forward immediately. Mamshi now on the left-hand side here, trying to deal with Chitampo and Kenji, who's now helping out. Sandbags going down, but Dempsey's able to shred right through them. Now a little bit more pressure too. Kenji does get the takedown on the Mamshi. Lola throwing out the ego here. Nice connections to Dempsey, and for now going to force them away. And even getting the takedown there, and Ryoyu going down on this right-hand side too. Can't establish any connection yet, but now Moyogoku finally getting it done. They are already establishing some more early control of their top right-hand zone.
Was a wonderful start from Blood Diamond, but it's kind of flipped right on its head here, as now Zeta are going to be the ones taking the offensive zone. Quick cleanup from Site as well over this top percentage, getting some good guaranteed ego thrown forward, and Amber is in complete disbelief of the play that he just did, and he just absolutely melted him before he could even oppose the actual Lola laying there. And a few spins coming out, and rightly so, as this is, you know, getting to the point where they're not going to be able to come back, as now 25% of this offensive zone has been completed, and it just keeps on going up from there.
Blood Diamond was keeping it competitive for our first set, but right now it is the Zeta Division 1 show. Dempsey gonna fall once again too. Mamshi on the right-hand side, now pushing back as well as Moyogoku and Chitampo decide to clean that up. A little over a 20% lead, but they are very, very close to establishing this much more difficult top right-hand side. Map control just all in Zeta Division 1's favor, as Blood Diamond's pretty much been spawn trapped at this point. Finally, a little bit of action here on the right-hand side. Mamshi pushing forward. Dempsey been shredded once again, though. Ryoyu trying to just make any connections they can. Dempsey gonna fall. Mamshi throwing up the new sprays. Not looking good here for Zeta Division, or excuse me, for Blood Diamond, as Zeta Division 1 is going to cap off their home zone. Another speedrun looking kind of matchup here for our Zeta teams.
I will be honest, I was expecting that to be a lot closer than it was. I said 75-25, but that was more looking like, to be honest, like 99-1, especially in those hot zone games. They put up an extremely good fight in that first initial set. They were looking very good. Had a bit of a difficult draft in the first one, as the Nita last pick did kind of throw, you know, a bit of an unusual aspect in there and messed up a little bit of their synergy. But in the second one, I felt like they had an extremely capable draft of winning, and it just went terribly for them. No winning of like certain matchups and stuff like that they should be winning. And I mean, Zeta One clearly just the superior team in terms of skill and synergy, and that is what Brawl Stars is when it comes down to it. It's just complete domination from them in the second set.
I think this is a really great example that the draft is important, but certainly not everything. Again, you still have to go out in the field and win the game. And even though Zeta Division 1 didn't have the most favorable matchups at all times, they still really made it work. I think this is a great demonstration right here. Shitampo, super aggressive in this top right-hand side. 2 brawlers in the mid, really pushing Blood Diamond back. They're all in their spawn, just trying to escape. And that's really what it felt like, especially in game number 2 there. Of course, the new sprays coming out. Zeta Division 1 with a few spins to celebrate. Really convincing one there. They are looking at very poised to do some Zeta Division 1 things and make another grand finals. Now taking a look at some of our stats here, and you could just see in the kills, only 3 kills for Blood Diamond. That is a tough sight to see, Trav.
I'm not sure whether to praise Ryu or just question how little damage his team actually did. 1 kill and 50% of the actual team damage. Meshi with 0 takedowns and Dempsey with 2. And then, as you said, the opposing side, you just kills galore over there, 8, 10, and 12. You can't complain about a single player on that team not performing because they all played so well, and they all deserve MVP in my eyes.
I think so too. We'll take a look and see what everyone at home thought. Looks like they're going to be rolling with Shitampo here. Some nice stats there. 234 DPS and a nice little chunk of kills there. Overall, a super great job, and I'm with you. I think any of those 3 guys easily could have gotten it just for their contributions. Shitampo, though, of course, one of the most accredited players in the world, really renowned, a homestead and a well-known name across the planet after especially his last year's performance, and leading into this one, just continuing the trend. Really well played. We'll get to see some more of Zeta Division 1 later. Definitely make sure, if you want to keep up and vote for things like the MVP, you go to event.brawlstars.com to participate. We love having an interactive community and hearing your all's thoughts and having it be live on the broadcast too. I think it's one of the best things and the coolest things about Brawl Stars. But now we get to move on to 3R Gaming, formerly known as Winter, taking on Oracle. And after some recent success in 2022, get acquired by 3R Gaming. Successful last month, 3-1 to Zeta Division 1, which, especially after that last one, looks pretty good to me. Same roster for 3 straight months. Super impressive. What are you feeling for this one, Trav? Who you got?
I mean, I had 3R. I know Ready Set went for Oracle, so we got a little bit of differentiation in the predictions if you want to take that into account at home. But Memmi, Yotan, and Batman have performed so well in previous months, formerly known as Winter, as you did mention. And if they can carry on these really solid performances and make consistent semi-finals and finals, they're in a very good position to get to Worlds, as they're placed 2nd in the region at the moment, which you can't complain about at all.
Yeah, and again, they're one of those people's in the hunt to try and take some points here. Again, still really important. Zeta Division 1 are clinched for the spot for MSI, but World Finals is the big thing at the end of the year, right? That's where 16 teams will get to go at it, compete for the huge prize pool of over $1 million. And certainly getting some points early on really helps control the narrative of your region. We're going to see on the other side of Oracle, we've got Mira, Freddy, and Datsu. This is a team with a little less experience, and obviously Winter being one of the teams in now 3R Gaming, being one of the teams that have now made it to a grand finals before. They've shown what they've got in them. And Oracle definitely gonna have a tougher matchup. I do think 3R Gaming is certainly a team that could surprise us, has that kind of upside potential, but Oracle, a little more of an unknown. Really refreshing to see a team like this show up and continue to do well this season. I'm excited to see what they've got. How competitive of a match do you think this is? You think it's gonna be a coin toss kind of feel? What is the big Trav mind thinking for this matchup?
Honestly, I'm thinking it's maybe even more dominant than my 75-25 prediction last time. I'm going to go for 85-15 in this one. Oracle are just a team that I haven't really seen too much of in this competitive scene. Not too familiar with the names, and hence why I went for that 3R prediction. And I feel a lot of the public are going to have the same opinion as I have.
I think that's fair too. You want to make your prediction on the safest bet, and I definitely think that is going to be 3R here. Not to say that Oracle can't prove us wrong. We certainly want to see the best from all these players, but I think they have the most to prove right now. They're somebody newer, not as much experience or well-known in the region. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the people at home are right there with you. Everybody's trying to unlock that Thorn pin right now, so I definitely put my money where my mouth is too. I went with 3R as well. Definitely poised to make a great start here as we are hopping into Crystal Arcade here pretty soon, but I do think there's potential here. I don't know, it's hard to say. Oracle's just an unknown. I think it's really difficult to say if they're going to do really well. I would love to be surprised by them, but again, I'm kind of with you. I think 3R has the best chance here.
I'm hoping for a surprise. Everything's gone as planned so far, and as much as I love getting predictions right, as much as I love getting pins and winning those rewards on the event site, I do love an upset. An underdog story at the end of the day is always going to get me going and start loving Brawl Esports as much as I always have done. So I'd love an upset, an underdog story, but the likelihood's just not really there in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's completely understandable, and we'll get a better picture here in just a moment when we kick off this match and hop into our draft here soon. First map, though, going to be Crystal Arcade. In general, Ims in the past has been somebody that's been picked here a lot. This region really likes Sandy. I think Spike was one of the most well-picked brawlers, too, but that's somebody I'm kind of not expecting to see as much, just given where he's at. But again, we've kind of seen him a few times here today. I don't know how to feel about Spike right now, Trav. What about you?
Yeah, I'm really not too sure. Sometimes it's succeeded, sometimes it's failed, and it's just difficult to kind of get a grasp of how good he is at the moment. The life plant did take a heavy hit, and that's kind of what was giving him the edge in the meta, but curveball's always going to be a star power that people are going to be scared of, difficult to dodge, and going to near enough get a guaranteed hit, you know, every now and again, keeping your opponents low. So that's always going to be a mechanic, if it's in the game, that's going to be extremely ruthless, and it's probably why he's still clinging on there, hanging on the last thread. I am just taking a look at this prediction, and I'm just blown away by it.
I mean, maybe the people at home know something that I don't. I respect it, though. Gotta call the upsets sometimes, but maybe the new name change threw some people off. Who knows? But 3R Gaming and Oracle are going to be hopping into their first draft here. Super excited to see this get underway. On Crystal Arcade, I feel like there's a lot of different combinations to get the job done. Like I mentioned, we've got the area control brawlers that show up a lot here, like Ims and Sandy. No ban for Ims, though. We do see Sandy twice, and a Gale and Crow on the left-hand side of your screen. On the other side, the difference makers being Squeak and Colonel Ruffs. I think there's some great opportunity here for some good brawlers. I think max combinations can show up here, but first overall going to be Ims, and I think that's a very solid and safe pick for a first one.
I'd have to agree with that. I think there's a lot of brawlers who have been left open that are very strong. You're looking towards the Byron, 8-bits in mid and stuff like that. I would like to see a bit of a neater return once again if this is what the region's kind of turning to. Spike also going to be a very good pick against Ems. If you can get control of this map very early on, it's difficult to actually lose it. And it's kind of across the board, no matter what brawlers you have. It's usually the initial early game that is the decider in this one. Freddy's going to take the Byron, as I did mention, great brawler. Heal up your sides, win the mid quite convincingly as well. So it's a great brawler to have as a first pick.
I think there's a lot of different directions they can go with Byron too. Very solid overall brawler, and just in general can work in a lot of different combinations. We've seen it time and time again, and honestly I could even see them pairing it with an 8-bit if they really wanted to. I think the 8-bit and Byron synergy can be pretty solid. You know, you have two longer sharpshooting brawlers, but it's something, a thing of the past we've definitely seen. Instead though, they're gonna go with Stu. I think Stu's a pretty solid pick. Again, it's one this region's pretty comfortable with overall, but given a good Stu, man, they can really shred. I think it's a solid pick overall for a lane option. If they're really rude about it, they can be aggressive, kind of pick a play for some of these gyms last moment. I think overall pretty good start for Oracle too. Again, there are a lot of brawlers that are still available though. They haven't really decided a true mid, and it looks like that could likely be Max. I was going to mention too, Eve was on the board as well. I think Eve would have been somebody that I think reasonably could have gone here. Again, I'm on Surge Alert as well a little bit. Again, I do think he took a pretty heavy hit like you mentioned, but I'm kind of keeping my eyes open. I want to get a feel for how these pro players are feeling about some of the brawlers that have recently been touched on in balance changes and things like that.
I was going to say, I think Surge is going to be a great pick here. It's a brawler that doesn't actually rely on having that level 3 on this map specifically. The newly introduced jumping over the wall feature is going to be hugely beneficial over both of these sides. So it's quite surprising not to see it picked. But then again, it is quite difficult to actually grasp that side off the start. You've got no kind of spray damage, no real kind of spray round the wall advantage and stuff like that. So it's difficult. Also, if you bring in something like a Tara, the gadgets are always going to do very, very solid against you. So it's going to be difficult to win the lane off the start. I'm really liking what 3R have brought to the table here. Max in the mid is going to be able to provide such good speed to both Tara and Ems. But Ash, I feel like that's also a good addition to that. But he's going to be relying heavily on Byron keeping him in the mix.
100%. I kind of like both these drafts. You know, if 3R Gaming told me before, this could be an old Beta kind of format. They've got a long, tried and true combo. We've got Ems, Max, Tara, all brawlers that definitely synergize really well together. Long time gym grab combination for sure. But Byron Ash is a menace, man. I think it can definitely work if they take advantage of it. Ash, not always the easiest thing to play. You got to pick your spots very carefully or else you'll get shredded. But I think a good Byron Ash combo could really work here. As now we see him charging in against the Tara. Early establishment there. Menmi now forced to back away. However, Batman does a good job on the left-hand side. 3R Gaming at least gets one lane. It's a little bit of a back and forth here, and now Ash in complete control of this right-hand side, and that's where things can really get scary, especially for a tanky, aggressive brawler paired with a healer.
You can see what Yotam was going for, though, off the start, trying to force Datsu into this close-range engagement where he can get a lot of that supercharge. He might lose the early fights, but now he's got his super. It's going to be a lot easier to be able to clean this side up. And with Batman absolutely destroying this left-hand side, it's very much a mirror. You know, we've got a bit of symmetry down the middle here of those two sides dominating. But Yotam just having a really tough time at the moment. Getting pinched in, the gadget does miss him, though, but it heals up Datsu a little bit along the way. And regardless of having this 50-50 symmetry down the middle, Menmi's come out on top with 6 gems.
Yeah, despite the super great aggression and just Ash kind of owning this right-hand side, it is still in favor of 3R Gaming here, now claiming a 7th. Mira doing a good job too, some nice connections overall. Tara pull coming through though. Mira barely staying alive though. 78 HP is just enough. The pushback from Batman as well. Datsu doing his best to move forward here. This is where things are going to start to get scary for the side of 3R Gaming. Is Datsu going to continue to get aggressive here? Freddy now in the mix too. All the gems being spilled out. They still have 6 on their side. However, Oracle has now established themselves with some mid control.
Freddy trying to push down onto Batman once again. Datsu coming through once more and taking down this side. Batman picks up his super and takes down the left-hand side though. That pet was just scouting out where the Ash was, so had to be taken down. Speed is played and 9 gems in hand now. Tara pulls there, but he's just getting absolutely melted 2-shot as soon as he comes up, and just no chance of being able to actually contest this side. Menmi goes for the gem, picks it up early, so there's no chance of a reset from mid. At least I don't think. Datsu's going to have to aggress. Speed available, but Yotam this time actually has a bit of a lead against him in this early matchup here, as it actually is going to get tapped up and taken down now, though, and this could be a close down and a reset, but 2 seconds on the clock. Menmi's just going to run to the left, stay out the way, and guarantee this first game after quite a long battle for those gems.
Definitely a huge contention for game number 1. Really impressed with both. I think both sides have clearly shown that they have advantages, they have opportunities and win conditions. I think Ash on some rage with some heals from Byron was certainly a big factor there, but honestly, kudos to Menmi. You know, really had to stay up there, do a good job as a mid. It can be difficult sometimes, right? Max is somebody that's a great passive-aggressive option, provides utility for the team, and if you're too aggressive, you're going to lose all those gems, but if you're too defensive, Oracle's just going to run over you with the Ash, as we see here, though. A nice pushback, though, from Batman. Datsu does stay alive, though, going to be very close. The super being the difference maker along with Menmi, and he's going to have to be careful here as he's going to get taken down. Very close, 528 HP with the phase shift, gonna get them out of harm's way. And for now, 4 gems for the side of 3R Gaming, a nice takedown into Mira, and now the speed coming in from 3R Gaming as well.
A surprise fact that Menmi's just running up the map and providing them with the gems. Here, take them, I don't even want them. Yotam gonna have to start aggressing now and try work for a super, because 7 gems to 0 is a big deficit to try and come back from Freddy. I don't know if he's trying to go down and provide the gems to Mira, but Mira's not going to allow that, healing him up. And Menmi just aggressing once more, trying to keep them low, stop this push-up. Pull comes in from Yotam finally. It does connect for, I believe, the first time, and actually get some solid damage down, so should be quite near to recycling that once more, but you do need to take control, because they might have control now, but the lead is still in Oracle's favor.
Yeah, and right after I was giving them a lot of credit for not dumping those gems, that's exactly what ends up happening, but they have done a great job reclaiming this middle area. Now a 7th gem going to 3R Gaming. They've once again taken a lead. Nice Tara pull there too, but the heals coming in for Datsu, and now a super going down as well. Menmi forced away, dealing with the spawners that are chasing him, and does have some speed available if they need it. Ideally, they want to use it with all 3 brawlers. 8th gem now for the side of 3R Gaming, and what a close one we've got in our hands once again, Trav.
Mira and Freddy can't be complaining. They did just give a little exchange of the gems, which I'm sure the Stew's going to be very happy about. Start aggressing once again, but Yotam cannot clear up this right-hand side. The gem lead is there, and the timer starts. 15 seconds now, and no chance from a reset from mid. Yotam has his pull, but if they can get this reset off, they will have a chance. Menmi now does have 10 in his hands, and a quick cleanup from Batman over the left-hand side, but he is traded out. And now with the control that Oracle have, the mid is going to be there, and the reset happens Yotan pulls in and actually gets the takedown for the first time, and now they start to walk over them. Batman can just go for the gems here, take this lead, and there's just not much of an Oracle comeback anymore.
Yeah, another really competitive one here, but at the end of the day, Mimi with the little speed should be just enough. Definitely was impressed from what I saw from Oracle, though they made it very competitive. One little mistake there, dumping the gems, but at the end of the day, 3R Gaming getting it done there. There's the player cam. Not a lot of emotion, pretty focused up. Gotta respect it there. But overall, very impressed from both sides. I think the drafts definitely were two very different strategies that at moments worked for both sides.
I do think it was an even draft, 50-50. The Byron Ash combo is just so dominant over that right-hand side for near all of the game. Tara, which is usually a brawler who would be that game-changing super, just could not get a look in. Every time that he tried to use it on Ash, a pop of the gadget and a Byron splash came down. It's just so difficult for him to do much, and you can see here just how well that Ash was doing, but it just didn't pay off. Real tough matchup for Stu throughout this game. If he loses that side against an Ems, it's going to be hard to get back, and if he takes the side against the Tara, then his teammate's going to be having a more difficult time as well.
Yeah, that's a fair observation too. And again, Ash on that Rage did provide a lot of good matchups, but sometimes just having some nice Tara pulls, some in supers, the nice pushback as well. They definitely had gadgets and supers that could deal with that a little bit better. Max, of course, going to be a great brawler for utility too, for a quick getaway or some nice aggression. Here are the stats from that last one as well. It looks like there were actually more kills on the side of Oracle, but at the end of the day, it's the team with the most gems, and that's going to be 3R Gaming for this one. 34% for Batman, 35% for Yutan, and 31% for Mimi. Well distributed. You know, the kills were a little bit less on the side of Mimi, but the damage is pretty even overall. Both sides looks like a lot of contributions from just about everyone. I think overall, very impressive. I definitely think Oracle is out of it on this one. I'm definitely impressed with what I've seen so far.
Incredibly well-rounded teams as well, as you can see there by the takedowns and also the percentage of damage. It seems very well-rounded all throughout, and that just shows how evenly matched these teams are when it comes down to it. But as you said, whoever comes out with the most gems wins the set, and in this one it's going to be whoever scores the most goals. So, I mean, Sneak Field's coming up next. We've got the draft starting now. Bans should come in momentarily. But honestly, I'm absolutely in love with this map at the moment, especially with the 6 bans. It brings out an amazing meta that you don't really see too often. You're going to see the Crow, Rosa, and Ems, three very, very strong picks on this map from the side of 3R. And then Oracle are going to be getting Gale, Squeak, and Sandy out of the way. So another 6-ban game.
I agree. This is one that's really fun with 6 bans and a first pick Spike. That is a little bit surprising to me just because of the recent nerf, but definitely a solid brawler on this map. Not too many complaints, but there are certainly some really good brawlers that you could first pick here. Ones that come to mind, something like Colonel Ruff's a very safe pick that I'm personally a big fan of. It's just not too often I see Spike first pick specifically. Again, solid brawler. I think with the nerf, it does make it a little more questionable for me, and especially as a first pick, not necessarily my go-to, but I mean, I suppose it's a solid brawler here. I would love to see how Oracle responds.
It's going to be a difficult response to make, and it's going to be Jean. That is not something you see every day. I'm actually quite excited to see if they do pair it with a vision gear, as it's easy to hit shots, and you're going to be wanting to scout that bush quite heavily throughout the majority of the game. So this is the kind of moment that they probably would use it if it's going to be used at all, as it's not one of the stronger ones. But I'm not really sure what they should pair with this either. A lot of the ones who you usually would pair with a Jean, as in the Sandy is banned out of the way, and something like a Rosa with good damage. It's going to be a Tara, that Jean-Tara combo. Try get some supers onto Mira. But I mean, I just don't know about that pairing on this map, really.
Yeah, not the most common one. I don't think I've seen Jean here in a little bit, but I think the visibility gear might be a good shout. I haven't heard raving reviews necessarily from pro players. I don't know how much it's truly being used right now, but especially on a map like Sneaky Fields with a lot of bushes, could be a good option. You know, they also had an opportunity to go for something like a wall break composition, which can also kind of get that same effect, but maybe Jean's a more comfortable brawler. I do think Batman snagging Max here actually could be a pretty solid choice, given that it pairs really well with Oracle. Again, Max and Spike, not necessarily a synergy that's well known in the game, but I definitely don't blame them for necessarily taking it off the board for Oracle here. I definitely think it could have been a nice addition for them, and they would have a really nice, well-rounded comp that historically has done quite well in Brawl Stars.
I think it's kind of difficult to decide what they're actually going to pick up next. These comps are not something you see every day. I mean, Max and Spike are a lot more common nowadays than what Datsu and Mira have taken. A Frank. Frank is going to be what is taken. you've got a Brawl who can basically negate both of these supers that are going to be coming through, both the Tara pull and the Gene pull halfway through, and massive amounts of damage coming through. I would imagine maybe he will use the different gadget and just try to take some surprise shots with like 3,500 damage coming out, because that can be absolutely ruthless. But what do you take against this now?
I don't know. Well, they're going to go with Primo, which is a pretty hard counter, I would say, into Frank. One that came to mind for me, too, is somebody like Griff, but I'm kind of a fan of the Primo, and again, we said it before, this is one of the 6 bans that can be super interesting, and I think they had to really get resourceful here. Remember, Ems is off the board, Crow is off the board, Gale is off the board, all brawlers that can do really well into tanks, so there were less options, but Primo is a very good option, I think, to go against Frank. This is going to be a really fun one, Trav. I'm looking forward to these two very untraditional comps going against each other.
I'm very intrigued to see what's actually going to be, coming down here. They've definitely got the lane right on the side of Oracle, sending the Primo directly onto the Frank instantly, but he's just playing ring around the roses, does not want to be hit, and now a pinch coming in from Batman, possibly even a lane swap coming through. Memmi picks up the left-hand side as well and stays alive in the mix there too. Yotan trying to push aggressively. They do get the takedown, but ball cornered nicely. A little pass through. Mira is going to try and, oh, that's a great stun coming through from Frank, and they force the ball in as well. And no matter what you bring against this Frank, it's going to be very, very difficult to manage to defend it.
Yeah, just so much HP, and then on a speed gear too on top of that can be really tough. Nice popping of the gadget there. That's basically going to negate the pull. Now Batman going to be weak here too. Mira getting in on the action, the toss away, but Yotan quickly hammers down and ends that. Very weak on the side of 3R Gaming here. Yotan does stay up for now, though. Datsu going to go ahead and advance forward, scout out the area. Yotan going to go down here. Now all 3 brawlers from the side of Oracle are left standing. 2 supers on their side as well. Mira does have a wall break opportunity, plus the wall break that could happen with a gene pull through one of these nice boxes. A lot of good opportunities here. Oracle not getting too overly aggressive, though. They're going to take their time. Mira trying to find an opportunity here. Datsu does have a super as well. Freddy with 1-2. And at the end of the day, they're going to go for the pull, but negated by the gadget. Yotan not even chancing it. Going to remain up in this middle area and continue to be pesky against the Oracle roster.
Great super by Tara, getting him out of the mix now. It's going to be difficult to defend this. Primo's going to jump in, break the wall, and walk that straight into the goal. Oracle, they strike back and make it 1-1. Max speed's going to be popped straight off the start, and this should give them great amounts of control. That spike super thrown in the goal mouth as well, and a little bit of a push there from Memmi. Could have gone a long way, but it's going to be done no matter what. Gene super can't be found. Primo super gets used on the Frank, and they force it in and take it to match point.
There was just so much going on in that set, and just something super unique too. I mean, that was only game number 1, and what an action-packed one it was. I'm personally enjoying just getting to see El Primo in the BSC. We get to see Frank in the BSC. You know, these are brawlers that we don't see 2 options of. And again, I was a little skeptical of the format change too, but when I see games like this, matches like this, it's so refreshing to see so many brawlers get played that aren't necessarily cream of the crop, top 5 or anything brawlers, but they certainly have their place. They can certainly get some value in 3R Gaming. And Oracle really displaying that here is Freddy on the left-hand side, taking a lot of heat right now. A dash forward with the phase shift from Memmi, really establishing control. A nice takedown. There will be an opportunity for a goal. They got to be careful, though. Not quite going to be able to get it done as Primo steps in as the goalie. But 3R Gaming now with some speed coming through, too. Yotan does have a super 2, pops the gadget as well. That's going to open up the walls a little bit more, and just the amount of damage that this roster can do is immense. It's going to lead to a goal. 3R Gaming 1 goal away from moving on to our next round.
I mean, he's just not learning. You pull the Frank and it gets stopped by the gadget. Just pull someone different, please. Spike's not even using life plan either, so you can just pull him directly. Looking like this one might be over before it even gets started. Yotan is trying to push around this round side. Still got a gadget in hand as well, and Tara super now just completely misses. He doesn't even have to use a gadget for that one. Primo's going to throw the Frank directly onto his teammates and get some assistance, but Batman and Memmi still stay alive. Spike going to throw the super down, and can't forget it is popping pincushion as well, which I do like against this Primo. He comes into a close proximity, and you're going to absolutely melt him.
Yeah, and they're not just going to get any real value out of the life plan, I feel like. I think it's a solid switch. Now Memmi going to be grabbing this ball here. Mira, though, going to be kicking it away once again. The Primo defense holding on for now. Yotan, though, with a lot of HP. And once again, deferring. And the super shot through. He shreds it right through the 2. A nice slimy goal there leads to a 3R Gaming win. And a very unique comp gets the job done. Very good set overall. So we can see our player cams here. Nice little celebration. I'm sure a smile under that mask. Anytime you get a win with Frank in the BSC, it's got to feel good.
Definitely so. I mean, you can't complain, can you really? Especially against the Primo as well. You pick a Frank, which is something that you don't see too often. I'm not even sure if I've seen it this year in BSC, just because Draft puts it out of the mix completely. Bring in 6 bans, and it bounces straight back in. Against the Primo as well, I just don't know if Mira's supers were necessarily that on point. You can't use your gadget there just because the spike is going to be able to tank it. Not much to do, and the team play from 3RG was just so good, to be honest. They needed to tank, you know, those suplexes when they did, and they did exactly just that. Supers come down, shots through. I mean, goals like that, you don't find them every day.
Yeah, and I'm going to be on watch for somebody like Frank on maps like this. You know, a lot of the tanks that get credit here are ones like Ashe and Rosa, but they actually elected to go with Frank. Ashe could have been available if I remember correctly. I don't think he was banned. Rosa was. Now we get to see our stats here. A lot of distribution once again, 39, 34, 27. Just really solid gameplay overall from 3R Gaming. Kudos to Oracle too. Great showing from them, but at the end of the day, this is about how we expected it to go, and we get one right. Sorry to the viewers at home, but that 40% held strong there. Kudos to all those people out there. Nicely done, Mr. Trav.
I'm surprised there was only 40%, you know, voting for them, to be fair. I know you mentioned maybe it's just the complete, you know, lack of knowledge about knowing that they were Winter and the 2nd seed in the region, because even if you don't know Brawl Stars competitive, if you look at the leaderboards, they're 2nd in the region. You've got to put them over a team like Oracle, who are relatively unknown. Memi's going to be the MVP, and rightly so as well. Some of his plays were just so on point.
325 DPS. That is a huge number. Definitely getting a lot of value out of that. And we got to look back a little bit here and reflect on the quarterfinals so far as we tee off more towards the semifinals. We've had some really good matches here today, and of course seen some really awesome brawlers. We love seeing a little diversification. Start things off today, we had Rising Sun Esports 2-0, Zeta Division 0 2-0, Zeta Division 1 2-0, and no surprise, 3R Gaming at 2-0. What do you think about these semifinals, Trav? Do any of them stand out to you?
I'm not sure really. I think they're pretty similar in terms of likelihood to win. I think both Zeta teams are the favorites coming into them, but there's always a chance of these rival teams being able to pull something off in the draft phase and being able to win because of that. But I mean, both Zeta teams are just looking on top of the world at the moment.
I definitely can't wait to see a Zeta Division 0 play off against a different opponent once again. And speaking of Zeta Division 0-2, now that we've got our quarterfinals out of the way, and as we get set up for the semifinals, we're going to go beyond the Brawl and catch up with Zeta Division 0. Despite their struggles so far this year, they've definitely bounced back so far right now. They are determined to bring themselves back in the standings and play the way they know they can. We'll see if they've got it in them in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
The supremacy of Zeta Division is made known to all.
I don't see how they can be stopped.
Oh my word, Zeta are all over this, Teddy.
Oh, that's gonna be it! And there you have it!
Zeta Division are your Brawl Stars world champions.
Tensai です。ゼータディビジョン0でキャプテンをしています。
Tensai, oh, he just stays alive and he scoops up the final gem that's required.
愛媛県出身で、5歳から高校3年生までサッカーをしていました。サッカーは兄の影響で始めて、ポジションは、フォワード、ミッドフィルダーをやってました。ゲームは、小学校低学年ぐらいの時に初めて DS を触って、そこからハマるようになってって、だんだんプレイステーションあとパソコンのゲームをやったりして、もう小5ぐらいの時から夜更かしするようになって、のめり込んでいって、だんだん競技の方に興味を持っていって、今に至るって感じです。
アチャピです。
Chappy is not done yet.
自分は佐賀県出身で、小学生から中学生まで野球をやっていて、小さな頃からゲームをすることが本当に大好きで、高校生の頃に友達とこのゲームを一緒にすることになって始めたのがきっかけです。競い合うっていうか、負けたくないっていう気持ちがやっぱり大切なのかなと思います。
クルです。
Kuru gonna somehow stay alive here.
What? They brought it?
兵庫県出身で、今は神奈川県にいて、兵庫県と神奈川県は、兵庫県は田舎の方なので、こっちの神奈川県に来てから人の多さにびっくりしてます。野球は7年間やっていて、でポジションは内野を主にやっていて、その今のゲームと野球の共通するのは負けたらやっぱ悔しいことです。なんかゲームをやっていたら楽しいのでゲームの道に行こうかなと思いました。
東京はまず人がたくさん多いし、お店もいっぱいあって、やりたいことは基本何でもできるかなっていうのが一番だと思います。なんか実家やとめちゃくちゃ田舎なんで、なんか強い回線がなくてなんでこっちに来て強い回線でやってるって感じです。
It's day 2. 6 teams remain here at the March monthly finals of the Brawl Stars Championship.
2020年にゼータディビジョンの前身のジュピターに所属して、その年のマンスリーを勝ち抜いて世界大会に出場して、
Again! He's gonna do it again! What a goal! That's all, folks! Jupiter will take the win!
世界大会は僕は出場できなかったんですが、ベスト8で終わってしまって、
INTZ will knock out Jupiter, the highest point scoring team we have!
去年その当時強かったメンバーが集まって、その東アジアでもう圧倒的に勝ち続けて、
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship here for East Asia.
そして去年の2021年新しくチームメンバーを迎え入れて、
2021年はゼータディビジョンとして世界大会優勝することができました。
The final push coming in. A shot here and a shot there. Teddy, what? Are they going to do it? Oh, that's going to be it. And there you have it. Zeta Division are your world champions.
去年の世界大会優勝してから、そのメンバーを2チームに分かれて、でアチャピとそのまま2年目一緒になって、で新しく、強かったクルさんを迎え入れて、ゼータディビジョン0が出来上がりました。
It's a new year, and once again, it's all to play for. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship 2022 monthly finals, our first for the East Asia region.
3月のマンスリーファイナルで優勝していて、今一番ポイントが高いライバルチームです。
Tampo gets it done in Zeta Division 1 and make it happen.
トーナメントがランダムに組まれるので、2ヶ月連続初戦でゼータディビジョン1と戦うことになっています。
先月ゼータディビジョン1と当たって、今月当たるっていうのは 2% の確率らしいです。やっぱり運命だと思います。
先月は惜しくも負けてしまったんですが、今月こそはリベンジを果たしたいと思います。勝てる自信は 100% あります。
ゼータディビジョンに所属していて、去年一緒に世界大会優勝したメンバーも所属しています。
ゼータディビジョン1は自分たちにとって一番のライバルのチームだと思っています。やっぱり去年は同じチームメイトだったメンバーもいて、少し戦いづらいところもありますが、今年は新しいチームで勝っていきたいと思います。
やっぱり他のチームも強いとこばっかりなので、勝っても油断せずに頑張りたいです。
先月の試合はとても接戦で、どっちが勝ってもおかしくない試合だったと思います。小さなミスが重なったりして、あと一歩のところで負けてしまいました。今月スクリームして練習を重ねてきたので、相手の研究もして準備はバッチリです。
Hello, and let's go is right. Welcome to the BSC. It's East Asia edition. Let's move on to game number 2. One of the most dominant teams in the region versus themselves. It's Zeta Division 1 versus Zeta Division 0. Zeta Division playing around with the enemy. In goes Crow. Was it too much?
Tensai with the early taking of the star, but goes down immediately.
Kill for a choppy shortens the lead to 3 stars.
They're going to need to make a desperate action here in a moment if they're not careful.
1ラウンド目は賞金稼ぎの流れ星で、まずクルさんは基本的にサポートのキャラを使っています。バイロンとかで回復入れたり、遠距離の攻撃で味方を後ろから援護するというのがメインです。アチャピは チョピもサポート寄りなんですけど、中距離キャラとか、サイドで粘るような立ち回りがメインだと思います。
天才さんは自分から前に出て相手の陣形を崩す役割が一番得意だと思います。
流れ的にはこっちのチームが勝ちそうだったんですけど、ミスが多くて相手ミス少なくてこっちがミス多くて惜しくも負けてしまったって感じでした。
22 on the clock now, and Choppy falling down. That's a big deal as Zeta Division 1 is able to punish and take it in the final moments. Moving over into the Brawl Ball arena, Shatapo opens the door, passes up to Kenny G, who this, that, and a third. Game 1 in the pocket, and Zeta Division 1 one game away from moving on to the semifinals.
2試合目はもう相手の戦い方が上手くて。
Now Zeta Division 1 have the numbers. Kenji invisible, a good little dodge there is now the face might not be enough. They're gonna pass the ball through, and Shatampo with a nice goal there. Great work from Zeta Division 1 as a team to push forward.
Put your pins in the chat, baby. And there it is.
I mean, Zeta Division 1 just looked like the better team today.
戦い方が上手かったなっていうのが一番大きいなと思います。やっぱ一番は悔しいっていうことですね。目標にしていたミッドシーズンにもう手が届かなくなってしまったんで、前半戦はもうその目標がなくなってしまったのでちょっと悲しいなって感じです。
やっぱ自分も悔しいっていう気持ちが一番ですね。ミスをちょこちょこしてしまったっていうのがちょっと悔いが残っています。
Now Choppy finds themselves out of position. Double digits for ZD1.
自分も2ヶ月連続で負けてしまって悔しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
やっぱり大会でミスを減らすってことが一番大事かなと思います。それと相手の戦い方を研究したり、もっと自分たちの長所を生かした戦い方とかをもっと練習できたらなって思います。
自分は次当たったら自分の戦い方はちょっと消極的すぎるなってちょっと思ってるので、もうちょっと次はガツガツいきたいなと思ってます。
自分はミスが一番目立ってしまったので、練習でそのミスをなくせるように頑張りたいです。
やっぱ次勝つためには自分たちの新しい戦い方とかそういう新しい何かに挑戦しないといけないなと思ってます。
やっぱり他のチームよりも練習量を増やしてその後半に勝てるように頑張りたいです。
今はまだ前半戦で獲得できるポイントが少ないんですけど、6月からのマンスリーファイナルではポイントが2倍になるので、そこでしっかり勝っていけたらなと思ってます。
東アジアの地域が一番強くて、その理由はやっぱ去年世界一にもなってるチームもいたり、そのチームといい勝負ができたりするチームが東アジアにいっぱいいるので。
日本は他の負けず嫌いだと思うので、めちゃくちゃ他のチームに負けないようにひたすら練習をしてるっていうのが大きいと思います。
多分他のどのチームよりもその練習をしてきたかなっていう自負があって、で現地のその世界大会出場するチームとのスクリームでも、めちゃくちゃ勝率良かったり、もう各地域の戦い方を研究したりしてしっかり準備できたことが優勝の要因になったんじゃないかなと思います。やっぱりどのチームもどの選手もめちゃくちゃ練習してて、やっぱ簡単には勝てないっていうのが一番なので、やっぱ勝てるまで諦めずにずっとやり続けるっていうことが大事かなと思います。
ライバルの人たちはこれからもっと一生懸命必死に練習してもっと強くなるので待っててください。
ファンの人にはかなり応援してもらって、でも結果が残せずに2ヶ月連続で負けてしまっているので、これからはもう絶対に負けないので応援よろしくお願いします。
welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one. And that is that. What an insane moment.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans, to East Asia for our semifinals. I'm ready, set. That's still Trav, and we got some awesome semifinals coming up for you. Trav, you had the pleasure of actually being there for that second half, the last couple of quarterfinals. What are your expectations for the semifinals? We got some crazy matchups coming up, starting with Rising Sun versus Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think considering how convincing all of the quarterfinals are, we might see some closer semi-final games, all sweeps in the quarterfinals, so therefore it's written in the stars that these games are very, very close, isn't it, really? I think both of the Zeta teams do have the upper hand, as I said before the break, but there's always space for some upsets, and I love a good underdog story.
I love a good underdog story too. Let's take a look at the predictions as well, because I was kind of betting on an underdog story in my personal predictions. Looks like you and Kenny are sitting high and dry with the safe predictions here. I kind of went out on a limb though. Bet against actually the winning team, of course. We'll see them go on in our second semifinal though. And that's going to be real exciting, I think. But good on you guys for getting your safe predictions. For me, I just kind of go for a little bit of a competitive edge here, go out on a limb to get a leg up on you guys, because it is a friendly competition after all. But for those of you at home who are not just competing for a friendly competition, who want to get some actual prizes out of your correct predictions, make sure you go on to event.brawlstars.com to get some awesome in-game prizes. But of course, without further ado, we got to prepare for Rising Sun Esports versus Zeta Division 0. And look, these are two teams that I had a lot of expectations for coming in today, and it is no surprise to me at all that they're facing off against each other in the semifinals. But of course, I think really the more slated outcome is that we see Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1 in the grand finals. Rising Sun Esports can absolutely disrupt that. Is there anything in particular, Trev, that you've seen from these two teams, any particular players that stick out to you that could seriously shake things up for this matchup?
I mean, I think you know how consistent all of the players on Zeta Division 1 were. I mean, Zeta Division 0, I'm not sure which one's actually in this matchup. I've completely lost my mind here, but whichever Zeta Division we're watching right now, all the players were just very, very solid in the first one. Just complete composure, and we saw it, especially in the hot zone in their first game. It was 2%. The opposing team managed to get an entire set of hot zone. They got 2% on the zone.
Yeah.
It just shows how composed and how mechanically skilled and how good their synergy is. And it's all round one of the most perfect teams in the world.
Yeah, look, I'm a big Rising Sun fan here, but if we are just looking at their quarterfinals, they did concede a few games here and there, but for Zeta Division 0, Tensai, Achapi, Kuru, not even a single game. As you just said, Trav, I mean, it was remarkably convincing what these guys had to offer, and in the past when we've seen Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1, it's been a little bit more back and forth, right? So maybe we expected, okay, yeah, maybe Zeta Division 0 drops a game here and there, and oh man, okay, now those bears look actually pretty life-size if you position them like that. So kudos to Achapi on framing things like that. But of course, the expression on his face, he's not laughing at his own joke like I would. He is all business, even though the setting says otherwise. So then we have Zeta Division 0, Rising Sun Esports, definitely sizing each other up as we are slated to get into our very first set. As far as brawlers that we could see ban in our upcoming set, Trav, we saw some similar themes throughout the entire of the last couple of quarterfinals as well. A little bit of discussion of Surge. Do you think we'll see any Surge anymore, or maybe Squeak will slip through the cracks perhaps?
I hope we see Surge, honestly. I loved, as short-lived as his, space in the meta was, apparently, considering it's not even being banned or picked anymore. I just loved every second of it, to be honest with you. I absolutely love the Brawl. It's just such a different dynamic in the meta, having that there. Look at the predictions, though. I mean, they clearly agree with what we've kind of gone for. 87% going to be in favor of Zeta Division 0 there. So they're going with the favorites. Honestly, I'm hoping for an underdog story. I'd like to see something different come out of this side of the bracket. Julian Beatles being the first map that we're going to see Byron, Squeak, and Ruff's ban from Rising Sun, and Crow, Byron, and B. So we got a 5-ban game here, and the only common factor is the Byron, which is extremely strong here, so I can't really blame him.
And we do have that Eve first pick from Zeta Division 0. Keep in mind that Eve was a very, very highly banned brawler throughout those qualifiers to get to this stage, so it's totally understandable that we see that as a first pick. It's up to Rising Sun Esports to pick a couple brawlers in a row to respond to this. Thing is, Trev, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but there's not really a response to Eve. You just got to deal with her. She doesn't really have any hard counters. Maybe you can soft counter her a little bit, but in the end, yeah, even Stu here, I think, is going to suffer versus her a little bit, especially with those minions that are going to be soaking up his damage.
Yeah, no, I think so too. It just doesn't really have a massive counter, to be honest with you. It's just really difficult to get a solid, all-round, just one brawler counter to that Eve. You got the spawnables, you got the ability to jump away, so you don't really have anything else that can just aggress it and get rid of it. And this is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for some bow action on a game that I've been casting. We did see it in Bell's Rock, and I believe it did actually pay off towards the end of the games. But I really like it at the moment. The improved projectile speed has really been doing it some solid good.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of that too. I mean, as soon as the change came into the game, I won't lie, I didn't read the patch notes, but I noticed his projectile going a lot faster, and when I played Bo myself, I noticed I was able to hit those shots a lot more easily, especially if you change up the way that you're strafing while you are shooting his attack. You can get a larger spread, you can get a bit of a tighter spread for a little bit more concentrated damage. Interesting from Zeta Division 0, the Poco pick, because Poco's been considered pretty off-meta, maybe even bottom of the barrel for quite a while now, but I think Dueling Beetles is pretty much the one exception. If you run the aggro Poco, if you're running Screeching solo and you're able to use those walls to your advantage, then it's a much different story. So if Rising Sun Esports are able to effectively wall break and also effectively able to keep Poco out of range, then we'll probably be able to deal with this. And there's the Barley as well, which tells me that Rising Sun Esports are going to be very selective about which walls they break open. This is going to be an interesting dynamic. I think there are a lot of things thrown at us here, a lot of things that we didn't quite expect. We're just going to have to wait till we get on the battlefield to figure them out, Trav.
Yeah, I do really like the Barley actually here. It's going to be solid if they can actually manage to get control. It's going to be very difficult for any of Zeta Division's brawlers to actually push out on this map. However, all eyes on the bow for me. I'm really intrigued to see what it can bring and if it can actually put up a good counter to this Eve. I like the positioning of this turret as well, but I'm sure Tensai isn't going to be having much of that. Tries to aggress a bit further forward, and Tuning Fork is popped. So a few heals coming along with it as well, but it is swiftly taken down. Same with the speed turret. And Zeta Division so far, so good.
Yeah, Zeta Division is doing fantastic so far, and I think a lot of that can be owed to Tensai. He's playing a brawler with high survivability, definitely higher health than anyone on Rising Sun Esports, but also he is a great mid. He's great at getting dodges. He's fantastic at survivability, and that's really what Hot Zone's about, is having survivability at mid. He's doing a good job so far, though we have seen Rising Sun Esports making some good moves onto that point. In fact, they are going to be eclipsing Zeta Division 0 for the time being. And now I'm starting to see what you're talking about, Trav. Wahochi is starting to find his footing, his positioning at mid. We will see Aaron go down, and he'll have to back up, but we'll see how well he is able to zone all of Zeta Division 0 out of the point. He's going to be using that last call, backing Tensai out for the time being, and maintaining the lead that Rising Sun Esports has accrued so far. I'm curious to see how things will sort of develop now that Wahochi does not have any more healing herbal tonics. Will that allow Zeta Division 0 to simply close this one out, as they have taken the lead back from Rising Sun?
Yeah, Aaron is this aggressive presence that Wahochi needs to be able to get into a good position and get forwards, put some pressure on, some good shots through. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing now. He starts to aggress, and Wahochi does follow him suit. Kuro over the left-hand side, getting a few shots onto Ryohei, but that last one not connecting. Gonna have the mark onto Ahochi as well now. Those pets do eventually start to come down. Mine's in the mid, and the Chape jumps directly off it. That is a great play to make, where Hochi falls down to the Eve pet, and now everything's falling apart for Rising Sun here. Solid game throughout, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to clear onto the end of it.
Ooh, and the spins are coming out already. Hopefully not a premature celebration. Zeta Division 0 are taking a bunch of damage, especially a Choppy, as he has to get out of range of the Barley Super. Here come the mines from Ryohei, though. Good kill by Ryohei. It is going to be too little too late, though, from him. Rising Sun Esports, we saw some good kills there at the end. We saw a very consistent gameplay throughout. It just started to devolve at the end, I think especially with Tensai getting some more aggressive positioning with Poco, and that is just the reality of the aggro Poco. It seems kind of counterintuitive, but I think it's probably one of the most fun things to play in the game, and it can be very effective pretty much specifically on dueling beetles. We'll see if Rising Sun Esports are all the wiser to keep Tensai out of mid and connect some of those shots. Looks like they're already going to be able to do that. And your favorite brawler on this map, Bo, is going to be making some significant plays on the right side versus a Chompy. Getting a little bit more ground from Rising Sun. Wahochi also makes some big plays. Is almost going to be a team kill. In fact, Wahochi is going to try and get that finishing blow. Aaron also helping out along the way. Rising Sun Esports are looking poised for a victory in this game if they're just able to maintain their current positioning.
This is the kind of control they needed with this Barley. Slot him in behind this wall, throw some herbal tonics down and get the heals off. Bow mines are there as well, and luckily not in a position that's going to destroy too many walls. Jump through from a Charpe, trying to push forward, tried to slot onto the wall to try and avoid a few shots, but doesn't work out as he planned. Tuning Fork going to be popped, and Tensai and Kuro going to try and maintain zone and wait for their teammate to come and assist once more. I believe that's actually Screech and Solo that get some damage in. Tuning Fork going to be popped, and Ryohei is going to be marked up as well. Eve is so far in their spawn. Tensai chooses not even to go back for it.
Unbelievable how quickly Zeta Division 0 were actually able to bring this back. And look at all the nest eggs set up as well. Ryohei is going to trip one or the other. If anyone wants to get onto that point, they're going to have to go over the nest egg, take a little bit of damage, and also make themselves a free kill for Kuro. Wahochi is trying to do his best to keep things back, but with these hatchlings coming out, that is going to be all that much more difficult. Aaron taking a bunch of damage, does manage to dodge out the mark, but it's really just additional damage from Kuro. Would have been the finishing blow. Zeta Division 0 are looking to close this out right now. Just 10% left for them to capture. Once again, Rising Sun Esports, very strong start, very convincing as well. But once those gadgets started to run out, things started to fall behind a little bit. And I think, honestly, this is quite hopeful for Rising Sun because they were able to hold their own versus Zeta Division 0, a phenomenal team, for so long. It just started to devolve at the end of the game when they ran out of gadgets. So if they're able to sort of stretch those out a little bit longer, then we could actually see them take down Zeta Division 0, in my opinion.
I mean, I definitely think it's in for contention there, to be honest. I think when you're taking the comps into account, though, I do feel like maybe even Rising Sun did actually have the edge there in a few of those moments. When they get control, which they did have at certain points in the game, they needed to keep it, and there was just certain plays that they made. A little bit of over misjudged aggression is really not the right move to make, and it's at times like that where you need to be very careful, maintain control, and against a team like Zeta who will punish you, you've got to remain composed.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I think that, like, the Bell and the Poco, I think that actually Rising Sun Esports had better picks when you compare it to those couple of brawlers. Here's the thing, though. I think they were thrown off a lot by the Eve, and Eve, when she's properly positioned, can prove to be pretty much this one-man army, and hand it especially to Kuro to get that job done. 50% damage done. And look, the hatchlings are extremely effective as well. I mean, just for gaining yourself a little bit of positioning, keeping your opponents back by preventing them from being able to damage you, because they got to get rid of the hatchlings that would latch onto them and deal a bunch of damage as well. It is a frustrating brawler to deal with. I don't anticipate that Rising Sun is going to let this one slip through the cracks in future sets, which is definitely going to prove to be an advantage for Zeta Division 0. We're going to be moving into some hot potato as well for our next one. I don't think Eve is like the strongest brawler, probably not even like in the top 10 strongest brawlers for hot potato, but look, it's all about being in the top 12 if you ask me. 3 bans per team and then 3 picks per team. as well. Anything that sticks out to you on Hot Potato in particular? Any areas of the map, Trav, that could prove to be a win condition if you lock it down?
I mean, I think the lanes are so beneficial. Once you get control of this mid grass as well, it's very, very strong position. I love a Lola just thrown in mid here. You've got the ability to tank with the Ego and the Gadget, and you also can just pile such good damage output as well. Barley, Ruffs, and Colette band from Rising Sun, and M's, Ruffs, and Barley band from Zeta Division. So let's fans this time, and Max to kick things off is not something you see every day on Hot Potato.
Yeah, this is interesting, especially when Colonel Ruffs is not part of the equation. And of course, the double bans from both teams I think is just quite interesting. And yeah, the Colette definitely sticks out as well. Colette could be useful if you pair it up with a Byron, but something tells me that Rising Sun Esports is trying to prepare themselves to pull out some tanks here. And wow, I think that might be the first BB that we've seen in BSC this year. That is quite remarkable. BB, I think, has been falling behind in the meta for a while, but she is pretty much part of this trio of brawlers that were really good at base racing back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean probably like 6 months ago, so not that long ago. Edgar would be a good brawler to pair up with her back at that time. I don't know about Edgar now. I'm sure there's some other good base race brawlers that could be brought in here, especially Daryl, who isn't banned out. In fact, Wahochi is going to take it for himself. And Rising Sun Esports are going to have to think of something to pair up with the Daryl, and also something that doesn't get countered too hard by the 6 pick, which is available to Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, it's tough to pick against this. You've got the Crow to slow down as the max speed is popped, and the Daryl's going to be so useful if you get breakaway damage. I will say, Coupe d'Ace did actually play BB last week in SCSA region, and I'll let you in on a little secret. It didn't pay off too well for him. So I'm not too hopeful about the Zeta Division pick unless they can really make it work with some individual skill that Kuro is going to be bringing forward. But Surge is going to be the last pick, and I've been waiting for this all day, I'll be honest with you. I love Surge, love the position that it was in prior to the gadget being nerfed, but still, I think it can be decent, and you don't need the long range to be able to thrive through the lanes of this map.
Yeah, and see, that's the kind of position that I love to see Surge thrive in. Used to be when he had that teleport, he was able to counter out throwers really well. And I think in this situation, he is going to outrange most of the enemy brawlers, so that will definitely be a good advantage for him. Another thing to consider is that if he's wise about using his other star power, Serve Ice Cold, if he decides to use that, then I think that this could be an interesting combo. I wonder, though, I mean, Surge has undergone so many changes that I don't think it's totally out of the question. We'll just have to see how it ends up being executed. Definitely a high-speed comp from the side of Rising Sun. Zeta Division 0, we'll see if they can benefit a whole lot from the slowing that is available to Achapi. First of all, Aaron on the right side going to be making his way up. Also, Tensai already getting that healing. Ryohi is forced to back up, and Crew gets to set up on this save. Wahochi is not going to be a huge threat. Crew is going to try and get a little bit of damage on him. Wahochi, though, shows us why Surge is going to be quite good versus these tanks, is he is able to jump forward a little bit with his super now, as that change has happened for Surge. And honestly, I'm totally feeling it, actually, for Surge for dealing with these tanks. He's not really a tanky brawler, but he should be able to deal with them quite effectively. Zeta Division 0 has already taken a lot of damage on their safe, if that is any evidence at all.
Tensai is going to clean up the defense, and a coordinated attack from Achapi and Kuru would have been quite nice there, but he's going to go for the solo jump on the safe, can't get it off, and that would have been a lot of damage if Rising Sun didn't manage to deal with that, but they did, and now they can start to go on the aggressive themselves. They are at about a 12% deficit, not too much to complain about when you have that Daryl in your composition. Kuru's going to stay alive, though, and that is going to be ruthless. Aaron needs to use his roll on that, which he does, and gets the takedown as well. Tensai going for a big swing here, misses the ball, and Achapi can't quite get the shots off, allowing Aaron to heal up. But Bull should be able to deal with this quite swiftly.
Okay, Kuru's all raged up on the left side. Gonna heal up a little bit as well. On the right side, Achapi jumps in and manages to get the kill on Wahochi. Kuru is just trying to stall out Ryohi and Aaron on the left side. Ryohi is not biting, though. He's not falling for the bait. He's gonna heal up enough so that he can defend when Kuru inevitably jumps in. Here's the jump from Wahochi. Doesn't get the stun, though. That could be big. A vertical super from Wahochi as well is not going to stun out BB, but he didn't want to risk it. He needed to get that level 4 in order to get a ton of damage on the save. In fact, it's more valuable for him to start attacking enemies next to the safe than it is for him to straight up go for the safe. We'll see the base race in from Kuru. Is he going to be able to get enough damage in time? 2% is all that's left, and Rising Sun have left Kuru on their safe to grab that victory in game number 1 of set number 2. I think that the base race was pretty plain to see just from the draft, and Rising Sun allowed it to happen, and they paid the price. I think it's pretty much as simple as that, Trev.
I also think that Rising Sun, it was the right decision to make, though. To be honest, they're gonna have, they're probably gonna be cleaned up on the offense if 3 brawlers do choose to stay and defend it anyway. So they've just got to let him go, try do the damage in a 3v2, but they couldn't quite do it. This one, however, though, is looking fairly even, very comparable to what we saw in the last one, but just less damage done overall.
Yeah, and I think this is actually quite wise. Ryohei is going to be leading the charge and trying to soak up as much damage as he can from Crow. Here's the deal, is that slowing Toxin is not going to be very effective. It's not going to be a good use of the gadget if you can't get it on more than one enemy at a time. Wahochi is able to get this kill and probably follow up with another. He does have to dodge out the bubble. Kuru is going to stay alive as well. Wahochi is going to be playing very cautiously on the right side. Kuru healing up a little bit. He has a super in. Probably not going to waste his Ryo. He has him locked down, but a good kill as well from Kuru himself. Wahochi is able to defend this safe, and Zeta Division 0 are just a little bit behind on the damage front. Big damage from Wahochi onto the safe, and they're going to find themselves in the same position once again. They got to decide whether they want to defend or whether they want to allow that base race and fully commit. Kuru is going to be getting a lot of damage. Ryohei can also farm up his next super off of this, so it's not a huge loss, but the save percentage is still more or less neck and neck, just like last game.
BB Bubble connects, and Wahochi gets knocked back as well. Can't quite get his jump off, which is not going to be the best position. Achape's going to jump forward, and Daryl's going to be leaving it too, and this is going to be game. Kuru and Achape finish it off, and Zeta Division are going to take their second set. One more remaining for them to move on to the finals, and I believe this is the furthest they've actually been in a monthly final, which is quite surprising looking at their names.
It is quite shocking because, look, these are some names that some of us became familiar with by watching literally the World Finals. So these are World Finals class players who have not made it past the quarterfinals because, look, they're facing versus other World Finals class players. And yeah, I think that's just luck of the draw at that point. Zeta Division 0, though, showed that they got the skills to pay the bills. They got the skills to make it to the grand finals. If, of course, they're not facing versus their fellow Zeta Division members. And look, I'll also hand it to Rising Sun Esports. This was quite close at numerous points. Throughout the entire match, it's been that way. In set number 1, set number 2, we get to reflect on a little bit as well. And Trev, I mean, look, I was a bit critical of Rising Sun for allowing the base race, but after what you said and reflecting a little bit, I do agree. I think that committing on the 3-man was probably their best bet at winning, and look, they came within 6% of destroying the enemy safe, so it's not really that bad of a loss, though it is still a loss, and in fact it's been all L's for them. In parallel, though, it's been all W's for Zeta Division 0 so far. Let Achape teach you how it's done as well on Crow, shutting down a lot of that speed from the push, one that we were not super optimistic about at first, thinking of how that middle lane is pretty narrow, so he wouldn't be able to get a whole lot of enemies with it. Even without wall break, he was still quite effective, and I don't know. Let Achape show you how it's done.
Yeah, I will say, Rising Sun have been looking very good. It's tough to stand up to a world champion team, should I say, with 2 of the members being world champions and perform as well as they are. The scorelines aren't reflecting how close these games are, and it's just not really giving them much of a momentum boost moving forward. You're going to be very disappointed after losing games like they are, just so close. And Shooting Star, I can't see it being much different. The drafts haven't been heavily in Zeta's favor, and they're still managing to win them. So that kind of just shows how strong of a team they are, and I'm not liking Rising Sun's chances going on to this next one.
Yeah, the chances are not looking amazing, but if anything, right, if Rising Sun does have the better draft so far, can we expand that into saying that, yeah, that they'll probably get the better draft in Shooting Star? I think that this map is very heavily invested in the draft, especially if you're able to get brawlers like Nanny, brawlers like Piper, things like that. Sure, there are going to be counters to it, but you have 3 bans on your side for either side, and you get to go through that draft phase and think of the prospective counters that your enemy might think of. Really, the big one for me, though, I'm looking at Nanny. I think this is a must-have brawler, and if you can't have it, then you must ban it. If you have second pick, I would definitely be going for the Nanny ban here.
I can agree with that. I will say this is an extremely mechanical map. A lot of long-range brawlers coming in if the bans align with it, which is looking like they might not do, to be honest. And I mean, I agree with you. Nanny first pick here would be absolutely amazing for any team that gets around. He does manage to pick it up, and I'm not sure how it slipped through when you see Max, Leon, and Jean, Piper, Sprout, and Eve. I'm not sure how Nanny's actually managed to push through those bans.
Yeah, I guess Zeta Division 0 just thought to themselves, man, I really don't want to face Piper or Sprout or Eve. Definitely Piper and Eve I can agree with here. Sprout I think is a little bit more specific. I don't know. I feel like also objectively, Tick is the better thrower here. Rising Sun Esports are going to have to think carefully about what kind of thrower they are going to pick, or whether they're just going to try and get tons and tons of wall break to deal with this. I think Brock could be decent for wall break, but he would suffer on the range front, which is not what Rising Sun Esports wants to operate on. Zeta Division 0, I think, are a little bit more prone to succeeding when the draft doesn't heavily favor them. They are not going to opt to go for any wall break just yet and have one more chance to do it. And Zeta Division 0 also gets a counter pick, but for the time being, I think Zeta Division 0, they do appear, of course, if we conveniently ignore the Nanny, a better comp, we do actually see the Brock. So it looks like Rising Sun Esports are going to try and break open that wall as soon as they can, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Kuru to grab the blue star, but with the Byron in play, I think Zeta Division 0 probably will get that blue star and have an early lead, and there's a bow as well. This one, I think, is much different from our previous drafts, Trav. It is looking a lot more even and a lot more tilted in Zeta Division 0's favor than we have previously seen.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think Rising Sun have got a great comp here, to be honest. You see, if they just get that middle wall out of the way, Tick is going to be out in the open. Bo's got less range than both Brock, Bell, and Nanny. In my eyes, it's pretty much all up to Byron to keep his teammates alive. Otherwise, they're going to be very, very on the back foot just because of the lack of range. Like, Tick might have good range, but with no walls, I'm not sure how he's going to stand up.
Yeah, you know what, and I totally agree there too. I think if Ryohi is able to consistently get his super, then that's going to prove to be very difficult for Choppy to deal with. We will see Tensai punish the aggression from Wahochi, which is actually quite surprising considering that Wahochi is, well, at a massive range advantage versus Tensai. Tensai does have a little bit more health to work with as well. We see a Choppy is keeping Aaron at bay. Also Kuru multitasking here, dealing some serious damage to Aaron. And a Choppy can also keep playing for control. Ryohi isn't able to get that kill onto Byron with a connection on the Nanny super, which is quite unfortunate. That's a difficult super to work for, especially when you're facing versus Kuru on the Byron. Similar range and consistent damage from this very talented player, and Ryohi's going to take a lot of damage as well. Kuru has his super. Zeta Division 0 continue pushing Rising Sun Esports back. Here's the deal. Zeta Division 0 doesn't really need to push Rising Sun Esports into their spawn. They don't need to play offensively, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense. We will see a Choppy go down though. Zeta Division 0 still operating at an advantage, but not as much so as earlier.
Ryohi's just not making the connections he needs to be making. We need to see more peeps rolling out because that's going to be what really turns the game on its head. You get some damage down with a peep or you get a takedown and the game's going to be turned on its head. Now they need to start aggressing. Last 30 seconds, they are still at a deficit, and this is where their comp will struggle. You don't want to be pushing into brawlers who have less range than you. You want them to be coming to you. And with a nice little gadget from Curry, should keep Ryohi low for a decent amount of time. Aaron coming over the right-hand side with his wall break, trying to just pressure this Tick into a spot that he doesn't want to be. Aggressing now, but he is pretty much on his own as Tensai gets some great shots off onto Wahochi. Now Aaron does get the takedown and it's turned in a 4-3. Kuru is too low to aggress. The splash comes down, but they aren't going to be able to turn this back in time, and Aaron manages the takedown, manages the comeback, and Rising Sun take the first game of this entire game.
Well, congratulations to Rising Sun. If anything, this is the beginning of the reverse sweep, perhaps. Am I calling it a bit early? Yeah, really early. No, and I'm not calling it either. I think that, look, this is Rising Sun's last chance. In fact, every set from here on out is going to be their potential last set. Zeta Division 0 has won a couple in a row. Rising Sun Esports are definitely looking on the come up, and another thing that I want to point out is, once again, Zeta Division 0, I think that, look, the bow, he's just a little bit lacking on the range, and we saw an early kill actually by Tensai in the last game, and I think a lot of that can be owed to his insane abilities to juke and dodge. And I think really the main counter from Rising Sun Esports to this is going to be pinching, right? You can't dodge if there's nowhere to dodge to, so if you effectively pinch your enemy, then that is going to be the way to deal with them dodging and juking. Tensai is taking a little bit of damage, but he is getting good support from Kuru as well, kind of shifting up which lane he's going on. Initially tried going on the Nanny lane, didn't prove to work too well. Here's the peep as well. Gonna look to make contact onto someone. Kuru is gonna feel the force, and Ryohei is not able to finish off that kill as Byron is just out of range. Zeta Division 0 remains in the lead with a minute left on the clock.
He just took too long in that peep phase, needed to get out of it, get a quick connection and help out his teammates, pinch them down and relieve the pressure that was being put onto them. Kuru getting tapped up quite heavily. Ryohei is also falling low in the mid. Damage gear activated though, so some good connections would go quite a long way in that period of time, but can't quite make them. Bow mines in the mid. He does have the star power that's going to blow them up on command, so they do need to be quite careful of that when trying to push through in these closing seconds. Aaron is just being kept back by this constant spray of tick down the right-hand side now. Ryohei trying to move up, but yet again, Kuru's just shutting every possibility of them making a move down. Does get hit with the peak though, and that opens up a world of possibilities, but still, after Ryohei gets hit once more and just completely shuts off this push.
Unbelievable, and just like that, Zeta Division 0 is able to bring back the momentum. Down goes Aaron as well to end things off, and now we're looking at a match point. Zeta Division 0, they might have swept up until this point. They might have swept their quarterfinals as well, but Rising Sun Esports is no usual enemy. I mean, look, we're looking at second place finalists in East Asia in a previous month, and after Rocky last month, they are showing that they're ready to step up to the challenge once more. It is just their misfortune that the challenge is, in fact, Zeta Division 0. Thing is, though, that they've shown promising stuff in game number 1. Game number 2, a bit of a different story. We'll see if they're able to more effectively pinch Tensai this time, and in fact they are. Wahochi's able to back him into that corner and take advantage of that positioning to generate a kill. Choppy is still going to be holding the back line, or the front line if you will, because this control from him is going to continue to push Rising Sun Esports back even in the presence of Tensai. In a way, the control from Tick and the healing from Kuru are enabling Tensai to push forward and get some high damage output and also get some kills. It's all up to Ryohei to finally get a whole lot of damage off of this peep, but he just isn't quite able to do it. He might be able to get the kill on Tensai. Tensai is taken down once more by Aaron. It was a team effort, but a kill nonetheless. Rising Sun Esports, with a minute left on the clock, once again are in the lead by 3 stars.
Yep, just to take down either Wahochi or Aaron will turn it back in their favor, though. That's how strong that blue star is off the start. They are pinned heavily in spawn as well. Now some shots start to come down by Achape. Can't juke to the left as the bow mines are there for Ryohei, but not able to get a takedown just yet. Tickhead is available and just needs to keep it in his hands for now, wait for that opportune moment to push it forward, and they are very, very low. Wouldn't be a bad time to do it right now. Splash available as well. Aaron standing still, hits the shot. The takedown's there and the turnaround as well. Zeta Division might be heading to the finals if they can hold on for these last 15 seconds.
Oh no, that spinning might be a little bit early. Here comes the peep. Tensai's gonna tank it. Wahochi needs to connect the shot, but he misses all 3. Unfortunate. That might have been the game-saving play, just forfeited there. And do we see the spins once more? No, Zeta Division 0 know that they have to keep on playing this game, but along the way they pick up yet another kill. And Rising Sun Esports are going down and out. In the semifinals, we'll see Zeta Division 0 head on to the grand finals, and you can see from the expression from Achape, look, this is just a normal day in the life of Achape, and in a way, what a wholesome moment here on the BSC broadcast. Leave it to East Asia to bring us together, whether it's Bruce and Bruce or look, I don't even know. Great stuff though. Thanks Achape for that wholesome moment. and see you in the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely so. See you in the grand finals, because that is a very, very commendable performance they've just put out there. Straight sweep, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. Some definite resistance towards the late portion of this game, and specifically in Shooting Star. The earlier sets did not like the scoreline did not reflect how close it was either, and this is much closer than the 3-0 scoreline in my opinion between these two teams. But at the end of the day, Zeta Division come out on top, and no matter how close the sets were, it was still a 3-0 sweep, and they are going to be moving to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, once more, leave it to Zeta Division 0 to get this stuff done. We haven't gotten to see this much action from Zeta Division 0 until now, and Tensai, no surprise here as the MVP. 2 kills, 2 deaths. I mean, that means a whole lot in bounty, and Tensai on the bow, I think, absolutely stole the show for me. And another thing to consider is that, look, we saw considerable support on the lanes as well. I think Kuru was a big one for me in that last game, but in a way was all centered around enabling Tensai in that pursuit of kills on the front lines, dodging out as many projectiles as he could. And look, if you spent the entire game just watching Tensai, you'd see some of the most amazing jukes and dodges, and that's going to be something tough to predict in the grand finals for whoever ends up facing them. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaped up. I can guarantee you we are pretty familiar with the outcome of the first semifinal. Zeta Division 0 take the victory 3-0 in a sweep to head on to the grand finals for the first time in East Asia for this year. Now it's on to Zeta Division 1 versus 3R Gaming. And look, I think the favorite is obvious here, Trav. It's 3R Gaming. No, I'm kidding. It's Zeta Division 1. This is a fan favorite right here. 3R Gaming, though, I mean, look, let's not sell these guys short. This is formerly Winter, and also they have the second most points in the region. So maybe it's a little bit harder to pick a favorite than we initially thought.
I think this one's going to be closer than the previous one we've just seen, because, you know, 3R, aka Winter, as you did mention, they're a very, very strong team, second in this region, and that counts for something no matter what. They've beaten all of these different difficult teams, and it's just a very commendable thing to be second in points in such a strong region as East Asia. It's very much up for contention, this game, and although Zeta are the definite favourites, I feel like there's definitely some space in there, a little glimmer of hope for 3R.
Definitely a glimmer of hope, perhaps even more some. Let's take a look at the roster, actually, from Zeta Division 1. In case you forgot, these living legends, some world finalists up in here, Kenji, Site Tampo, and Moya Goku from the side of Zeta Division 1. And look, we know these guys all for some particular brawlers each. I think Site Tampo, though he is wearing Bell's weapon on his back, we know him for his amazing hat and his amazing hair, but also his great Mortis plays, which I hope to see a little bit of in the upcoming set, as rare as that may be. Of course, that Zeta Division 1, we've come to know and love them over the course of the season so far. Let's take a look at 3R Gaming as well, some of the players that we've gotten familiar with from the former Winter roster. Any favorites here for you, Trav, that despite this being one of your first times in a while being in East Asia, stick out to you still?
Like I say, this is about the time that I'm usually waking up at these days, so I mean, I do catch a few games in East Asia, and I've loved the way Yotan's been performing this year, and there you go, you see him there, just such a well-rounded player, been performing really, really well throughout, and he's a real reason why they're doing so well in this region, and being second in points is, if they carry on like this and continue doing as well as they are, that's a world final spot right there.
Yeah, it's going to be seriously important for 3R Gaming to make sure that they stay on top of this whole Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 thing after MSI points are doubling. So the challenge does not end halfway through the year, and it never did. But in a way, that the halfway point is kind of midway through the second half of the season, if that makes any sense, right? 3R Gaming, they got to keep on rolling. They got to keep on chugging along, and Zeta Division 1 cannot get in their way. Of course, we're going to get to see more from them surely in the coming months, but for now, it is going to be a tremendous challenge to take down Zeta Division 1. They haven't had to face these guys this early in the previous months, at least not often, and as a result, they have managed to get a lot of points because Zeta Division 1, I mean, look, let's not get it twisted. This is the #1 team in the region. 3R Gaming, if they're able to pull this one off, then congrats to them. They might actually come quite close to eclipsing Zeta Division 1, but I mean, look, there's hardly enough room for 3R Gaming on this percentage bar. Zeta Division 1 with 93%. We'll see if Gold Arm Gulch can influence anyone's predictions, influence anyone's opinion on this one. Let's get into it for our very first set.
That is the most dominant prediction I've seen from the public watching. 93%, that is just baffling to see. Byron, Tick, and Max going to be banned out by Zeta Division. We've got Tick, Ruffs, and also we got that Squeak ban on the side of 3R. So a little bit of diversity, but at the same time, we've got a couple of recurring things in that Tick. Kenji going to be picking Sprout up. Get rid of the Tick, pick the next best thing. The next best thrower on this map is Sprout, so there you go. First pick is Sprout.
Interesting stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of the Sprout first pick because I feel like it's pretty straightforward to counter. But something that I have observed in this region is that we don't really see a whole lot of Gene. Oh, okay. Well, speak of the devil, or I guess he's technically a genie, but yeah, there's a Gene. That's the thing, is if you want to play Sprout, you can pick Gene first, and then why would your opponent pick a Sprout into Gene? And then boom. For fourth pick, you get to pick up your Sprout. That is the magic combo. We've seen it work in other regions. We've seen it work in EU. We've seen it work in NA. But I guess with Gene not being played a whole lot in this region, it hasn't made its rounds around the globe. Or maybe Zeta Division 1 is just that confident with their picks, similar to their sister team, who doesn't really have any issues with picking shorter range brawlers into longer range brawlers because they're just that confident in their abilities to dodge. And we'll actually see the Leon pick from 3R Gaming. And I don't know about you, Trav, that looks like more of a preventative measure than it is going to be an addition to their firepower. I think that it would be more of an issue for Zeta Division 1 to have a Leon than it would be a benefit for 3R Gaming to have the Leon.
Yeah, I do think that too. I mean, I really like the Sprout, to be honest. You know, you're not going to get much use out of the Lollipop drop with Sprout in play, and it's the same with Tick. Throwers can take it out so easily. Eve coming up next, and there's just going to be so much stuff on the map, so difficult for Gene to get a pull connected onto something that actually matters other than one of the parasites coming from Eve. So I do like that pick. You've also got the ability to jump away from certain situations and take those opportune moments when you want to. Pam is going to be the last pick from Zeta Division, which I absolutely really like. You've got the turret in those closing seconds. Damage comes through, and it's just so good. You've got the HP to help you out as well.
Yeah, I love the survivability from Zeta Division 1, and 3R Gaming are going to have to think of something crafty to deal with it. I think that healing is going to be a big plus for Zeta Division 1. See if 3R Gaming can respond with anything. The clock is ticking down for them to counter things out, and it is honestly going to be a tremendous challenge to follow up those picks. Mr. P to end it all off. I'm not sure how I really feel about this one. Maybe you could give some issues to Sprout or something, but this isn't usually the scenario where you would pick Mr. P, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they're just trying to bring in something to take out, you know, have like a Porter versus Parasite battle or something like that, and try to take some of the focus from them off that. But I've never really seen Mr. P here, to be honest with you. It seems like it's just a bit of an unusual pick to take, and a bit of a last chance hope at doing something against a thrower that's not taking Grom, which isn't too strong at all, because it's the only one who's actually going to be able to combat it by shooting those briefcases over a wall.
Totally agree here. We'll see Moe Goku on the left side actually goes very aggressive off the start. Bataman almost goes down in that 1v1. Site Tampo blocks off a portion of the bushes as well. Yotan, Bataman, Minmi all in one area. This could be a good opportunity for Zeta Division 1 to end this one quickly. We will see the second lollipop drop go down. Bataman is invisible. And Zeta Division 1 isn't totally sure of where he is. Doesn't really matter, though. They take down Minmi, and Bataman is potentially next on the menu. Moe Goku is going to try and finish this one off. Good pinch between himself and Kenji. And now Yotan is going to be the last to fall. No super for him either. Looking good for Zeta Division 1 so far.
Yeah, if that's anything to go by, then I think the 93% might have been correct. If it carries on like that, just real pure domination from them. Good wall coming down now from Saitamp as well, getting the hedge in a good position to allow his teammates to push up along with him. Needs to try and take advantage of this being in such an opportune position, as not going to be receiving any shots whilst dealing out quite a decent amount of damage with about 1,400 each shot.
Okay, Moya Goku holding on to his super for the late game. Probably same situation for Zeta One. He not sure which gadget he's running, whether he wants to heal up by venturing into those bushes or to recover his super. Looks like he is actually running the second gadget, recovering his super. He will be able to pretty much indefinitely have that super. He is out of gadgets now, so he's going to have to play carefully. Poison has not started closing in yet. 3R Gaming is already preparing for it to close in, though, as they are pushing back Zeta One, Kenji, and Moya Goku. Zeta One could go down if he's not careful, though. Very low health, and the Poison is starting to close everyone in. Down goes Kenji. This could be a round win for 3R Gaming, and unless Moya Goku is able to fight a 1v2, very well will be. Down goes Minmi. Moya Goku has that Scrap Sucker active, but it's not going to be enough, and we are all tied up in game number 1.
I don't think he made any connections with that Scrap Sucker, and that's kind of the downfall of that play. It was almost really good clutch from him, to be fair, and there was some possibility of him doing it, but just needed to try and not take as much damage from that Gene engagement that he took beforehand. We've got a Leon super, we've got a Gene super, so Zeta do need to be very worried, and kind of the mirror image of what we saw in that first round as it's brought back to 1-1 here.
Okay, Minmi's being quite sly with his super, as he is waiting for any opportunity for Zeta One to pop his head out. Of course, he's not going to let that happen. Moya Goku is going to try and sit in front. Big problem is that Moya Goku doesn't have a gadget, no Scrap Sucker in order to defend himself. But I think Kenji might be a better target to be pulled. Kenji is going to be positioning his super carefully, though, trying to get a little bit of pressure on the enemy as well. Here's the deal, is that those minions are going to be quite effective for defending versus Gene. We'll see a big kill by Moya Goku on the top lane. Zeta One and Kenji also narrowly staying alive. Minmi gets a nice kill onto Zeta One. Moya Goku also trying to defend himself, and as his poison closes in, it is getting real hairy.
Yeah, we've got the super coming down from Kenji as well. That might be huge. He might be able to tank with this. He's got the super to heal him up as well, but the Invisi-Heals popped at the same time. He can't quite do it. 3R Gaming are going to be taking the first game of this initial set here, in a very close ending in that one, and the previous round as well. So this game is very close, but 3R are going to take the first game.
Well, kudos to them. I mean, Zeta Division 1 is an absolute monster to take down, and I think now that 3R Gaming has won one game off of them, they are not going to be playing any games anymore, if you're catching my drift. And this is a pattern that we've seen in the past from Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0. They kind of take it relaxed at first, and then if their opponent is putting up a serious fight, they say, okay, I guess I'll sweat now. But maybe that's not the reality for this month. We've had a few changes in the scene and the rule set, and maybe along with the one ban thing going out the window, so has Zeta Division 1's lax attitude towards the first few games. 3R Gaming is doing a good job of defending themselves as well. They don't have any supers yet. Zeta One has farmed up that hedge, though. We'll see if he's able to make use of it, as that poison threatens to close in pretty soon.
Another hedge available thanks to the gadget. Moya Goku's still got his gadgets in hand as well, but pull onto Zeta One there, and he does go down. Invisi-Heal going to be popped as well. Kenji does have his super. Might want to save it for the next one, though, as I think this is basically a guaranteed loss. He does throw it down, and no charge back onto it either. Surprising to see. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Kenji, but 3R one round away from taking his first set.
Look, when we talk about the draft, I liked 3R Gaming's draft better until it came to Mr. P. But here's the deal, I think maybe they found themselves in a situation where they didn't really have a whole lot of good options to go for. And so far, it's working pretty well for them. One more round victory, and they take this set. Kenji is going to be trying a different approach on the right side, going to be trying to take on Batman. It's not going to work, though. Minmi gets that final shot, and now Zeta Division 1 is down to 2 members. Batman goes for the flank. Zeta One has to keep himself defended because he doesn't really have the short-range capabilities, especially with Moya Goku trying to get every last bit of utility out of his scrap suckers. If anything, he has to stretch that out to yet another round of knockout. Bataman also throws down the lollipop drop. Mindy still gets to hang on to the super, and he has to be very cautious about this lower side, as really the ideal target is Sprout, but down goes Sprout! And 3R Gaming are going to be taking this set.
I'm as surprised as you sound. I mean, I'm guessing you're surprised already, because by the way you sounded, that seemed like quite a surprising ending to that game there. Yeah, big first set from 3R Gaming here. Not what anybody expected, as only 7% of people actually expected them to win the game. First set, as we know in Brawl Stars, is huge for momentum, and that's going to do them a world of good having this in the bag. Parallel Plays is going to be the map up next, and I think they can continue going on like this in a very similar control-based game mode, where you want to play it slow, play aggression when you need to. It's a mode that could quite easily go in their favor as well.
Totally agree. I think there are a lot of parallels that we can draw between Knockout and in Parallel Plays as a map specifically. Another thing, though, is that there are some other factors to consider as well that separate these modes a lot. I think a big one being that Zeta Division 1 can actually afford to go down, get eliminated without losing the game in Hot Zone. So that is one thing to consider for our upcoming set as well. Parallel Plays. I still got high hopes for Zeta Division 1, but I think this is definitely me coping with the realization that maybe my prediction is not as secure as I thought it was. Maybe the bag has not been secured quite yet. We will leave it up to Parallel Plays to inform us of that. Another thing is that Knockout is a pretty new mode in the game, and Parallel Plays is a map we saw throughout the entire competitive season last year. So for our seasoned veterans of Zeta Division 1, this could present a more comfortable opportunity, if anything, but no doubt, Trev, the momentum is on the side, and it's completely working against Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, I think a few of your points in there kind of accumulated up to the fact that, you know, Zeta Division love going aggressive, and Knockout is a mode that just does not support that whatsoever. In Hot Zone, you're going to be able to respawn as soon as you go down, reclaim control, and start the aggression again. That's the kind of gameplay that Zeta work really, really well with. You see in World Finals, everyone's like, oh, CT Tampo, you know, he's in the spawn, he's constantly just going aggressive over and over again, and you can't do it in Knockout, which is probably why it's not a favorable mode for them. Parallel Plays, however, though, you need someone on that aggressive side who's doing it over and over again, and this is why I think they could really benefit off this map.
All right, well, let's see. Something I love about Parallel Plays is that each sort of team seems to have their own zone, but it's not really your zone, because it's also one of the hardest places on the map to attack. If your opponent is very crafty about what they're doing, you can get spawn trapped quite easily with an appropriate setup. We'll see the bans coming out from both teams. Zeta Division 1 go for the double thrower ban plus the max. 3R Gaming with the Byron, Squeak, and Stu. That is going to leave some important brawlers open for this particular matchup. I think for Zeta Division 1, they love that Pam. They're going to be going for the Colonel Ruffs to start things off. I think there are some walls to be broken open that'll mean a lot. 3R Gaming are going to have to play around that accordingly. They got a couple picks in a row, and ideally they would not be picking brawlers that are vulnerable to wall break.
Probably so. We did see a bell, which was used to combat this earlier, and you also got the amber stuff that came out, but it didn't pay off. Ruffs was still victorious over those kind of countering brawlers, so 3R might choose to take a different approach, but no, they do stick to that bell pick, which really didn't seem to work for whoever played it last time. I can't really recall who it was, but it didn't work out last time, and they're going to be having their fingers crossed that it does this time, because, I mean, the Ruffs just played it phenomenally last time and managed to pull through anyway, which is something that you can't really rule out for Zeta.
Yeah, and another big thing is that those nest eggs can provide some free kills. And lastly, Parallel Plays, often you'll see games where no one really gets to step on the enemy point more than once. And if that pretty much free opportunity can be thwarted by a single gadget, that is definitely a brawler that I want to have on my side. It's definitely a gadget that I want to have in my arsenal. So we'll see the Bell. We'll also see the Leon, a classic combo for those of you at home not well informed, combining any kind of long-range brawler with Leon's Lollipop drop basically guarantees you the victory in the Sniper 1v1, unless you see Zeta Division 1 follow up with something that can dispose of the lollipop drop quite easily. Once upon a time, that was Squeak. Now he's a little bit too strong. He will be banned out rather than that being an appropriate counter. Lola, actually, from Stay Tempo, I totally agree on this. It was about time that we saw some Lola in East Asia. Pretty popular pick the world around, and until now, an unpopular pick in East Asia.
I think of maybe Byron or something like that. Actually, you know, Byron's banned. They're going to go for the bow, which you know I've been liking today, but I'm honestly not too sure about it here. I think it might be fairly decent at certain points in the map, possibly defensively. The projectile speed could help you scan that bush really nicely, and also the mine's in a good position to stop them aggressing as well. Could be very, very solid, but there's got to be a good pick that counters that, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe something that outranges. 3R Gaming could absolutely double down with the Leon Lollipop drop. They could also play something a little bit more defensive, and yeah, there's the Pam from 3R Gaming. I think that'll be pretty appropriate for playing defense. If anything, though, it is going to be quite vulnerable to Lola's ego, and also could get juked out by Bo as well. Bo is definitely able to pump out a lot more damage at range than Pam is, so that's something to consider as well. If anything, though, I think 3R Gaming definitely can win the mid fight. Zeta Division 1, though, once they get that ball rolling, they can pretty much own that left hot zone. So that's what 3R Gaming is going to have to anticipate. We'll see the Golden Ruffs on the right side, or perhaps migrating a little bit over to mid as well. Definitely a flex here to start things off for Kenji. Goes to show that the momentum can be brought back in some ways that are purely materialistic. Menmi, though, on the left side, is going to look to take on this 1v1 versus Moya Goku. So far, no real progress onto the enemy side. Site Tampo and Kenji will snag a crucial kill, though. And there's another onto the Yotan. Zeta Division 1 get to set up on the right side.
There's never any progress until you say there's no progress, and then it all comes at once, isn't it, really? Zeta Division now established themselves on this zone on 3R Gaming side of things, and it's going to be difficult for Yotan to push him off this one. If he uses scraps, look, he can just keep on rotating around this wall, which is quite surprising that he didn't. He chose to back off instead of just staying in that aggressive position, move around the wall back and forward. But then again, he's got this power up, he needs to stay alive, make use of it. And with the pinch coming in from Menmi, it might have been too worrying for him, but ego thrown down, and he is going to use that to the best of his abilities. Yotan's going to fall because of it, and Zeta are just absolutely dominating this offensive side.
I almost don't see any way of 3R Gaming coming back from this one. It's looking so dominant from Zeta Division 1 so far. Stetampo, even though he was getting kind of pinched, here comes the ego to provide him a 2v2, which quickly devolves into a 2v0. Still, though, Zeta Division 1, they have pretty much neglected to capture their own point, which is, in a way, a bit of an issue, because 3R Gaming are going to be very, very aggressively defending that, if that makes any sense. Though Battleman is going to be holding onto his position. There's a nest egg as well. Battleman does get stunned in the middle of his Invisi-Heal, and that has to hurt. Zeta Division 1 still are going to make a point of capping the enemy point before going for their own. They want to end the game before that timer expires.
Still neglecting this defensive side. Kenji does eventually slot onto it, though, and they're going to need to, as now all three members of 3R are going to start aggressing, and this could be deadly for them. They needed to try and secure this earlier to allow themselves to win the game, but now they're starting to close down, and 3 people are on the zone, and nobody's there to contest it. This could be a massive turnaround. It's looking like 3R are going to win this one.
Yeah, I almost see no way of Zeta Division 1 bringing back from here. Yotam will go down, neither will Menmi, and unbelievable, 3R Gaming are able to take this first game. And if I were 3R Gaming, I would be feeling over the moon right now. But as you can see, Yotan, as a professional, right? He's not a ready set up in here, is keeping his composure and staying focused and trying not to let the momentum get to him too much. As when the momentum starts to affect, when your own momentum starts to affect you in a negative way, that's what we call a choke. And 3R Gaming are not about to let that happen. They are already getting very aggressive towards the enemy side, taking advantage of the fact that Zeta Division 1 does not want to defend, and they're absolutely hammering away at Moya Goku and Kenji already. 3R Gaming have a very hot start off the beginning of set number 2.
I don't know how Zeta lost the last one, but this one, I mean, it's looking good for 3R from the start. As Yotan and Batman start to aggress this right-hand side, Kenji falls low, and the turret is placed down, but taken out just as fast. Yotan going to use the scrap sucker to try and get them down, but Batman's going to clean up the right-hand side anyway, and 3R are looking very, very good right now. Yotan not showing any signs of coming off this zone just yet. Can rotate around this wall unless Moegoku starts to pinch, which is going to happen. Now Menmi has fallen, but regardless, they've captured so much of that hot zone.
It's pretty remarkable. Zeta Division 1 are still trying to hang on to it. They've completely shifted momentum here as they were going purely for offense at first. Now it seems like they're going purely for defense. Kenji actually is having a tough time defending his own spawn point. Definitely an important thing to defend. Not really the objective of the mode though, but on parallel plays, this is a bit of a different map, so you gotta play it uniquely as well. And it seems to have paid off so far. They are able to maintain position, though they are losing Kenji. Moegoku could be the next to fall. ZETA is hanging on for dear life and gets taken down by the pinch between Menmi and Yotan. 3R Gaming now continue to capture the enemy point. And with a minute left on the clock, they don't appear to be very worried. It's more about capturing the enemy point than it is securing their own point, because they perceive their own point as being kind of free in a way. And for the time being, it does appear to be. ZETA is this one-man army on the right side fighting a 1v2. If anything, 3R Gaming has been very effective at forcing 2v1 situations where they have the upper hand. And Zeta Division 1 did not appear to be prepared for that, or at least losing that interaction when it came to defense.
Well, CT Tampo's trying to get some of this defensive zone now, and he does just that. Cleans up, 30 seconds on the clock. Batman needs to try and make a move, either defensively or offensively. They got 20% in no matter what. Yotan going to try and defend this. They need to make a composed push onto this zone and try and get them off, because if they clean up once, they're going to be fine for the rest of the game. 10% now. They are still gaining defensive percentage as well. They're slot on, got this one finished off. Need to get Saitampo off it, but Yotan's just going to go for it. He's running down the other side. Can he get on in time? He does, just by 1%, takes a 1% lead, and 3R are going to go 2 sets up.
Unbelievable. Had he gotten there just a split second later, we probably would have seen a tie in terms of percentage, even though in a micro percentage sort of way, 3R Gaming still would have been ahead. And with that, we're headed on, as you said, Trav, to set number 3, and 3R Gaming are leading by 2 sets, and 2 sets that were a 2-0 sweep. Mind you, this is absolutely remarkable. I feel like we're watching history unfold before our very eyes, in a way we always are. But still, this isn't the sort of story we were expecting it to be told. We'll get to reflect a little bit on set number 2 as well, just to see what went right for 3R and what went so wrong for Zeta Division 1. I think once again, this was extremely close, and if I can't convince you, let the percentage do the talking. 20% in game number 1 and 1% in game number 2.
I'm all about taking risks, but that was a little bit too much for me. That was a good decision to make, though. You see, it took 1% ahead there, and they just had to come back. It was trickling between 1 and 2% leads. Split seconds in it, and he just got there in time. And you can see the difference here as well. Zeta Division seemed to pick up a few more kills as well. So it's not just the fact that they had control for the entire first game and got the massive comeback from 3R in that one, but then 3R took a good lead off the start. Zeta Division started the comeback, but then Batman just ran down the other side and took it by the 1%, making them 2 sets up. 1 set between them and the finals, and Zeta Division, who are the leading team and the MSI attendee from this region, are now at risk.
Yeah, and I think all eyes are going to be on this team as well, because they are going to be representing East Asia at the Midseason Invitational. So this is going to be basically our best look at what these guys are going to be shaping up to look like at the Midseason Invitational as well. And so far, it looks like they aren't trailing behind 3R by just a little bit, but see, just a little bit trailing in each game is still going to lose, or is still going to result in a loss in every single game. And that's exactly what the scoreboard is reflecting right now. Every single game has been close, but it has not been going back and forth like we would usually observe. We saw something similar actually in our first semifinal as well. So just some very close games that still ended up resulting in a sweep. And from where we stand, it seems like Zeta Division is going to be on the receiving end this time as an org, right? Not from a team perspective, but Zeta Division 1, I think there are some sort of ideas emerging that maybe this is all sort of resulting from that spin, that horrible spin in game number 1. As they say, taunt to get bodied, and it looks like Zeta Division 1 is on the receiving end. Pinhole Punch is coming up next. They got to turn it around here. They got 3 sets left to work with in order to take this one back and earn their ticket to the grand finals to face their sister team.
Very much at risk now. I mean, there's nothing counting them out of the reverse sweep. They're an extremely capable team, top team in the region, MSI attendant for this region. Pinhole Punt, Hard Rock Mine, and Hot Potato, 3 maps that have been in competitive for as long as I can remember, and they're going to be very, very solid on these maps as well. You just can't count them out, but I've said that in the past as well, and 3R just keep on powering through, 2-0, 2-0 as well. But like I said, as the previous semi-final, these scorelines are just not reflective of how close the games are at all, and nothing stopping Zeta from coming back in my eyes.
Totally agree here. And another thing actually that is not necessarily unfolding before our very eyes, but it's kind of unfolding in the background as well, that hinges directly on this, is that 3R is second place in this region. If they take down Zeta Division 1, that is going to be a great boost for them in points to get closer to overcoming the points of Zeta Division 1. Not only that, but I think a lot of other teams are eyeing those top 2 spots, particularly at Zeta Division 1. And I think that Zeta Division 0, on their way to the grand finals, are particularly interested in this prospect of Zeta Division 1 not making it to the grand finals in this situation, because Zeta Division 0 has had to face versus these guys every single time in the quarterfinals, and it's seriously crippled the amount of points that they were able to earn. And now it's their time to be in the limelight in that number 1 spot, or at the very least in the grand finals. Of course, it is going to come down to how things go on Pinhole Punt. Will we see a set number 4, or will this be the end of the road for Zeta Division 1? We talk about some brawlers that we like to see on this map, especially Trav. I personally like Crow, and I think everyone else personally likes Crow, so maybe it's not as personal as I might like to believe it to be. 3 bans from each team, and we are going to be seeing the Crow ban from Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, Crow, Squeak, and Leon, Gale, Max, and G. So a lot of difference between these bans here, and obviously it is expected. At the moment, having completely separate bans, you're going to be targeting the first pick bans, the strongest 3 brawlers, and then the people who have the first pick are going to be targeting the second set of solid brawlers. So first pick should be coming up shortly. Pinhole Punt, you've got to expect something like a Pam or something like that here would be a really solid pick, be able to scan out the entire mid. We see an Ems, which isn't bad, to be honest. You're going to be able to just spray down all these bushes and ensure that nobody's going to be jumping out at you. But at the same time, you're going to struggle when it does start to open up a little bit, and especially if it gets into overtime, Ems is a difficult brawler to be able to play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like Ems a whole lot. I think she's great at slowing things down. Not literally just with her super, but kind of in a figurative sense. If you take a look at her attack, you don't want to find yourself anywhere near that attack, much less in it as well. And it has a lot of persistence on the field. So if you're backing away and also spraying away, spraying and praying in a way, if you will, then your enemy is not going to be able to approach you very quickly. And 3R Gaming, yeah, they're starting things off with a pretty defensive strategy. In Zeta Division 1, it's going to limit sort of their options that they can go with here. Byron to start things off. Definitely would be a good accent to any kind of tank. We'll actually see the Sandy, which I think is quite interesting. And this is not a pick that I really agree with, which is a kind of rare seeing from Zeta Division 1. Typically, I am on their side, but I feel like Ems is kind of a better Sandy. She has a little bit more range, she has more persistence on the field, and Sandy just does not get a super very quickly. Okay, and you know what? 3R Gaming, they can have it. They can have the Poco. I don't really agree with either of these picks, but Trav, maybe you're seeing something that I'm not.
I'm not seeing anything you're not, to be honest. Poco's
Okay.
a little bit weird. I don't mind the Sandy. I don't mind the Sandy. You get Rude Sands down. You scout out a lot of the map. You also get a lot of disguise with it being the invisibility as well. I do like the pan from Yotan, though. I think that's a solid pick, but I'm just not really sure how well-rounded this comp is. It's really going to struggle quite a lot with that close range spray damage, but then again, Zeta's not really going to have anybody who wants to be close range at the moment anyway, to be honest. So still very much up for contention of who will have the most dominant comp here. Zeta needs to pick something that's going to be good against all of them, and that will be good against all of them, but will it be good on pinhole punt? That is the question.
Yeah, I am kind of at a loss for words right now. 3R Gaming are going something pretty tanky, right? But tanky in a way that they heal themselves up a lot, not that they have a lot of base health. And that's what Colette is good for dealing with. She's also good for dealing with max health targets, which is what 3R Gaming is ideally going to be operating with most of the time, keeping themselves alive and healthy the majority of the time. Kenji also might go for a bit of anti-heal as well. We'll see how it works out. Batman already pushes forward. Here's the deal with 3R Gaming. They have a massive health pool, and they're able to control areas really, really well. Zeta Division 1 are able to pump out a lot of damage, and they have Kenji on their side, and on the Byron, that's going to be a huge asset. But here's already the pass forward. Batman does get stunned, but 3R Gaming, are they going to be able to use their health pool here? A pass forward. Kenji does pass the ball forward. Back in the day, that would have been a own goal. But 3R Gaming, unfortunately, don't get a benefit from that that lack of update. Zeta Division 1 now get to play a little bit of more defense. 3R Gaming got to make sure they don't run out of gas before they get that ball to the enemy side.
And here is Zeta Tampo absolutely popping off on the Colette. Now, it's difficult for 3R to actually be able to do much, to be honest with you. Full domination of the map. Moyogoku's going to throw the Sandy Super down, and even further that at this point. Yotan's going to throw out Screeching Soul to try and scout it out a little bit. Now the damage comes through from the Pan turret as well, but he is going to burn down thanks to a Byron shot. Batman in a good position to defend it, though. Still got some knockbacks to hand, but a gotcha from Colette will do a world of good for him and heal him straight back up, and we've got another Sandy Super at the ready.
Uh-oh, that's dirty. That's the classic Sandy combo, and Zeta Division 1 set it up beautifully. 3R Gaming operating at a 1-goal loss. And look, with the Sandy Super out, 3R Gaming are just going to have such a rough time, and Zeta Division 1 basically wins the game from here on out. Toss it into the goal. Moyogoku might have wanted to walk that one in instead, but Zeta Division 1 appear to have this game in the bag nonetheless. Tetanpo will get a lot of damage. Here's the next Sandstorm from Moyogoku as well. As an anti-heal from these guys, as well as simply a strong brawler on their side. Yotan, though, is going to continue to push forward. He is going to try and put this in the goal by himself. This is what my ladder gameplay looks like. I'll play the aggro Poco and try and do the whole job myself. It doesn't usually work, though, and it won't work for 3R Gaming either. The clock's ticking down, and Zeta Division 1 will be breaking the win streak of 3R Gaming and saving themselves from the match point.
I mean, to me, it doesn't look like this is going to be the one that 3RG close it out, and it might even be the one that Zeta start their reverse sweep if it carries on like this, because that was very, very solid from them. Colette just absolutely walking over them throughout, and I may have underestimated that pick. Obviously, it does really well against the Brawlers, we know that, but on the map, I thought maybe it would struggle a little bit. I will say 3R did start off with some very good control of the map, but it just faded away really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think they could have gotten an early goal, but the main thing for me was that Sandy continuously was able to get those supers out. Once the first super came out, it was pretty much done from there. 3R Gaming does have a bunch of brawlers with attacks that fan out in a large area and can kind of check in the area, but they weren't able to wall peek very effectively, which Zeta Division 1 was able to do very well as well. We'll see Minmi go down. Bataman is next up. And Tetanpo is able to toss that one right in. Zeta Division 1 are ending this game off even faster than the last, with just 45 seconds in already having a goal. Here's the super from Moyogoku and a nice gadget from Kenji. Bataman also just hanging on by a thread. Minmi goes for an aggressive play to try and set up on the side, though this looks significantly less coordinated than what we've seen from 3R Gaming in the past. A pass up to Boy Goku, and that's all she wrote. Zeta Division 1 end off the set in a flash.
Much better from them, starting to show the real Zeta Division that we know and love. That was a very, very good set, a quick one at that, and although they may have lost the previous two, they were a lot closer than that one was, heavily in their favor there. Hard Rock Mine is going to be the next map as well, so I feel like that's a map that, as you mentioned with parallel plays, which they did lose in this one as well, it's a map that's been in the game for a while. They know it, they've played it a lot, they've scrimmed it so much, and surely they've got to be able to get comps right. Even with 6 bans, you expect it, and that time I don't think they even got the comp right. I think 3RG just got the comp so terribly wrong that it paid off for Zeta.
Oh, it absolutely did pay off. And I think that both teams have been guilty of this whole thing. Picking a comp that, I mean, yeah, it could work, but if your opponent knows what they're doing, then they're going to be able to dismantle it. Zeta Division 1, it was really as simple as getting those initial Sandy supers down and then letting Stetampo do his thing, and Kenji just gets to be Kenji on the Byron. Very talented on that particular brawler, and the brawler itself is a huge asset to the aggressive play styles and the of the players and the brawlers that they're playing as well. Take a look at the stats, and it's plain to see Stetampo is really able to disrupt things on offense. 47% of the team damage and 9 kills right there. I think that really does speak for itself. 3R Gaming, though, not far behind. Look, once again, they did a phenomenal job of pushing up in the early game in game number 1. They just ran out of steam, and then they were out of steam for the entire rest of the set after that first failed goal.
Once they'd exhausted all their gadgets, it was kind of just over, to be honest with you. You don't have any Ems knockbacks, you don't have any, Pam Scrap Suckers or Poco tuning forks. It's pretty much done at that stage. The Colette's just going to completely walk all over you, especially with the gadget that got added, gotcha. It's just absolutely incredible, especially with a Byron. You pair that up, you're going to have basically infinite health for a solid amount of time if you connect in those shots. So that's always something you've got to be worried about, and they just set themselves up for failure there. There's no other way to put it. 3R Gaming, the draft was just not right. In the previous two, it was, and they'd won. If they can align things once again and get a solid draft, solid bans out, then I think they can still close it out. But Zeta are looking scary again.
They are looking very, very scary. And look, what we've seen from these players in particular in the past is they can kind of let it slip until set number 3 and then dig deep and bring it all the way back. And we see how stone cold these players are. They got ice in their veins, and they're not really phased by the first 2 sets not going their way. Look, we're looking at Knockout and Hot Zone, the 2 latest additions to the competitive map pool. And now we're getting more of a return to normalcy with our final 3 maps. I think Zeta Division 1, feeling more confident in that deeper gameplay that's been in the game for a longer time, can definitely take it, especially a Hard Rock Mine. You make a great point, Trav, that I totally agree with. This map has been in the game for so long, and no doubt it has been scrimmed a ton. The draft has been practiced to no end. It is the quintessential battleground of Brawl Stars, and you see it in every Brawl talk for a good reason. It is just the test of any competitive player, and if you mess up the draft here, I don't have a whole lot of faith for you for the final set, if there even is a final set. You see the bans coming out as well.
I don't mind those bans, especially 3Rs. They got the Roughs out the way, the Rico out the way, the Sandy out the way. And I think you could even guess that Zeta had the first pick with their bans. They got Remax, Leon, and Sprout, which are kind of some good counter brawlers possibly to the one they're going to be wanting to pick. Not sure who it's going to be, but on the side of bans, I much prefer 3Rs. If their picks align with kind of the level that they've managed to pick their bans at, then I think they're in for a good shot here.
Definitely agree. Let's see what 3R Gaming responds with. I would like to see some 8-bit gameplay. That would be a whole lot of fun. Love seeing the angry arcade machine make his debut on Hard Rock Mine. Though you gotta be careful about dealing with any kind of bell action. Something tells me that Zeta Division 1 won't want to run a bell though, considering that they already have Kenji on the Byron. We'll see if any lane brawlers show up as well. 2 picks for 3R Gaming in a row. There's the Piper, actually. And I'm not too certain about this one, Trav, and from the sounds of things, you're not too comfortable with it either. And I'm going to state my reason first. I think that Piper just gets countered pretty easily by anything that can get in close range versus her, especially things like Mortis, which are a definite possibility for Zeta One.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. You know, other mids, you got Lola, Pam, 8-Bit, Byron, who all can defend against these close-range brawlers so well. She's got the jump, but at the same time, your jump's not going to matter for anything if you're pinned in spawn. As soon as they get control of your bush, you're done for. And I think that's kind of added to with Stu as well, with not enough like explosive damage. He's not really going to be able to do too much if they get pushed into this defensive portion of the map. But yeah, reiterating on that Piper, I'm just not sure about it at all. We saw it dropping out a lot when Rosa really started to become quite prominent on this map, and it just never came back. We've got Tara, which is support from beyond, going to be coming in against the Stu. It's a solid pick. But you've got to get the angles right on this map. There's a lot of ability to miss your pull here. So many walls that the opponents could just cling onto.
Yeah, hard agree. That is definitely the counterplay to Tara here. So I wonder if Zeta One will follow up with maybe something else to assist with enabling the Tara here. They'll leave it to Statampo to play really aggressively and hang out in the bushes. We'll see the Gene. That is, yeah, I've never... I don't think I've ever seen that on Hard Rock Mine before. Maybe on Double Swoosh, right? We love our double pulls on Double Swoosh. And we will see the Gale on 3R Gaming. I'm not really sure what exactly that counters, but Trev, what does that counter?
I don't know what's going on at this point on any of the lanes. I guess they're playing Gene Lane?
Okay.
That would make the most sense, I'd imagine.
Yeah, honestly, I don't hate it.
Really
I think
sense,
Gene Lane's
but...
inventive. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be inventive, but I'm not sure how well it's going to do, to be honest. Going to have a tough time against the rest of the lanes, but maybe he'll play it mid and Byron will be sent lane. I'm not too sure. Maybe that, yeah, that looks like what they're going to be doing, but can Byron really keep up with a lane on this map?
I'm not really sure, and I have a strong feeling that Zeta Division 1 are also planning to switch up lanes for an ideal matchup for themselves, and that, I think, if you are planning already to switch up lanes right off the bat, oh my gosh, okay, Minmi, calm down, man. That is something that I hadn't really thought of. Also, is that Batman is going to be throwing down that speed zone very consistently, which is going to make Minmi very tough to hit for his Statampo, who has a long-range projectile that moves decently fast, but is going to be totally dodgeable for Minmi and a lot more jukeable as well. I mean, look at that. Minmi is not going to be touchable. Oh my gosh, and a big kill for Minmi. Yotan gets the stun on the enemy side, and Minmi can just pick up all of these. Just one more gem is needed in order to start this countdown, but 3R Gaming still have to play really cautiously. Moyagoku has countered the heck out of Bataman in the right lane. Leave it to Minmi to finish off the kill, though, and Ken G needs to find Minmi at all costs.
I've got no words. I mean, it's great gameplay from 3R, don't get me wrong, but like, I'm just so confused about what they were trying to do with this comp. Like, I thought it was going to be Gene Lane, they sent Byron Lane, and it does absolutely nothing, just as expected. And they've just put 3R on match point here. This is the game they need to move on to the finals, and if it's a repeat of that, then it's going to be inevitable that they win it.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeta Division 1's strategy is kind of wishy-washy. They have not really decided on anything, and we can see the lanes have switched up again, which would not be a red flag in any other game, but I feel like they just came in with the expectations that they were gonna switch to whatever, like whatever works. But the thing is, you don't get enough time to feel out what works when your opponent picks up every single gem or snipes you at long range with a homemade recipe. We'll see Minmi actually, though, having a little bit of trouble versus Moyagoku, does get the kill in the end. And he'll get to occupy the left lane here. Bataman throws down the speed zone once again. Not the end of the world for 3R Gaming. They are on match point, mind you. If they win this game, they're headed onto the Grand Finals, and Zeta Division 1 for the first time doesn't even make it onto the Grand Finals. A huge, huge shock within this region. Let's see what Minmi's able to do versus Kenji at long range. Stetanpo's getting good defense versus Yotan already. This game is looking a lot better, easily 1,000% better than the last one for Zeta Division 1.
Can it get worse? I don't think so. But, I mean, yeah, no, don't get me wrong, it's looking a lot better. Yotan's starting to pinch it now, and this gem count has already been evened out. Memi needs to watch out, though. Oh, no, straight into a Tara pull. He gets the takedown as well, and Moyogoku should be able to get out of this scot-free. Pull comes in onto the Gale, and that is a nightmare. Just as things were starting to look good for 3R, they're on match point. They even out the gems, but he jumps straight back into a Tara pull, and they've given Zeta a lifeline, evening things out because there's no chance for comeback in this one here. Still match point to 3R, but Zeta are one game away from evening this out.
I am worried. I am stressed. For both teams, really. Zeta Division 1 has a lot on the line in terms of points that they would be forfeiting to their nearest and closest enemy in terms of points. Also, though, this could disrupt literally everything that we knew or we thought we knew about the East Asia region. 3R Gaming, though, are absolutely ready to rock the world with a victory here. Bataman is not going to go down. He is going to defend with the speed zone this time. Not really the use of speed zone that we saw last time. Minmi also gets a little bit tripped up on that corner, wasn't able to make the connection of homemade recipe on a Stetanpo. Yotan is going to go down. We'll see Moyogoku continue to play really aggressively. Kenji doesn't have a pull, but Minmi can afford to pick up 3 gems here. So we are tied on the gem count now. Bataman also plays very aggressively. Different positions being played by both Stu and Gale in this game. And it is working out quite well for 3R so far. Big pop-in as well. Will we see the kill by Moyogoku? Looks like it, but the gems seem to be safe and sound. Moyogoku gets to continue healing up, though. Super in from Stetanpo. It's definitely a difficult call, but for the time being, Zeta Division 1 appears to be quite safe.
A few shots coming from Minmi, and they do connect. Site is up in the spawn. Should be pinched down momentarily. Splash comes onto Piper, though, and they can't do anything about it. Zeta are 1 gem away from taking this countdown going. Now it does spawn, and then going to need a massive reset here from 3R Gaming. Otherwise, this is going to be evened out and brought back to 2-2 by Zeta Division 1. Not much chance for comeback now. Bataman's their only hope. Does get through, starts to make the breakthrough, but Tara's going to be there to clean things up. The Gasser heal is popped, though, but Zeta hold on, and it's going to be brought back to 2-2.
Oh boy, and there were the spins again. That is a bad omen, if you ask me. It didn't work out too well for them the first 2, and I think it's quite gutsy to try it once again. Of course, you can't discredit them on such amazing gameplay, though. Zeta Division 1 take this victory, but it's a lot closer than our previous sets. They were all 2-0 previously. Now we're headed into 2-1 territory, and I can smell it from here. A double match point coming up on a hot potato, no less. And it doesn't even have to be hot potato specifically. It's heist, right? These games can really go either way, and they can go so quickly as well. But let's take a look at the highlights. Just from game number 2, we thought 3R Gaming might get real close to heading on to the grand finals here, but Zeta Division 1 actually played so dominantly. There was no chance at any point in that game that 3R was going to take it. And the third game, a bit of a different story. It looked a little bit more even towards the start. Towards the end of the game, though, once again, very much in Zeta's favor.
Yeah, just look at these statistics. Gale, you could see that he wasn't able to do too much when the Tara got into aggressive positions, and the same with the Byron as well. Not able to shoot and peek around walls as much as I'm sure he'd like, and that resulted in his 18% team damage. Much more even across the board over on the Zeta side of things. 37, 37, 26. Not too much in it. You don't expect much from mid other than just peppering opponents down, keeping them low. But, I mean, I think that's pretty reflective of what we saw. Piper was getting some solid taps and some solid plays throughout. Second game, unfortunate that he jumped back into a Tara pull, but it was great heads-up play from Moyogoku in the mix anyway. And now we're going to see a decider on what I think is going to be a very scrappy map. Set 5, possibly even game number 3 for this one as well. It's going to be very scrappy, maybe a lot of tanks, I think, because of these 6 bans have really started to mess things up, and a lot of tanks are being deployed on this map.
Yeah, and another thing about the tank play on Hot Potato specifically is that it's really tough to tell when you can actually go in for a big push. And that, I think, perfect balance between defending and attacking is going to be key. And it's why I also think that Heist is one of the more difficult modes in the game to really understand. Once upon a time, I hated Heist because I just didn't get it. And then one day it clicked for me. I kind of got a better feel for when I need to defend and when I need to attack. And I think a lot of it also lies in having faith in your teammates that they can actually defend, or having faith in your teammates that they can pump out enough damage while you play defense. Already some defensive strategies coming out from Zeta Division 1 as a plan for the EMS pick. Already thinking ahead, don't want to deal with really the tank plays here, but I think it's also kind of inevitable. We will be seeing tanks no matter what the case.
Yeah, well, clearly Kenji doesn't want to see any of them, hence that early EMS pick. The ban we are missing is Ruffs, by the way, guys. Just had word that Ruffs is the missing ban, so we won't be seeing any of that. It does kind of keep a lot of things open anyway. There you see it pop up now. I don't think Ruffs really shuts down too much. We see the Crow, which I like, should be able to shut down EMS quite nicely, get some slowing toxins onto it and try and dominate the map that way. We saw Crow being played on earlier, wasn't able to get the vertical jump on safe, which deals vast amounts of damage if it can actually connect. Barley squeak out the mix as well. Barley from both sides, Stu and Brock. So no wall break really, and I'm not sure if we can even really see tanks considering Crow and EMS, but I think they'll still slot in somewhere. And there you go, straight away, we got a Daryl.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw Crow on here, it actually did fare pretty well, which is not what I expected at all. It just didn't present itself in these close corridors as being a super viable option, at least in my mind. And I think safely say in a lot of people's minds, because let's take a look at a map that Crow's pretty good on, is Pinhole Punt, right? Because he's able to lurk in those bushes, but also it's quite an open map, and he also denies any sort of fast-paced gameplay. Of course, I don't think that Max is really going to be an option here. Now, BB is definitely going to be a real contender for Crow to deal with, as he will be able to slow her down with a slowing toxin. Zeta Division 1 has to think carefully about their next play. It is going to be their very last pick of this entire match.
I think I'm going to need to see a surge from 3R, to be honest with you. It was performing very, very well against the BB last time. You got the jump, and that avoids the knockback, and also if he does swing with the knockback whilst you jump, he does she does get disrupted by it. The Crow, they're going to be carrying through the, not the Crow, the Colette, they're going to be carrying that through from a previous set that we did see on Pinhole Punt. And it worked very, very well for them, I must say. So it doesn't surprise me that they are bringing it in and putting it into Hot Potato. It's going to be good against Daryl, but I'm just a little bit questioning what this last pick is going to be by 3R. I'd love to see a surge, though.
Yeah, what do you do to counter these brawlers? Oh, okay, Trav, I see you. The surge final pick. Give yourself a little pat on the back as well. Though in the previous games, we didn't see Surge fare extremely well, which I think was quite surprising. But here's the other thing to consider, is that Surge was playing into tanks, and I only see one kind of tank on Zeta Division 1, if you really can call her that. BB is not really a tank. She has like maybe 5,000 health, which is not spectacular. It's the damage output and the speed that really enables this brawler to do amazing things. And she's not going to be running batting stance either. She's going to be going just for speed. It's going to be the base race on the right side by Stetampo, and leave it to him to be sort of the shock troop that Zeta sends forward. Yotan, though, pretty much treats it as a free kill, and he's well on his way to getting another level off of either Kenji, Stetampo, perhaps. There's a new spray on the ground for you as well. Already lots of damage in from Zeta Division 1. 3R Gaming, though, is just getting started as they have some supers charged and ready to wreak havoc on the enemy safe.
Yotan's play there was just absolutely phenomenal, keeping them at bay whilst getting some serious damage on safe along with it as well. Menmi's going to go and clean up the M's. Daryl should be able to make light work of this BB, jump forward from both the Surge and the Crow to secure some further damage onto safe, but now it is going to be Zeta who do take the lead as the BB cleans up the Daryl in a bit of a turn of events.
Okay, Yotan having a rough time versus Moegoku, who's creating such a large sphere of influence around himself with these really persistent attacks. And we will actually see Menmi go down as a result. There's the attack through the wall, and just like that, Zeta Division 1 has decimated 3R Gaming safe, and they have brought themselves back from numerous match points now to a match point of their own. It was looking pretty grim, but keep in mind, this is Zeta One, and this is just kind of how they operate. You just gotta be patient with them. You gotta let them do their thing. It's a match point for Zeta Division 1, 3R Gaming on the cusp of losing their chance to go to the grand finals.
Badaman trying to make a bit more of an aggressive play than last time. Got taken down very, very low early on in the entry of the last game, so trying to make more of it this time. Moegoku's going to take down Menmi in the mid, though, which is a great opening takedown for them to get. Yotan's going to be popping the gadget up to level 3, but can upgrade to it anyway. Just going to be waiting out until that gadget does cease to be helping him, but he's taken down, and Site Tampo does stay alive as well. Moegoku and him with damage gears activated and absolutely melts the safe down to 34%.
Well, it's not over yet. Kenji sure would like it to be, though, as he does take another clean 10% off the save. Yotan also jumps backwards to get a whole lot of damage. Stetampo is really slowed down. He will survive for just a little bit longer. Moegoku and Kenji are tasked with defending the entire save by themselves, and they are able to accomplish that. Big super in and collects that last bit of damage on the return dash. That is Zeta Division 1 headed on to the grand finals. And as you can see, Stetampo is just overjoyed, practically jumping for joy here. He's well known for showing his emotions and expressions. No, I'm sure there's a great big smile behind the bill of that baseball cap. Nonetheless, congrats to Zeta Division 1. They kind of did what we expected them to do, but along the way, wow, we got a heck of a show from R3.
Yeah, I'd like to know how he sits like that without getting serious knee and back pain. Maybe he needs to get some physio soon for Site Tampo. Like, seriously, I don't know how he does it. Nonetheless, though, I'm sure he's going to be happy about making it to the finals. Going to be facing against off his counterparts on the other side of Zeta Division. And, I mean, this is the first time they've actually faced in more than a best of 3 in the quarterfinals. So they'll be happy to, you know, prove themselves even further by not only taking them down in a best of 3, but a best of 5 as well, possibly, in this next game.
Remarkable, remarkable stuff from Zeta Division 1 throughout this entire last set. Throughout the entire last 3 sets, mind you. Hand it to Moegoku, though. I loved the amount of damage he was able to do with M's. 3R Gaming, though, similarly pumped out a whole lot of damage as well. It's just kind of hard to compete with Zeta Division 1 when it comes to these classic maps that they did so well on that they won the World Finals. I mean, that's a really tall order for 3R, and I think 3R did a phenomenal job, and I can't wait to see what they have to offer in the coming months.
Yeah, I mean, they're just such a good team. They're still going to be sitting in second place, I believe, after this one as well. So it's just really, really solid all around from them. And regardless of KD, this is how little it matters in Brawl Stars. Site Tampo has been voted once again for the MVP, 3 and 5 with 151 DPS. It's what you expect from a tank. You don't care about your KD. It's all about the damage, and he got plenty of it.
I feel like Stetampo, if getting MVP were a job, Stetampo would definitely be the CEO of getting MVP. Just always, always, always stealing the show. Congrats to Zeta One. With that, we have our grand finals all locked in. As we get set up for that, though, we have something awesome to share with all of you. Last year, the World Finals, we teased the song Rise Up to the Top, and now we have the full version, and that's Rise Up to the Top extended version. We're gonna get set up for the grand finals. Don't miss the extended version.
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient. I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. Put in me that we didn't break under the weight. We just have to stand back up and show them what we are all capable of. I'll play Edgar like Zeta. You can play rough like the choppy. Let's go just like Tensai. They'll say goodbye. You'll be a mystery like my Messi. We won't give up. We're gonna put up a fight. Believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. Right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours. We're the champions. Make sure they don't forget our names because right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. To the top.
That was so awesome, dude. I want to be a Brawl Stars champion.
What an awesome song. Super cool to hear that drop. If you all want to hear it at home and listen to it even more, it just dropped on Spotify. Video to be releasing shortly too. Good to be back, boys. What a heck of a match we just watched. I've learned not to question the madness. Another reverse sweep for Zeta Division 1. And now we get the very coveted Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1 finals. Ready? What are you thinking going into this one?
Look, this is what I was hoping for from the very, very beginning. I want to see these guys face versus each other. These are some former teammates, plus some, and it's really going to be the ultimate showdown of East Asia. I can't wait for it to get started, and honestly, I think predictions are out the window. I think either team could absolutely take this.
You know, Trav, they did just come off a really long reverse sweep. That was 5 sets that they had to play. Do you think that plays a factor going into this final match or provide either an advantage or disadvantage, really?
I mean, I think no matter what, it's going to come off a bit of a disadvantage, maybe just because they're kind of mentally worn out there, to be honest. It's going to be difficult for them to win after having a break and such a convincing win like the one from Zeta Division 0. But what better way to come off the back of a reverse sweep than to jam out to an insane song and get revitalized and get back in the mix?
Absolutely. Been a fantastic day of matches. It seems like just as good a time as any to reflect on it. Looking back, we saw Rising Sun Esports take on Zeta Division 0 in our previous semifinal. A little clean 3-0. However, Zeta Division 1, the current reigning victors of this region right now in terms of points, were challenged by 3R Gaming once again, back-to-back months that 3R Gaming, formerly known as Winter, has put up a really good fight here. And now we're going to get to see Zeta Division 1 play against Zeta Division 0. Really awesome gameplay so far today. Obviously, Zeta Division 1 being challenged once again, but at the end of the day, they come out on top. I know you said that you really didn't know what you were feeling on this one. Predictions out the window, but ready. We're going to have to force you to make one. What are you picking here?
Okay, look, I gotta go with Zeta One because both of these teams are absolutely fantastic, and if there's any way to prove it, look who's in the grand finals, both of these guys. But as we have observed from the quarterfinals of the previous months, Zeta Division 1 always decisively comes out on top of Zeta Division 0, and I'm sure not a whole lot has changed. I'm sure these teams also scrim versus each other a lot, and if that was the same exact situation in previous months, Zeta Division 1 has been scrimming and simply doing better in those. But who knows? I love being surprised.
I love being surprised too, and certainly today's been full of it. Taking a look at that Zeta Division 0 roster though, Tensai, Choppy, and Kuru. Obviously some elite players really living up to their potential here today. Trav, I'm gonna throw it over to you too to get your take on this. Are you riding with Zeta Division 1 here, or are you gonna go with the upset pick of 0 today?
I'm riding with the 1. I think they've been looking very, very good, and although they're going to be quite tired, I think they've probably got it in the bag. They're just so convincing, especially when faced against their counterparts in Zeta Division 0. They haven't lost to them this year, and I think that's really playing a part in how well they've managed to perform against all the rest of the teams as well. And overall, I just think they're going to carry on doing what they've been doing this year and not have anything else holding them back and do it once more.
I think that's completely fair. I mean, looking back, history is the best predictor of the present. Now taking a look at Zeta Division 1's roster, Kenji, Chitampo, and Moyogoku. These guys are no strangers to our monthly finals as they have taken the first two, looking to do it 3 times in a row. Had to do a few reverse sweeps along the way. Ready, in terms of drafts, how do you feel like this team has done? To me, at least just spectating some of those semifinals matches, I definitely think some of them are questionable, which makes it, I think, even more impressive that they made it this far.
Yeah, I was waiting for the chance to say I was not a big fan of the drafts. But look, I guess you can confuse your enemy in a way by picking something kind of funky. Let's also talk about something that we haven't really gotten the chance to look at in a while, is hiding your strategy, hiding your comps. I don't think Zeta Division 1 want to allow Zeta Division 0 to see what their secret weapon is when they're relatively confident that they will make it to the grand finals with something other than their usual strategy. That's my personal thought, but we also talked earlier about maybe they just have kind of some off-meta brawlers that they found work really well together that they are going to use effectively. Wow, that is a very big plushie, or maybe it's just perspective. Leave it to a choppy, I guess.
I was gonna say, he's been full of the plushes today. I was definitely willing to ship both bears. Best couple I've seen recently. Chitampo on the other side as well, living it up as well. Another plush on the right. And again, these guys are focused up. I think I've seen Chitampo staring at that screen every time we've gotten a glimpse of him, and can't say I blame him. We're gonna be hopping into Sneaky Fields here shortly. Trav, this is where we say goodbye to you for now, but we will join up with you towards the end of the show. Ready, hopping into Sneaky Fields. Very exciting one. Looks like 64% are riding on the side of Zeta Division 1, and I think that's somewhat fair. 60-30. Look, Zeta Division, an absolutely phenomenal team here. They've got so many good players, but Zero at the end of the day has lost this matchup 2 times already this year, but now at least we get to see it play out in a set of 5. I think this is going to be awesome here. It looks like we're getting Leon, Gale, Max for the bans on the left side. For now, we'll take a look at Sandy and Leon. First pick overall going to be Ims, and Byron for Ken G. I've just been informed that Squeak is the other brawler that was banned for the red roster.
Okay, no Squeak action. Doesn't look like we'll get to see any Squeak today. Oh, okay. Zeta Division 1 coming out the gates with the boxing botanist, Rosa herself. My theory is that she's not a meat shield, she's a plant shield. But yeah, actually feel free to quote me on that one. Zeta Division 0 will actually be able to contend with this pretty effectively, in my opinion. They already have Ems to deal with Rosa to slow her down. Thing is that Ems will probably struggle to keep distance from Rosa if Rosa is running unfriendly bushes, and if Ems doesn't have consistent uptime on a super. There's the Crow also to slow down the push, just to defend against the possibility of Max. And one more pick from Zero. Oh no.
And that pick's gonna be an El Primo. Very surprising here, but I will say, Ems and Crow do really well into Rosa. Again, the Primo factor. I mean, if we see a Frank come out here, I think that'd be crazy. We've already seen it once today, but El Primo 2 times in one day? Little unbelievable, to be honest with you. I'm very shocked to see this come in as a pick, and the Colette to counter. I mean, just full of surprises from both teams. Super interesting drafts the whole day, and I feel like it really continues here today. Ready?
Yeah, and look, I think this is also the 3rd time that we've seen Moyogoku draft the Colette, and we've seen Zeta Division 1 seriously perform well with the Colette. Every single time. They don't even have to be playing versus a brawler that relies on their tankiness that much. It can be Pam, even. And like, don't get me wrong, Pam has a whole lot of health and she definitely gets good use out of it, but that's not like her main feature like it is with Frank. And typically that's the only situation where we really see Colette used or played against a brawler rather than a safe. We see the super forward actually by Moyogoku. That might have been an accident, but can't ever know for sure. Tensei is at risk of going down. Kenji actually decides to use a super to take him down. Scoring opportunity. Nope. Stetampo is not there to receive the ball, and it's up to Kuru to defend now.
Shitampo falling there was really huge for the side of Zeta Division 0. It does allow them to pocket this ball on the right-hand side, but a lot of aggression coming in for Zeta Division 1 as now Shitampo has a super charged up. Kenji one as well. Gonna take a moment here, heal up. Unfortunate miss there on the connection to Shitampo. Very tough timing there with the dash forward, but Shitampo making it work. Achapi now dashing forward, and Zeta Division 1 doing everything they can to grab ball, but the slowing Toxin kicking in. They're gonna be at a halt for now. Nice pushback there. Kuru guarding this ball on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and Shitampo just hanging around in the mid now, going to be forced away. And Zeta Division 0 will have an opportunity to reclaim some ground.
Gotta say, I love the ball cam over here. We will actually get to see a little bit of action, though, as Primo does go back to retrieve the ball. Moyagoku now pushes up. This is the ideal opponent for Moyagoku right here, is Tensai, but he is getting quite pinched. No, Kenji is split off on his own, and Achapi is actually all the way behind. Tensai tries to escape. It looks like he will do so successfully. Kuru also hunting down Stetampo. The pinch is actually not going to trap Stetampo, and there also is the gadget onto Moyagoku. Just going to shift him out of position a little bit, get him a little bit further from Kenji, but not going to do a whole lot in the end. Moyagoku definitely in a position where he can receive the pass. Also, he's working for that next super. Super in by Tensai, and there's the push, actually. But Tensai is able to come out on top in the end. Still, no serious progress for either team. It is going to be kind of a tough call who has the upper hand in overtime. I would say, personally, it's gonna be pretty even once all these walls break down, if we even make it to that point, as Kuru is starting to make a huge charge in.
Yeah, definitely some good aggression there. Tensai might have an opportunity. This ball, the throwing over the back, the super shot in. Tensai with the goal in the final moments of game number 1. Zeta Division 0 will be the ones taking the upper hand in our first set.
Look, Tensai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it when I said the Primo was not a great option, okay? I was just not converted. I was not enlightened yet, and you're just gonna have to forgive my ignorance. What on earth did I just witness? Tensai! Relax, dude. Well, actually, he's gonna have a little bit of forced relaxation at the hands of Stetampo, especially. The Colette into the Primo is going to be the ideal matchup for Zeta Division 1. We might already see a pass, actually. Moyagoku is actually going to try and put this one in. No! Stetampo is going to clear things out as well. Pass over to Moyagoku. That is going to be the first goal for Zeta Division 1 in just 29 seconds. However, Zeta Division 0, they have their secret weapon, El Tigro Tensai on the right side. Goodbye, Stetampo. You do not exist anymore, except to charge my super. And Stetampo goes down. We need to see a pass up to the left side for Zeta Division 0 to score here.
Gonna be a close call here too, but once again, the suplex, just a free opportunity to knock that one in. Going to be 1-1 overall. Great answer by Zeta Division 0. And now back to the mid contestation once again. Choppy with the dash forward and the jump. However, they leave Moyagoku with a nice opportunity here. A lot of HP. Kuru grabs the ball, picks it to the right. And now Shitampo going to dash forward and take them out. Kuru forced to go all the way back into the goal for now. Ball going to be kept on this right-hand side as Kuru and Tensai look to defend it.
Okay. 1 minute left on the clock. And Tensai only has one more use of his secret weapon. Choppy is going to try and slow down Moyagoku. He is going to be backed all the way in. Jump out. He is going to go down, but Tensai is able to finish off the kill. Jump in by Tensai. And Kenji is going to be able to avoid most of the damage. And Stetampo is able to help out with that fact. He narrowly survives. Gotcha also is going to help Stetampo heal up. Bunch of damage from Kuru, but still no kill onto Stetampo on the left side. Tensai uses the final gadget. He is full sending here. Big wall break, but Moyagoku is on a mission to keep Zeta Division 0 at mid and away from Zeta Division 1's goal. Stetampo is going to try his best to slow things down on the right side just to keep these guys at bay, but there's a perfect positioning on the super from Kuru. Stetampo also unbelievable. The ball is cornered. 15 seconds until the wall is broken down, and that cornering means nothing. Both teams have to find their proper positioning before all the boxes break open.
Tensai making a very pivotal takedown there. However, Achapi returns with one of their own. Now overtime kicking in. Moyagoku going to be a brawler now, playing Rosa. Not going to do the best in overtime. Thankfully, they have the Byron and the Colette for some decent range. but none of them are sharpshooters by any means on the side of Zeta Zero. Primo gonna jump forward, going for the takedown onto Byron. Kuru gets the kill, Tensai gets the kill. It's just Rosa left standing and all Zeta Division Zero players left over here, and the super shot over, kick in, and it's barely good. It's going to be set number 1 for Zeta Division Zero.
Crazy stuff. So many points at which it could have been completely turned around if it had not been for like a few milliseconds of gameplay, especially there at the end. I don't think that Crow would have been reliably able to get that ball into the goal with the super. Pass over to Primo. Yeah, well, there's still going to be a Colette with the pushing star power spawning out here, and it very nearly was a proper defense. Let's take a look at game number 1, especially, I mean, Tensai is... Look, it's hard to acknowledge the incredible mechanical skill at the same time as laughing at the yeet as he throws people over himself with a suplex supplement gadget. It's just the funniest dang thing in the game, but they really put it to work, and maybe it's a little bit of mental warfare as well.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. They probably should animate and enter that sound in there every time he does the suplex. Looking at our stats now, we got kills and damage here. A lot for the side of Shitampo. Look at that, 54% of the team damage. A lot of kills raining in too. And even though that great effort, it's the side of Zeta Division Zero that take this one. A very even matchup so far. Fireworks so far. 9 kills for a choppy, 34% team damage. But overall, a pretty even distribution, I would say, for Zeta Division Zero.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, look at both sides. It's definitely a team effort. From Zeta Division 1, I will say that Zeta is absolutely the backbone of the team, though, in a sort of way. Kenji provides the support. Moya Goku typically plays the accessory lane, and Zeta is the one who leads the charge. He's the aggro. In the early days of Brawl Stars competitive, people would usually talk about things in terms of like an aggro, and that's absolutely Stetampo. Now we talk about things more in terms of lanes, right? But Stetampo goes where he's needed. We'll see how it works on Flaring Phoenix. It's going to be our first time seeing this one for today. I love this map, and I think it does lend itself to some good thrower gameplay. And I think it's also one of the more complicated maps to, at least in Knockout, to make full advantage of that poison as it starts closing in.
Yeah, a lot of interesting strategies here. You can really go the sharpshooter route, you can take the thrower approach, and obviously some staples of Knockout 2 being ones, say, like Jean, Pam, things like that. But we're in a current state where Eve's somebody that could really do well on this map, but it doesn't really seem like this region is taking it into a huge consideration. I feel like Eve's been left open several times here today, especially on maps that may even be in their favor. Again, this is one that a week ago we were probably talking about Squeak here, but I don't really know if we're talking about that here today, just based on the amount of bans we've seen and things like that. It doesn't seem like East Asia is really fearing Squeak as much as we saw.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just don't want to take risks, and I wonder which team is going to be playing it the safest. I think Zeta Division Zero is going to not be playing it as safe. I feel like they got to be pretty confident after that win in the first round, and Zeta Division 1 are going to be playing it a little bit safer. Keep in mind how close Zeta Division 1 came to being knocked out of the semifinals, and this being a completely different matchup. This was almost a 3R versus Zeta Division 0 Grand Finals, but fortunately for Zeta Division 1, it is going to be theirs, and they are going to be banning out the Squeak. This is the safe option. Now, mind you, they do have second pick, so they do want to get rid of most of the best brawlers. Evidently, Tick was not in those, and as I say, Kenny, if you have first pick, yeah, go for Tick or something like that. Who cares? As long as you say pick and Tick in the same sentence, I'll be happy. Let's see pick number 2 and pick number 3 from Zeta One.
I think grabbing Tick here is a huge deal too. To me, Sprout and Tick are the two best. I know we've seen Grom on some other maps, but I don't feel like he's as favorable necessarily on this one. I think other maps tend to do better for Grom's shots, such as Bell's Rock. To counter this, we're going to get Ken G playing the Max. I think that's going to be a brawler that Zeta Division 1's very comfortable with, especially one that both of these sides could easily maximize. But it is really interesting to see that on Knockout. I don't feel like we see Max too often in spots like this.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting. I think Zeta Division 1 could really work with the Max here if they want to go something like full aggro, but here's another thing is they have 6-pick and they're facing versus a thrower. I think that this is pretty much primed and ready for them to pick Grom as their 6-pick. I think that he gets good utility with his range. He pretty much fits the mold of needing a thrower to deal with a thrower. And Zeta Division 0, they have to be very keenly aware of this. So how are they going to prepare themselves to deal with the Grom? Or will they decide to prepare themselves to deal with the Grom? They already have a Tick, which should perform pretty well, but they also have to deal with the Max and the Byron. So maybe a Crow or something could be in store. Problem is that suffers on the front of range. So, I don't know. They could go for any sort of long-range brawler and probably be pretty safe. We'll get that rolling in just a moment. And Zeta Division 1 are going to have to assess how they will counter it. Oh no. I'm scared for Zeta Division 1 right now. They're facing versus the Piper.
I definitely think this is a really well-rounded composition from Zeta Division 0. They've got the thrower, they've got the beefier brawler, which tends to do well as the storm's closing in, and they've got that middle option to play Piper in these long-ranged lanes. And to counter this, they're going with Rosa. This is a comp I would never expect to see on Flaring Phoenix. Very curious here. We're going to see a Max, a Byron, and a Rosa. There is a method to the madness, though. I've learned anything today is to trust the process with Zeta Division 1. We'll see what ends up happening here. There's some great players. Maybe they can make this combination work, but this certainly is one that I would have never predicted, Ready?
Yeah, neither would I, but leave it to Zeta One to reveal the hand that they've been hiding the entire time when it comes time to show that royal flush. We'll see if Zeta Division 1 really did have the heart of the cards on their side. Zeta Division 0 on the left side are going to be employing Kuru to take down Max. It is going to be kind of a tall order. Really, it's more about maintaining position here. Than anything else. Tensai also has to be extremely cautious. Really, the name of the game is don't give the enemy super, but also like try and get the super for yourself, sort of. And that's a very wishy-washy game, and it's being played in a very cautious way that doesn't really earn really anything for either team so far. It's gonna have to close in terms of poison before we see any real action on the map. So for now, all we can really do is speculate as to who will have the advantage once the players are forced to get a little bit closer together.
And this stun coming in too might have been part of the strategy since there's so much grass on the map. Now Shitapo going to charge forward. That's a second gadget being popped, but to no avail. Going to fall there, and now it's a 3v2. A Choppy getting out of the storm here. Kenji going to be pinned. Well, Goku going to be pinned as well. The Tick Head coming through, and that's going to be a takedown. Round number 1 going into Zeta Division 0.
Well, I almost could say as soon as it started it was over, but that's not really an accurate description. Maybe I should say as soon as players started dealing damage to each other, it was over. And I think we can expect to see a similar story as well in round number 2. Zeta Division 0 feeling quite comfortable here. Zeta Division 1, I'm going to back away actually. Statampo is going to get a bunch of speed though. There's the unfriendly bushes as well. Kuru throws up the mama squeeze. A Choppy is going to be able, he is going to be taken down. Kuru though will pick up the kill. Tensai also trying to keep Moya Goku back. He doesn't want to use the super, interestingly enough. In fact, he kind of risked his life there, not using the super. Was the pop-in that important? I guess we'll find out as the game proceeds with only 2 players on each side. Here's the speed in. It's not really going to favor Kenji at all, only Moya Goku. Tensai also trying to stay at range. There's the auto-aimer, and now it's Kuru and Tensai versus Kenji. This could be the game right here.
Yeah, it's looking that way too. Kenji in the top right corner, going to be pinned there, and that's a takedown. Really well played here from a Choppy and Crew, and I agree with you. That was a really interesting choice, especially with Pam and Piper both being very weak there. Just a couple max tags away, really. Having the super there too. At that point, you got to get a little desperate, I feel like, and really capitalize on those situations. I think they had the upper hand even for a moment. Zeta Division 1 not electing to charge at that moment. We'll have to see what they do here in game number 2 to kick things off. Rosa getting much more aggressive. I think it's going to be a big factor for them. It's just trying to get her to charge a super. Nice pushback there. Tensai getting the job done along with the Choppy. Moyogoku, though, going to clean up the rest. Tensai gonna fall here. Choppy now in trouble too. And a good takedown onto Tick here. Much stronger start here for Zeta Division 1 as it's just Kuru left standing.
Gosh, Moyogoku hasn't even popped a super. This is not what Max is for, but if it works, it works. The mobility and the ability to follow up on those shots, leading those shots, and getting the full clips as he has so far. Also the synergy with Kenji as well really lend themselves to a successful first round for Zeta Division 1. And now with the super ready to go, Statempo can probably plan on a pretty successful push. Here's the speed in. A Choppy is not going to be letting go of that Tick super just yet, though. We won't see any casualties on either side so far. The only casualties will be those precious walls that Kenji so desperately needed. Same story for Moyogoku, as he is going to be outranged here. Statempo also taking major damage. A Choppy getting a bunch of damage on Rosa as well. And it doesn't look like Zeta Division 0 will need to stick in the bushes here, but with Tensai going down, that is going to be a major loss, and it could even actually lead to losing the game. A Choppy also lost a major opportunity to take down Statempo on that right side, and honestly, I don't see any way for Zeta Division 0 to bring it back from here on out.
Statempo going to be popping the last gadget he has as well, trying to force these kills. Now it's just Kuru left standing and not enough. Moyogoku pinches on the right-hand side, and a nice job there going to tie things up. Now we find ourselves in a 1-1 situation as we approach game number 3.
Happens sometimes. Statempo pulls down the hat and the camera falls backwards. Cannot reveal to anyone his poker face, otherwise people would know just what he has planning. I predict that he's going to play Rosa. Oh, cool. I guess I was right.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, amazing predictions with Kenny and Ready Set in the grand finals here. Kenji on the right side is going to be reduced to really low health, which is going to be actually a great enabling factor for Zeta Division 0 to get some stuff done on the left side. Unfortunately for Zeta Division 0, Zeta Division 1 have a Moyogoku, who pretty much single-handedly took down the majority of their roster during the first round of the last game, and yeah, not a whole lot has changed. He's still making a whole lot of progress on this left side. Statempo on the right side is going to try and backcap, actually. Choppy needs to move forward. Kuru is actually going to take the responsibility of searching for Statempo. Big moves. This could almost be a team kill. There's one, almost two. Tensai manages to survive, and down goes Statempo. It's a 2v2.
And this is going to be an intense one at that. Long-range sharpshooter getting close, though, but Moyogoku goes down. Now Kenji by himself falls as well in what looked like a bleak situation for Zeta Division 0. Two brawlers that don't necessarily do well as that storm's closing. It's now going to lead to their advantage. And another bad news for Zeta Division 1. They used all three of Statempo's gadgets in that very first-hand round. Super coming out for Statempo, too. They need to find the heals. And a nice one coming in from Byron, but it's not enough. Now a 3v2 situation. A Choppy letting it rain. However, Moyogoku landing some nice tags there will push Tick back for now. 3v2 situation. Zeta Division 0 with the lead.
Okay. Zeta Division 0 continue to push up. And there's no Rosa from Zeta Division 1. We know how this one went last time. Tensai popped off in this scenario. Moyogoku is going to need a lot of heals from Kenji. He's going to have to be really the main fighting force of Zeta Division 1 to get the victory here. Otherwise, it's Zeta Division 0 heading on to set number 3 with a couple of sets under their belt, which is far from optimal for Zeta Division 1 and seriously disrupts the track record that we've seen from both of these teams so far. And there's the mama squeeze. Moyogoku's gonna have a rough time dealing with this one. He just doesn't have the DPS to deal with it. He doesn't have the positioning either. Down goes Kenji and down go Moyogoku to Tensai. And that is gonna be the set headed the way of Zeta 0.
And what a set it was, too. Again, for me, that was just another very interesting draft from Zeta Division 1. You know, like I said, you learn to trust the process. They've made it work for so many months now, but these really have been very unique one-off kind of comps here today. I mean, Rosa on that map, sure, the stuns worked, but it felt like they were just cranking through those gadgets, and that was really the big factor for Rosa. Really hard to charge that super, too. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that. Zeta Division 0 really felt like they capitalized on that with a very nice, overall, solid composition position. They had Tick, they had the long range of Piper down the middle lane. Pam can deal with a lot of different brawlers in a lot of different situations. I just felt like what Zeta Division 0 was going for was a lot more safe, a lot more secure, and I feel like we saw that in our set there.
Unbelievable stuff from both teams here. Zeta Division 0, I mean, really doing a fantastic job here. Look at Tensai stats, 8 kills. Can you believe that? Second highest actually was 4 kills. Anyone else on this map actually in Flaring Phoenix throughout all of East Asia, I think that's actually quite remarkable to pick up 8 kills over the course of a knockout set, considering that you can only get 3 possible kills in each round. So great stuff. Tensai really steals the show here, and honestly, he has been doing it all day. 34% team damage. Don't let it fool you. He's getting those finishing blows when it counts the most, and we can expect to see a whole lot more from him in the upcoming sets as well. We got some key players that we're focused on right now. For me personally, it's Stetampo and Tensai, and with Crystal Arcade on the horizon, I'm not anticipating necessarily to see a head-to-head between the two of them, but I'm also not saying that I'm not, right? That's what I want to see in set number 3, and if I'm Zeta One, I don't want to see game number 1 going the way of Zeta 0.
Yeah, the ramifications for this for the whole region is really huge, right? Zeta Division 1 is secure for that mid-season invitational. However, we've got a Worlds playing field to worry about too. Zeta Division 0, we're behind. They're falling around that 5th place mark. They're in the hunt to try and get a spot right now, and this could be a really good takeaway to close the gap, beat the #1 team in the region. And plus, like we saw earlier, this is an opponent they faced now for a 3rd month in a row. It would be nice to get that sweet taste of revenge here, and the best time to do it is none other than in our finals as we hop into Crystal Arcade. Can't wait to see what all goes down here. Earlier, we saw some really interesting drafts here. We had a Max combo come in. On the other side, we saw Byron and Ash. I mean, there's just so many different ways to make it work on this map. Reddy, do you have a preference on kind of the compositions or maybe brawlers that you like seeing on this map or seeing these pros really execute on?
Yeah, look, I think there's certain matchups that we see pretty frequently that go head-to-head, and I think we see them all too often considering what the outcome pretty much always is. Sandy versus Ems, right? I vastly prefer Ems in this matchup, especially with Acid Spray now being in the game. You just gotta go with the Ems here. Sandy just is not gonna cut it versus her. But I honestly would be pretty surprised if we did not see that kind of matchup presented here. Another thing is that we have 3 bans available to both teams, so I'm fairly sure that we won't see any Colonel Ruffs. Another thing that we can be pretty sure of is no Squeak. We'll get those bans in from both teams, though, just to be sure about everything. No Sandy from both teams. That means that we might even see an M's first pick, actually. No Crow either is quite interesting as well. As far as mid-brawlers, though, wouldn't be a bad pick to start things off. There's the Max, and with the Crow banned out, I can definitely see this going pretty well for Zeta 0.
Yeah, that may have been part of their strategy, right? Crow typically going to be a great brawler to counter the Max speed. It's something this region is really known for using. Even on maps like Shooting Star, we see Crow be a counter pick for Max, which is something a little more unique to this region, but it certainly worked in the past. First pick overall going to be Max. However, that does, like you said, leave Ems up on the board, which I think would be a great safe pick overall too. Definitely not a bad one for Zeta Division 1 to also steal from Zeta Division 0, since Max and Ems synergize so well. We saw that combination work earlier, and it looks like they will make the decision to go ahead and grab Ems for themselves, and I can't blame them. I think overall, before the 3-ban format, it was the most played brawler in the world for a month. I think just a very solid pick overall, compare with just about anything. Great lane, a lot of reasons to like Ems here.
Yeah, and it is quite effective for slowing down a choppy too. We'll see if that actually gets put to use. Stay Tempo on the stew. I think at this point we can call him Stu Tempo. Maybe is that a stretch? I mean, we have Stu Mantic in the EU, so I think Stu Tempo. It doesn't actually. I don't know. It kind of rolls off the tongue as well. We'll see if Stu Tempo gets put to work here. Pick number 4 from Zeta Division 0. I think, honestly, Spike would be pretty solid. Oh, but of course, what the dog doing? Well, he's not getting banned, that's for sure. And those sandbags are going to be pretty good for countering out Stu. We'll see what Zeta Division 0 decides should accent the dog for their 5th pick.
Yeah, I think Spike's an interesting one to bring up too. Colonel Ruff's gonna be a great way to deal with Stu overall with the sandbags, but Spike historically has been known to be one too. However, last week, kind of my impressions, we did see a little bit of a Stu Spike matchup when we were casting Latam South, and I felt like when Stu got really up close and personal, he could really shred through that life plant pretty quickly. Tara, though, a great answer for Stu too. I'm a big fan of this pick. Also synergizes really well with Max. Very overall solid comp for me from Zeta Division 0. Curious to see what Zeta Division 1 does to respond.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite complicated to respond to, but if anything, they are going to have to go with a mid brawler, and it does appear that they're going to be going for some kind of spike mid, which I find peculiar. Of course, doesn't have to be played mid. Once again, though, let me remark that in the past, Zeta Division 1 has gone sort of mishmash of brawlers that are all good. They all fit the map, but they just don't really have specific matchups that they're going to be good at. For Moya Goku, Spike is going to get countered the heck out of by Colonel Ruffs and by those shades from Achapi. And that's a very real reality. Kenji is going to immediately try and go for the pinch, and it is going to work quite well so far. Choppy takes a lot of damage. He's going to fully commit though, and down goes Moya Goku. Zeta Division 1 actually have set up at mid quite successfully. Those Tensai still has the advantage in terms of gems. Now that's about to become a 5-gem lead to Zeta Division 1's 0.
Huge start here for Zeta Division 0. A very interesting lineup here for Zeta Division 1. In the past, from time to time, you know, I've seen Stu be a mid. I'm not in love with it, but again, this is a brawler they're super comfortable with, and it's kind of surprising, too, that we don't see Shitampo on that brawler. It's something that he's known for playing, one of his best, in personal opinion. Always love seeing him on it, but Kenji, of course, perfectly equipped to do so as well. Now Zeta Division 1, though, great offensive push here. They've reclaimed this middle area, and they're about to tie things up in the gym lead, 5-5 overall. And now Zeta Division 0 gonna have to step it up a little bit.
Okay, Tensai still trying to keep Kenji at bay as best as he can. Kenji is able to get that super back, so will be able to stay in his position. Tensai, though, also has the super, and he does manage to grab the supply drop from Kuru. Kuru looks for this position. Steitanpo also flashing his super, trying to keep these guys out of range, keep them from getting any funny ideas, but I see something funny from Achapi. He is almost able to snag Kenji inside of the black portal, and Tensai will get to grab this 6th gem as a result. And staying at the appropriate range, Zeta Division 0 can actually sit high and dry here. No, so much damage onto Tensai. That's tragic. Zeta Division 1 will be able to get that last gem on a Moya Goku, but here comes the interruption of the countdown. Zeta Division 0, though, still do not have enough to get this countdown interrupted. Even if they stay at mid, they would be extremely close on grabbing that gem. In any way, Kuru will go down. There are the spins. Tensai doesn't hang up his coat just yet, though. And Zeta Division 1 do take this game, saving themselves from the match point. This is literally the same scenario as their last match.
And honestly, I can't help but think there's still a very real possibility that Zeta Division 1 do this. They're an elite team. There's no other way around it. They've done it once today. They've done it in past months, in the finals before even. It's just very hard for me to ever count them out, despite the crazy drafts, despite being down for the count early. Time and time again, they've proven themselves worthy, and Zeta Division 0 is arguably the best opponent they've faced yet. It'll be a real impressive feat if they can hold on here for a reverse sweep, but one game at a time, of course. They are 1-0 ahead, 2-2 overall. Kenji once again taking place in the mid here. Shitampo on the right-hand side this time. We have Goku on the left. Nice takedown from Kuru. Going to survive with 70 HP there. Tensai and Kuru are going to be recovering a little bit here and taking an attempt to reclaim this mid-ground as Kenji dashes forward.
Okay, Steitanpo making sure to keep those shades at bay. This could account for some kind of lane swap. Steitanpo, though, is able to keep things back as well. Tensai also picking up a lot of gems. He has a super ready to go as well. And there's a life plan on the left side. Not going to be an issue for Kuru to deal with. And he's not going to get stuck in the stick around either. So, all in all, pretty big success for Kura on the left side. We'll also see a Choppy get the kill on the right side. Stetapo goes down, and now Zeta Division 0 begins to encircle their enemy on the left side. Stetapo does step up to the plate once more, though. He has a super ready to go whenever he so pleases. If a Choppy so much as it gets within that range, Stetapo is going to threaten to pop it, and he is able to get the kill with the friend zoner. Tensai is left all alone. He's going to have to run all the way to the enemy side. Kenji, though, is taking so much damage. Tensai needs to perform in this sweaty 1v1 on the left side. He's not able to get out, and Stetapo has the super. A Choppy won't be able to get in, and Moya Goku will be able to pick up all the gems, and there are the spins. Zeta Division 1 will be able to run it back with all of these gems. How tragic for Zeta Division 0. They had this one in the bag, but they unfortunately had Max overextending and trapped on that side, and there are the spins and the pins, and the wins going to the side of Zeta 1. We're going to set number 4.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Just so many times. Backs against the wall, the toughest situations you can find yourselves in, and they crawl their way out of it again. Set 4 coming up. We're going to be going to Shooting Star, and this is a big one, right? This is something we even saw in the video earlier today. This is one that Zeta Division 0 remembers. They remember being down. It was a 2-1 super close set, and at the end of the day, they recognized, hey, we made some mistakes last month. This is a tough match, and it was one they even struggled with a little bit today. They still, I believe, took the win on this set, but it was a 2-1 once again, another sweat, and this time they're going to get a rematch here. And if they win it too, what a way to do it. A comeback arc it would be if they managed to pull it off. Crystal Arcade, another super close one though. Shitampo making the big play here, stepping up with the super, getting the takedown on Choppy as well. They're able to claim all these gems from Moya Goku, the spins and the wins as you mentioned before. 2-1 overall. Zeta Division 0 currently still with the lead, and this is the closest opportunity anybody has probably had to take a stab at dethroning our current kings of the region.
No doubt. Shooting Star. I mean, what a way to potentially once more end this one off, right? Zeta 0, they had their chance in the last set and they came quite close, and now they have at least 2 more chances. They just have to get 1 set victory. But Zeta 1, I mean, they've swept Zeta 0 before, so this just has to be treated pretty much like that. Shooting Star as well. I mean, you talked about the history with this map, and I don't think many maps in Brawl Stars competitive, in the competitive map rotation, live in infamy in the way that Shooting Star or perhaps even like Ring of Fire do. So I'm super, super pumped for this one. Here comes some Shooting Star for you. I don't think Nanny's slipping through the cracks this time. That would be a big mistake.
Yeah, I think Nani is a very good one to have on this map, of course. My shooting, long-range brawler of choice on Shooting Star. And welcome to the stunt show. Always nice to see the good changes to the map looking nice and clean as we get into our draft phase here. 3 bans available for each side. Let's take a look. It's going to be a Piper, Eve, and Nani on the left-hand side. Like you mentioned, no Nani available this time. Byron, Leon, and Max on the right. A lot of brawlers that are typically played on this map off. And now we're going to get to see what each team ends up choosing to start. Gene for Zeta Division 1. I am okay with that pick, especially given our bans right now. I think that's a pretty solid one. I think other sharpshooters available, of course, though. Bell still one in the mix. And I do see B here a decent bit in this region. I would be curious to see if anybody pulls out the B. It's something I've seen a decent bit in practices here, especially given our new ban phase. But I am a big fan of both starts for these teams.
Yeah, I definitely like it. I'm also thinking about the Gene, like what that is possibly going to be used for. I think if anything, it's going to be good for dealing with any possible Sprout gameplay. So that's definitely a good safety net. It could also secure the Sprout for Zeta Division 1 themselves. They're going to have to be cautious about picking a brawler that Gene can effectively combo with. And I think a couple of the best options have been picked by Zeta Division 0, probably not even as a preventative measure, just because they are simply good. Bell and Lola are no longer available to Zeta Division 1. And they're running out of time to lock in their 4th pick. And there is going to be the Sprout, actually. And I think this also kind of feeds back into something that I had said in the past, that picking Sprout first, not really a good option. Pick Gene, and that's how you secure yourself the Sprout. And you get yourself a Gene, too. And there is the bow to finish things off. And really, I think this is because Zeta Division 1 needs KO potential once they actually hit a pull with Kenji, and Tensai is there to break open the walls too. I like Zeta Division 0's comp better than I like Zeta Division 1. That's just a personal opinion. What about you, Kenny?
I think it's a great question. Lola's somebody that I don't really see too often, but it might be something I need to be familiarizing myself with, just given how the bans are going these days. You know, I think all 6 of the brawlers could very likely that were banned be played at any given moment. I think Brock's somebody that gets in the mix really well here, but Lola, a high DPS brawler, could really thrive here. I'm curious to see how it goes. Kenji being on the Gene, a very safe pick. I think there's pluses for both sides, but this wall break composition, if it works, can definitely eliminate Sprout as an option. Being in the wide open here can be quite tough going into some sharp shooters. Early dominance for Zeta Division 0 as they claim the blue star, and now they will be the ones with the 1-0 lead. Kenji pushing forward on this left-hand side, continuing to press the Zeta Division 0 comp, who, since they are in the driver's seat, they got that blue star, they don't have to get overly aggressive, they can pick their spots a little bit more, and they use the final rocket to blow up this left-hand side. Outside of supers, that's going to be all the wall break for now, and just a good back and forth going here. Fortunate miss for Kuru, and not too often you can see bow mines on this map. Very exciting to see.
Yeah, and it is actually quite effective at locking down that right lane, or at least slowing things down for long enough so that Moyogoku can pick up some ground as well. And it froze the ego as well, completely wasted a super from the side of Tensai, which is definitely a plus, a super for a super when your bow is fantastic. And Moyogoku actually is almost going to go down, but he will pick up a kill himself. And there's spins, actually, from Zeta Division 1. They sure do like spinning, especially when they are one set away from losing their spot, but it's all about the mental warfare as well. And I think Zeta Division 1 have done a fairly good job of that. Nonetheless, Achapi and Kuru both hitting shots on their targets. Achapi taking a whole lot of damage. We could see the bow mines coming in pretty soon. Kuru is going to have to actually make those bow mines go off before they can really push up here. And with the clock ticking down, I think Zeta Division 1 has backed up a little bit too fast. This is a bad situation. Zeta Division 0 can capitalize on it. There's one kill. Now we need to see one more kill for Zeta Division 0, and they might be able to get this one. Have things locked in too much? What? How? How did that happen? What? That is unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe that just happened. I cannot believe it just went that way. They got the kill in the end, but it was too close.
Yeah, they survived. Yeah, that was crazy. I think bow respawning or maybe just a mistiming, it was just enough for them to slide through. I think the strategy was actually pretty genius to think about. They just shield themselves off, no way of getting in. Early takedown here onto Tensai, and a nicer start here for Zeta Division 1. No blue star, but they will take the 1-0 lead. And I was at a loss for words too there, Reddy. That was such a jaw-dropping moment. A lot of scary stuff here. Zeta Division 1, again, they're just survivors. Chitampo doing a great job of these makeshift walls, really allowing them to find some kills, and some great Sprout gameplay overall. Despite the map being wide open, playing into sharpshooters like Bell, high DPS brawlers like Lola and Brock, they're making it work here. Has another wall at their disposal too, gonna cut off Tensai here, and now Achapi looking to try and get a pinch here, but Chitampo with some nice dodges there will stay up for now. Gonna be a close call there as the super goes down and still stays up. Lola Eagle surely gets the job done. Still 7-4 though. Zeta Division 1 with the lead.
Okay, Kuru has to disarm this last mine. Moyogoku's taking some damage along the way. He really wants to get some damage off on Kuru while he is tripping those mines. We'll actually see a kill onto Tempo as well. Zeta Division 0 once more very closely follows Zeta Division 1's score line. We'll actually see Tempo is backed up so much damage also coming in from Kuru, as Zeta Division 0 has taken back this lead with just 30 seconds left, and Tempo is at risk of going down. A slow onto Kenji isn't going to be enough for Kuru to be able to finish off this kill. 20 seconds left. Each second feels like it is taking at least a minute. The time passes so slowly, especially as Zeta Division 0 has to stall out as much as they possibly can, and now Moyogoku is tasked with the impossible, getting enough stars to bring this one back. That's right, Zeta Division 0 will be heading to match point versus Zeta Division 1.
And a big smile there from a Choppy too. That's got to be a sigh of relief. They haven't quite gotten to a 5th set yet. Zeta Division 1 truly being tested here today. And now match point on the way. If they can reclaim this victory here, Zeta Division 1 will be able to take home the map that they so feared. It's been really impressive so far. Both these teams, obviously some elite ones, not just in this region, but across the world. Tags going in on both sides. Moyogoku with some nice dodges here, even dropping the totem just to shield a little longer. Kuru now forced away as Moyogoku makes the big plays on the bow. Kenji claiming the mid here. The Evil Spirit's going out as well. Nice takedown on the Kuru. Choppy going to be in trouble here as well. 400 HP. Kuru tanking for him a little bit, and he's going to be hugging this wall for dear life just to try and gain back some HP. And for now, 3-2 lead for Zeta Division 1. Now Kuru, though, with a nice takedown and just a lot of back and forth, but it's ultimately going to lead to a Zeta Division 0 lead.
Oh man, Statetanpo with the emergency hedge there actually did save his life, and that is going to go down once more as he advances up the left side. Tensai can't really do anything versus this, so it's going to allow Statetanpo to continue pushing up. Kuru also on the right side has to get these good peak shots versus Kenji to prevent him from farming up another super. And there's the free kill, actually. Will Kuru be able to fire up that last shot? Yes, he will. And a 10-6 lead will be in possession of Zeta Division 0 on the left side. Tensai and Choppy can work together to take down this totem, and they will do so. Statetanpo almost getting hit with a 2-tap from a Choppy, and here are the mines also onto a Choppy. Just one more to disarm, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any hurry to get it. There's the pinch onto Statetanpo, but still the last mine has not been disabled just yet. Kenji will be taken down. Moyogoku might meet a similar fate. Kuru is almost going to get stunned as well. Just a few seconds left, and Zeta Division 1 have to do the impossible in order to bring this back. They will get a kill, but it won't be enough. They got to take down a Choppy, but it's just too late, and Zeta Division 0 will be getting the win. Zeta Division 0 are your May monthly finals champions in East Asia, and there's a celebration from a Choppy. A little bitty spike dance for you as well. Congrats to Zeta 0 on their huge victory.
And the Kings have finally been dethroned. In the video today we saw earlier, they talked about coming back stronger and winning. Super impressive to see that here today, especially it all going down on the map that we even saw in the video just a month ago. This was a big slugfest as well. But today it is going to be Zeta Division 0 who are taking it home. What a day. I mean, East Asia always provides some great entertainment, some crazy compositions, and overall, I'm glad we got to experience it with you all and getting some replays here going in. A lot of back and forth, but Zeta Division 0 were the ones ending up on top. Zeta Division 1 did take game number 1. 0 were pressed to get a nice win here. Good one in game number 2, and they just came out swinging in game number 3. Nice pull onto the Kuru there. A little back and forth to start things off. With the takedowns, it did lead to a Zeta Division 0 win. What a month already. It's good to see this team reaching its full potential.
Same here. I mean, the things that can happen in East Asia when Zeta 0 and Zeta 1 are not pitted against each other in the quarterfinals. Take a look at the stats that we had the pleasure of viewing as well. Things really unfolded in that final game from Zeta 0. I mean, it was a total runaway victory, especially a Choppy and Kuru. Tensai, like usual, he's a glue that holds it together. Now, from Zeta 1, I think we can also observe, as usual, does it matter that he's on Sprout? No. Statetanpo still does get so much of the damage percentage and does get more kills than the remainder of the team. Look, I think that we have fantastic players across both of these rosters, and I wonder if they really will be competing against each other for the entire year. Maybe we'll see some switch-ups, some mix-ups between these guys over the course of the year. And there's your MVP, a Choppy, 9 kills, 3 deaths, and 190 DPS. Not a whole lot more needs to be said. I think we can observe a lot as well, though, especially from the Piper gameplay that we saw at the beginning of the match.
And a Choppy now taking to the phone, I'm sure, sending out some celebration tweets, some text to friends, whatever it may be. Huge win here, and it is nice to see, right? As a fan, you love to see the competition. This was a team we had really high hopes for taking one of the spots for Worlds, and even though they won't be representing for the MSI, obviously great job and kudos to them. I don't expect Zeta Division 1 to be going anywhere either, though. Ready, really a good job from both these teams overall. It just seems like Zeta Division are the teams to beat here in our upcoming region. And now we get to reintroduce our good friend Trav. Trav, what were your thoughts on the final there, big dog?
I mean, I was promised good games and it did not disappoint. That's just such a good end to an amazing bracket and an amazing day for East Asia. It was just the end we needed. Sick of them facing the first round. I mean, I don't think we can deny, regardless of leaderboard placement, those are the best two teams in this region. Best they have to offer, and finally getting to meet each other in a best of 5. You can't complain about it. Saw some signs of life there. The reverse sweep started, but this time cut short by Zeta Division 0, 1 or the other.
Nailed it. I also hear, though, you've got a play of the day for us. Would you care to break that down for us in the audience? I'm very curious to see what you guys have selected for us.
Indeed, it's going to be in the semifinals. We did see this play where Yotan just absolutely ignores everything going on down the right hand side, sees an opportunity, seizes it, runs straight down the left hand side to the offensive zone, captures it by 1%. 1% differentiation at the end of the game in this one. Massive play from him, great decision making, and we saw that a lot from 3RG today. Some wonderful decision making. Sometimes it paid off, sometimes it didn't, but risks you need to take to be able to beat a team like Zeta.
Yeah, and they came so close to doing so. I know we've talked a lot, obviously, about Zeta Division 0, who just won, Zeta Division 1, who have been the kings, at least for the first 2 months. Now, a little more up in the air, but obviously 3RG did a great job, too. I think that was an excellent choice for play of the game. Great semifinal overall. And they're going to be a region that's pushing, or a team that's pushing both these teams in this region. Super exciting to see. And we just had so much action today. I feel like we just need to break it all down and kind of digest what just happened to start things off. Of course, some pretty much clean sweeps for everybody in our quarterfinals. Semifinals, when it came to it, Zeta Division 0 came out swinging as well. Rising Sun, a team that made it to the finals in month number 1, faced off against Zeta Division 1. They fell 3-0. Zeta Division 1, we got a glimpse of it just a moment ago in the replay, took on 3R Gaming 3-2. And to finish things off, Zeta Division 0 versus Zeta Division 1. This has huge standings ready. How do you feel going into future months after seeing how this one played out?
Look, I'm actually very optimistic for Zeta Division 1, especially for next month in the MSI, because, look, did they go down to Zeta Division 0? Yes. What does that mean? That means that they do have room for improvement, and I think that they can watch things back and know very clearly where they need to improve in order to bring the absolute best representation for the East Asia region at MSI. I think that this is honestly not a bad situation for them. I think it's just evidence that they know very acutely what they need to do to prepare for the MSI, and it makes me very hopeful and it makes me very excited for representation of this region at MSI.
Yeah, I definitely think Zeta Division 1 is a great representative for the world. I think they have a really good chance at it still. And Trav, we were so close, buddy. 1 game away, but we just couldn't bring it home. I'm not too upset. How do you feel about the predictions overall today?
I mean, I don't think we can complain. That would have been my first flawless prediction as well. So close, yet so far. Last one, Zeta One clearly letting us down in the final game against Zeta 0. But honestly, it's fine. I'm happy with how the day played out. They provided some great games, and you know, who cares about that final prediction? I got my pin anyway.
You go, brother. Hope everybody at home got theirs too. And if you didn't, still a couple more opportunities this month and plenty in the future as well. And now we do know that Zeta Division 0 won this. We know Zeta Division 1 is leading. Let's take a look at our new leaderboard now. Zeta Division 1 at 294 points. And look at that. Zeta Division 0 has climbed up to only being 1 singular point behind 3R Gaming. What a leaderboard right now. Ready?
Yeah, I couldn't even help but say under my breath, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Zeta Division 0 is just 1 point behind, tying up with 3R Gaming for that second place. Look, all it takes is for 1 monthly final to allow Zeta Division 0 to make it into the semis. And what does it take for them to be allowed into the semis? Not facing Zeta 1 in the quarters. Yeah, that might do the trick as well. Crazy stuff, and it once more has me so optimistic for what this region has to offer us in the future. Though, of course, Rising Sun Esports staying in the same position and 3R Gaming staying in the same position, I think that this pretty much proves that there is a level of consistency in this region. But we also have a lot to expect from Zeta Division 0 that the scoreboard just didn't reflect previously.
Consistency is a huge factor in any region. And now taking a look at the leading teams across the world, Trav, we'll be seeing some more EMEA and NA LATAM North action here today. But how do you think Zeta Division 1 will stack up here in this MSI, especially after today? You know, they did take a loss, however, it was to Zeta Division 0. Do you think they're going to fare well against some of the teams on this list who will be very likely contenders for MSI?
I think they're probably still the favorites going into it after such a good performance from East Asia in Worlds in 2021. I still think they're going to be the favorites going into it. The team did split in half, but they added some players who bring in the same capabilities as the ones who left. So I definitely think they're capable of taking it all, and it's going to be a tough tournament, I'll tell you that. But I definitely think East Asia are probably the strongest region at the moment.
I think that's completely fair. It's been a very, very solid team. Again, congratulations to Zeta Division 0. Big accomplishment for them too, and I really think this is a team that can make their mark too on the region, has a really good shot at Worlds. Things were looking a little tougher in those first 2 months, but now we've really gotten things moving. They didn't line up against Zeta Division 1 in the best of 3, and man, we got some fireworks here today. There's so much more to look forward to as well. Can't wait to see it all unfold. Trav, I believe we'll even be seeing you a little bit later today for our EMEA monthly finals. That's going to be live today at 4 p.m. at CEST. Ready, do you have any final thoughts on the day? Big takeaways overall that you want to leave us with?
Yeah, all I gotta say is, look, Zeta Division 0, they absolutely were watching the extended version of Rise to the Top, because that's exactly what they did. Big takeaway is Rise to the Top, whatever you do, but especially in Brawl Stars, it is entirely possible. Zeta Division 0 is evidence of that, and it has me so excited for what is to come for the rest of the year, and hope to see you guys for the rest of the broadcast. It's not even over yet for this month.
That's right, EMEA will continue here in a little bit. Trav, any closing remarks you'd like to leave us with? Thoughts on the day?
I mean, overall, I'm very pleased to have come back to East Asia and been provided with such an amazing performance from all the teams. Just great battles throughout, wonderful team play, some great mechanics in this region as well. And I always love coming back to cast some East Asia, even if it's early in the morning for me.
Well, that's going to be all she wrote from us, the youngest BSC crew yet. It's been a great one here today. Always a pleasure casting with both of you. Trav, glad we finally got one on the big stage. Ready, pleasure doing East Asia and all the regions with you as always. I'm Kenny with Ready and Trav. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and be sure to keep up with all the action going on this weekend. Stay tuned.
That might have been the game-saving play just forfeited there. And do we see the spins once more? No, Zeta Division 0 know that they have to keep on playing this game. See Zeta Division 0 head on to the grand finals. And you can see from the expression from a Choppy, look, this is just a normal day in the life of a Choppy. And in a way,
Cite Tampo does stay alive as well. Moya Goku and him with damage gears activated and absolutely melts the safe.
Moya Goku and Kenji are tasked with defending the entire safe by themselves, and they are able to accomplish that. Big super in and collects that last bit of damage on the return dash. That is Zeta Division 1 headed on to the grand finals. Tensai needs to perform in this sweaty 1v1 on the left side. He's not able to get out. Instead, Tampo has the super. Achapi won't be able to get in, and Moya Goku will be able to pick up all the gems.
And for now, 3-2 lead for Zeta Division 1. Now Kuru, though, with a nice takedown and just a lot of back and forth.
And Zeta Division 1 have to do the impossible in order to bring this back. They will get a kill, but it won't be enough. They gotta take down Achapi, but it's just too late. And Zeta Division 0 will be getting the win. Zeta Division 0 are your May monthly finals champions in East Asia.